to the 2020 Motorsport UK MSA British Kartmasters Grand Prix here at Paul Fletcher International, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club, the home of British karting. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me in the commentary box this morning is Chaz Draycott. Chaz, welcome to Kartmasters. This is your first time here looking at the live stream courtesy of our partners at Alpha Live. It's a glorious summer's day here in Lincolnshire. The world around us might be in a bit of turmoil, but karts on circuit, life seems very normal.
It does indeed. Thank you, Henry. And yes, a very beautiful morning here at PFI. And of course, there's a lot of atmosphere in the air this morning. We've got the pre-finals coming up, and then of course the main event that everyone wants to look forward to today, the finals this afternoon. I've been looking around the paddock this morning. A lot of the drivers, you can see a bit of nerves, you can see a bit of tension, but I think it's going to be a very exciting afternoon of racing for us.
So at the moment on your screens, you're looking at final warm-up for the classes. Each class has got a 5-minute warm-up session. Then we'll be in starting at 9:30 with the pre-finals. The Grand Prix events themselves start at approximately 1 o'clock local time. This is the event where the winners receive the trophies, but the coveted prize is the GP plate. Again, an event that started in 1996 has become the #1 event on the British karting calendar. The very first winner of a GP plate back on the first Sunday in August 25 years ago, a certain Lewis Hamilton. And since that afternoon, 150 other drivers have joined Lewis on the Kartmasters Roll of Honour. There are 4 current or former Formula One drivers on the Kartmasters Roll of Honour so far, and that will, I'm sure, increase as some of our previous winners move up through the world of motorsport. But you're looking at the 1,380 metre PF International Circuit, which of course hosted the 2017 World Karting Championships. Lewis Hamilton may have won this event once, but the man who has won it more times than any other, a total of 9 GP plate titles, is a certain Ben Barnicoat. He's not here this weekend, but because he's racing at the FIA Formula 3 race at Silverstone, supporting the British Formula 1 Grand Prix. This is the first time in Kartmasters history that the British Kart Grand Prix has been held on the same weekend as the British Formula 1 Grand Prix. But Ben Barnicoat was kind enough to catch up with, to give us a few thoughts on his Kartmasters career, and he spoke to Alpha Live a little while ago.
Hello everyone, I hope you're all having a great time watching the 2020 British Kartmasters Grand Prix from the comforts of your own home or wherever you may be watching from around the world. It's truly an amazing event. It's a shame that you all can't be there to watch it in person at the track. That's one of the things that's so special about Kartmasters, the huge crowd that it brings in, the buzz that you all create. So, you know, I'm sure that the guys there racing today are feeling a little bit different, not having that. But aside, we're all doing everything we can to get the world back to normal in these strange circumstances. I'm Ben Barnicoat. I'm a British racing driver. Many of you may already know me because I'm a very familiar face around PFI and the Kartmasters event especially. Aside from that, I'm a McLaren customer racing factory driver in the GT3 category and also racing in LMP2 with the Thunderhead Carlin racing team. As I was just saying, Kartmasters is an amazing event. I've been lucky enough to race there many times and now call myself the most successful driver at the Kartmasters with 9 titles. That journey all started for me back in 2006 in WTP Cadet, my first year of go-karting. And I had a 4th place there actually, which was my sort of best achievement to date. Although in cadets, I never managed to win it. The closest I got was in 2008. I was battling it out with George Russell on the last lap for the lead, and he pushed me wide. We had a bit of a coming together, and that actually started an instant rivalry between myself and George. And up until that point, we've been very good friends off track, hung around together a lot. But yeah, from that moment until the age of 16, 17, we didn't talk at all. We always wanted to beat each other. And yeah, you know, we raced a lot against Europe and a lot against each other in Europe and other things. And yeah, it was always a rivalry, but we're very good friends now, and it's something we laugh and joke about a lot. Aside from that memory, you know, it has to be winning the double in 2015 and 2019 that stands out to me. I'm the only person to ever win 2 classes in a day in senior Rotax and X30, so you know that was a great achievement for me. And but it's all about having good people around you. You know, these karting teams here today are all working as hard as they can. I had great people in Zip, Chaos Sport, Mick Barrett Racing, along with other teams helping me achieve all of those 9 titles. Winning it last year, the double with Mick Barrett Racing, was very special for me. They're a team close to my heart. I work with them a lot, driver coaching currently, and I was able to win my very first GP plate back in 2010 with them. So to finish my career there on a high with the double last year, and with the people I started that journey with, was very, very special to me. And wishing all their drivers the best of luck today, along with all the other drivers there. You know, it's an extremely tough event. You've got to be on it from the first lap of free practice until the checkered flag falling in the finals, because you know, the best man wins, the best man over the whole week. It's not about just having one amazing drive in the final. There's a lot of hard work put into the event in the lead up. So, you know, I'm truly aware of how hard that is, and I know how hard all the winners are going to be working across this weekend. So best of luck to everyone. I'm going to be very jealous watching from my home or wherever I am racing. I'm sure I'll be kicking myself for not being there and on track, but yeah. It's great to see you all getting back on track, and wishing everyone a good weekend, and stay safe, and look after yourselves. Bye.
So there are the words of Ben Barnicoat. And now we are into the pre-finals. Now, unlike previous Kartmasters years where we've had 50, 60 drivers in a class, obviously with the COVID restrictions this year, we've been limited to 1 grid. So this isn't a B final. There's no qualifiers. Chad, everybody is in to the Grand Prix themselves. But of course, this event, which is the grids were decided on the heat races yesterday, and you're looking at Hardy Mamasi on your screens there. There's the PF plate holder, Nathan Ty. Chaz, looking at the grid there, Nathan Ty, one of the drivers, very, very quick yesterday. Got involved in an incident later on. He's starting a little bit further back down the field than you would expect, down on the 8th row, I believe.
Yeah, it's not going to be the most straightforward of days for him, but yeah, he was right up there yesterday, Nathan Ty, and of course, Ethan Jeff Hall as well, and Fionn McLaughlin. They both did a really good job yesterday afternoon as well, especially in that second heat. There was a lot of pressure at the front of that field, and they just managed to soak it all up, get the job done. But yeah, Nathan Ty definitely one to watch, though, I'd say, from the 8th row.
And so this is the original Kartmasters class. Of course, the engine was a Coma. It's now an IAME. But we've got 35 drivers, I believe, 35 drivers set to go. Let's have a little look at how they line up for this first event of the day. Pole position, driver number 29, Fusion Motorsports' Fionn McLaughlin. And then alongside, Heat 1 winner from yesterday, or Heat 2 winner rather, Ethan Jeff Hall.
And on the second row, we have Lewis Werrell with Cathal Clark from Fusion Motorsport as well. So 2 Fusion Motorsport karts in top 4.
Row number 3, another of the Fusion drivers, Sebastian Mins in kart 77, and Paul Munn Racing driver Macaulay Bishop, who finished top 5 in this event last year.
Zachary Knight lines up on the 4th row of the grid alongside Eden Spanswick from Paul Munn Racing in the number 69 kart.
Daniel Sofronet for Strawberry Racing and Archie Clark, his teammate, they round out the top 10.
Hadi Mamasi, who we just saw there in the 24 kart alongside Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Kit Bilofsky in kart 95.
Ben Smith and Mason Rudman line up next.
And then the Nathan Ty PF plate holder that we just saw there. Roman Kamyab is on the 8th row of the grid with him in 16th.
So the drivers are on their rolling lap now. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. William Murtagh and Micah Taylor 17th and 18th. Charlie Hart and Jorge Edgar round at the top 20.
And behind them on what would be the 11th row of the grid in 21st and 22nd, we have Jesse Phillips and Michael Walker. And then Jack Cunningham and Riley Cranham will be on the next row.
So the screen will filter through the rest of the thing. Joey Brown and Freddie Housley on row 13. William Knight and Noah Wolfe. He was involved in a couple of accidents yesterday on row 14.
Then it's Cole Glover and Oscar Cartmail with Cameron P. Thompson and Joe Anderson behind them.
And the field rounded out by Kanish Grau, the Paul Munn Racing Jack Mowat, And rounding out the 35 kart grid is Eddie Hayes. There we go. So into the Mike Wilson complex, 29 kart of Fionn McLaughlin and the number 5 kart of Ethan Jeff Hall. Come into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. 12 minutes of action. Kartmasters Sunday finals day is go. McLaughlin leads them under the Litchfield Bridge out onto the banking. So far it's very clean. McLaughlin's got a good lead on Ethan Jeff Hall. A little bit of bumping and boring back in the middle of the pack there. Macaulay Bishop and the number 77 kart of Sebastian Mins going side by side. And there's a lot of jostling going on coming off turn number 4. Several karts going up onto the grass blocks of the banking, but into the first hairpin. So far it's been all clean. The leaders through cleanly. As I say that though, Curse the commentator, somebody goes spearing off onto the outside, but I can see that they have rejoined. So first half a lap, Chaz Draycott. Fionn McLaughlin leads Ethan Jeff Hall, already putting the pressure on. Macaulay Bishop in third, but quite calm and collected for Kartmasters.
Yeah, definitely. A bit more tame than what we're used to, but the front couple are going to hope that they can break away at this point, because it's so easy to just get swallowed up in a big fight and you don't get that advantage, and the race is just going to get more and more stressful as it goes on. But Fionn McLaughlin has taken the lead early on to make sure that they hold the advantage. But as I was saying to some of the drivers yesterday in the interviews in the afternoon, it's not easy to lead from the front with everyone behind you. A lot of them actually prefer to be where, of course, third place now, number 9, Macaulay Bishop, would want to be, where you can just see what the guys around you are doing and start to put the pressure on and not worry about who's behind you. But this front group is really going to be an exciting one to watch.
And the first change of lead going into turn number 3, Ethan Jeff Hall gets to the inside. And there's some great camera work there from the Alpha Live team there to show just the slipstream effect, the drafting that goes on at this circuit, especially in cadets, as McLaughlin takes the lead back going into the first hairpin. So this is hairpin number 1. Now they come up to the switchback, hairpin number 2. McLaughlin leads Bishop into second, then it's Ethan Jeff Hall in third. Cathal Clark, Sebastian Mins, Zach Knight and Lewis Werrell round out the top 7. Now Bishop coming into the Fullerton S's. Macaulay Bishop takes the race lead. Now he and Nathan Tighe clashed in the last corner of the second heat yesterday. Macaulay Bishop finished third in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in the Micromax class last year over in Italy. So as a privateer driver, he's with Pullman Racing now, but last year as a privateer, he's very, very, very talented driver. And a big welcome and hello to everyone watching and commenting on the various live stream at alpha.live.co.uk/kartmasters. You can watch this on the Trent Valley Kart Club website, tvkc.co.uk, as well as the Alpha Live Facebook page and YouTube channel. And there's Ethan Jeff Hall looking for second place, passing McLaughlin, so the Fusion Motorsport 29 goes down to second. They're all going to be wary of where Nathan Tighe is. At the moment, Nathan is 12th. That is why potentially we could see these front runners try to push away, because they know there's a very quick driver trying to make their way up, Chaz.
Yeah, definitely, and to be honest, if they had mirrors, they'd probably be driving in them, because they'd be worried about him behind. There's 3 wide going out of the hairpin there. They've just all sorted themselves out. The number 69 car of Eden Spanswick was in the middle of that. Oh, there's a bit of a push wide as well out of the hairpin in front of us. Kit Bolowski ended up just a little bit on the grass there. They're still 2 wide into the final section as they filter their way through these chicanes. And I tell you one thing as well, when you actually stand at the circuit, that left-right just going into the final complex looks a lot tighter in person than it does on stream. A bit more jostling here as well. That's the number 11 of Cathal Clark getting involved there as well, but still at the front then we're going to have, I believe Macaulay Bishop is going to leave them over the line once again. He's opened up a little bit of a gap this time on this one, Henry.
Yeah, and a good drive, a good lap there from Zach Knight, the Ollie Roller Motorsport number 36, to move up into second place. And now Zach Knight goes for the race lead. And Zach Knight on the inside, a little bit of a wheel banging there between McLaughlin and Bishop for second. And of course, as you come into the banking, if the momentum of the circuit wants to drag you wide, and of course if you can get the kart cut down to the inside apex, you do get a good line coming into turn 3. But of course with the banking on the outside, you can hang it high, wide and Hanson. So it's Knight leading for the 36 team now, of course, for the 36 Oliver Roller Motorsport outfit. Then it's McLaughlin, Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall is 4th, Werrell 5th, Cathal Clark 6th, then Mins. And here comes McLaughlin to the inside, going into the Fullerton S's, and Knight doesn't defend. Early days yet, still 7 3/4 minutes to go. But of course this battling, the top 3 or 4 had broken away ever so slightly. Now we've got 2, 4, 6, you'll have to help me count because I'm Welsh. I think that's 8, Chaz. 8 karts in the lead. Come on, that's why you're here to help me count and recognise numbers. I've run out of fingers and toes already.
Well, we do have a really good train here at the front of this pack, and to be honest, with the battling that they're doing, it's only going to get bigger as well. We've not seen many breakaway leaders this weekend in any of the classes, and that's the beauty of this long front straight here at PFI as well. The slipstream really helps keep them together. They're going too wide up there, down the inside. That is the number 9, just trying to make his way back through them. Macaulay Bishop wants second place. Well, of course, he wants the lead, but you've got to try and work your way through there. Side by side behind them, Fionn McLaughlin as well, and the number 11 of Cathal Clark. Those two swapping around again, side by side through the hairpin. And it's actually the number 8 of Archie Clark has come through here now.
Yeah, Archie Clark in the Strawberry Racing, number 8, is up in the 7th position. Now he's up in the 4th place rather. So, and of course this is where we look at the team. So of course Fusion Motorsport, they've got a couple of bullets in this lead pack gun. So have Ollie Roller Motorsport, so have Strawberry Racing. The odd man out is Macaulay Bishop, the only Paul Munn Racing driver in this lead group, and he's going to be aware of that. He knows that no one will really work with him. The Teamsters will, not the Teamsters, no, that's the union. The teammates will work with each other when possible to sort of get themselves in a position. Although Zach Knight in the 36, he's the only Ollie Roller Motorsport driver in this lead group at the moment, and there's an alliance going on. Well, anyone will work with anyone to start with, but when the business end of this race gets going, it's team. If you've got a teammate there that'll help you, and there's only one kart in another team that is in that league group, they will get found out. And there's a move. There's Ethan Jeff Hall to the inside, and Bishop tried to cut across and defend, but Jeff Hall was together. They were very, very close to touching. That could have been disastrous, but it's Ethan Jeff Hall who now leads. There's Clark up the inside of Bishop at 3rd place, and you can see Bishop gets pushed offline ever so slightly, and of course you don't just lose 1 place, you can lose 3 or 4. Now it's Archie Clark trying to pass Bishop for what is 4th place. McLaughlin's up in the 3rd place, and there's the first time we've seen on screen, parked behind Lewis Werrell, up into, I think that is 8th place. That is Nathan Tye in the PF plate, so he's made it up to the lead group on lap number 6.
Yeah, he's done a great job to scythe through the field so quickly here, but of course, as we were saying, that battle at the front is really going to help the guys behind to just bunch up, get their moves done, and then before they know it, they're in touching distance of the leaders. And the number 8 there of Archie Clark actually went down the inside of Fionn McLaughlin and of Macaulay Bishop at the same time, but Fionn McLaughlin, with a great cutback out of the hairpin, managed to make sure that he couldn't get away with it. And now, of course, McLaughlin sat in 3rd place there, Bishop now in 4th. But, of course, we have Ethan Jeff Hall leading this race then, with Knight just behind him as they go into the right-hander hairpin once again.
So off-screen, Cameron Thompson has retired the number 33 kart. So we've got 34 karts still running. And
Fionn takes the lead, sorry. Henry just into the hairpin there. Fionn just went down the inside of Ethan Hall and of the other kart as well. Just completely sent it down the inside and managed to get it done cleanly. Didn't get put offline on the exit. And Fionn McLaughlin once again leads this race. 4.25 minutes to go though. That has ticked down very, very quickly. Yes,
36. Zach Knight getting forced a little bit wider, coming off the second hairpin there, bouncing over the grass. You can see him signalling to, I think that's Sebastian Mins directly behind him, saying, come on now, let's try and push on and work together. Don't try and battle with me, because when you do start battling side by side, if there are drivers that are running line astern, drafting and pushing each other along, they can pull away very quickly. There goes Clark past Bishop. And that's the 3rd and 4th place kart, and now here comes Zach Knight trying to get back in. He's in 5th place now. He's trying. Under pressure there though. I think that's Sebastian Mins, or was it Cathal Clark, trying to make a move on the inside there as they flood across the Litchfield Bridge through turn 4, down the hill. Nathan Tye, new fastest lap of the race. The PF plate holder now up into, I think, 7th place. Make that 6th place.
Just goes into 6th there in the hairpin. He got a great slipstream down that back straight into there, went down the inside and through he goes. And what a performance this is by Nathan Tye. He's leaning as far forward as he possibly can as he goes into the second half of the lap. And this has been a really good race for him so far. 3 minutes to go here, Henry. Do you reckon he can get even further than that?
Oh, without a doubt, because at some point McLaughlin is going to come under pressure from Ethan Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall is happy to push Fionn McLaughlin at the moment, and Fionn knows that. That's why Fionn's not defending. But Ethan Jeff Hall's not going to just sit there. And of course, Archie Clark, Macaulay Bishop, and the 5th place driver Cathal Clark in the number 11 Clark, they're working together. Then it's Tye, and then it's his teammate Zach Knight, although behind Zach Knight, Lewis Werrell. So there's 3 Oliver Roller Motorsport karts there, with William Knight there in 9th place. Charlie Hart now runs 10th for Sam Pollitt Racing, followed by Mins, Spanswick, Cam Yab, Sofrenair in 14th, and Micah Taylor and Joey Brown at the top 16 at the minute. But still, McLaughlin leads. and almost a little signal there, saying a little thumbs up, saying it's okay, don't you know?
Yeah.
It's back to Ethan Jeff Hall, saying good work, let's keep going. They've got about a 10 kart length lead over Bishop, Archie Clark, and then Cathal Clark in the number 11 machine. Fifth, and then it's Ty. You can see Ty has actually pulled away a little bit as, the number 88 card of William Knight runs a little bit wide coming off the second hairpin, but Nathan Ty has actually pulled away a little bit from his two teammates behind, and he's now within the slipstream range. So you'll see the PF plate cars when they come onto the main straight after the Mike Wilson complex. The slipstream effect will make huge gains for the PF plate, and he'll draw right up to the rear bumper of this group, currently being led by the number 9 cards.
Indeed, and Cathal Clark's going to be watching alongside him if he's not careful, although to be honest he's on the back of Archie Clark now as well. They're side by side through turns 1 and 2. This is exactly what Nathan Ty wants though. He wants them to battle so he can take advantage of them getting held up and stay in that slipstream. Takes a tight line down the inside through the left-hander there, puts his nose down the inside and through. He goes up into 5th place now, so this progress is not slowing for Nathan Ty. Onto the back straight again, back into the slipstream. Doesn't look like he might be able to do anything from there into the hairpin. He's just going to play it safe. But he's picking his battles really well here, Henry. He's not going for every single move. He's just waiting for someone to just get caught out a little bit in front. Again, battling now. Down the inside goes Clark. And through past Bishop he goes. Side by side out the hairpin. A little bit of a wheel bang there as well.
Oh dear, yeah, Bishop and Ty side by side. This ended badly yesterday. Bishop holds his line into the Fullerton S's. And say Nathan Ty, he knows he can't afford to make a move that doesn't work. So he's got to be very careful of where he does move now. Of course, this is where they clashed yesterday. And Bishop and Ty wheel to wheel, or nose to tail, coming through the Mike Wilson complex now. And this is where everything will be forgotten, because Ty will now push Bishop down the main straight. So they'll work together now. They were working against each other yesterday. Now they work together to catch Archie Clark. You can see it's great there. And Bishop nose cone on the rear bumper at over 50 miles an hour under the bridge onto the banking. 22 seconds to go. Next time around they'll get the last lap board. McLaughlin meanwhile, Ethan Jeff Hall, first and second. They're 0.8 of a second up the road. Ethan Jeff Hall checks over his shoulder, and he knows that he doesn't want to make a move yet. He's still waiting. The clock strikes 0 any second now, as there goes Ty past Bishop for 4th. And now he'll try and move. Well, will he move up the inside? Yes,
already
no time.
Yeah, he's right on it now, and Clark's gone wide on the grass there as well. Bishop goes through, but now Nathan Ty is going to make this last lap absolutely everything and try and chase after Ethan Jeff Hall. But Theo McLaughlin though, and Ethan Jeff Hall doing a great job at working together here, and they're just showing that if you do retain your position like that, it's just the best way to break away. But as we both know, Henry, Jeff Hall isn't going to sit behind for this entire race, is he?
No, I don't think. I think he's going to try and make a move, look for a move out onto the banking, because Jeff Hall is going to get a good run on McLaughlin now. Theo McLaughlin's going to have to defend the inside line going on to the banking, and if he doesn't, Jeff Hall will make the move. So Theo McLaughlin hides the inside line now. Can Ethan Jeff Hall cut to the inside coming into turn number 3? No, he can't. He's still pushing. He's going to wait a little bit later on. I think that maybe down towards the first hairpin is going to be the next opportunity. Ty in third. But look at this, they're not allowing Nathan Ty, Macaulay, Bishop to catch up to them. This
no,
is
definitely not.
Really smart stuff from both Theo McLaughlin. McLaughlin's not defending either, that's the key. He's not hugging the inside lines, which means he's not slowing himself and Ethan Jeff Hall down. He's not giving Ty, Bishop, Archie Clark and Cathal Clark the chance to close in.
No, that's it, and I think, to be fair, he might be out of chances, might Jeff Hall here. We'll keep an eye on him through the last section, but I think Theo McLaughlin, obviously away from any mistakes, might have this wrapped up here, because he's not quite with him, is he?
No, this has been quite a surprise. Ethan Jeff Hall content to sit in second place and take the outside front row start for the Grand Prix itself. Theo McLaughlin for Fusion Motorsport in kart 29 takes the victory. Jeff Hall second. Nathan Ty works his way right up to third place. Great performance for Nathan, gaining 12 places. Macaulay Bishop finishes 4th. Then it's Archie Clark in 5th, Cathal Clark in 7th, followed by in 6th rather, followed by Zach Knight, Lewis Werrell, and look at that, the top 8 drivers separated by less than 3 seconds. William Knight and Charlie Hart round out the top 10. And it's Sofronair and Mins with Spanswick, Kamyab and Micah Taylor. But that was it was a tame affair. It was very close in Cadet IAME, but certainly Ethan Jeff Hall playing a tactical game there.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's it's a lesson in sort of how to manage your race weekend, isn't it? It's not a case of go for every opportunity because you could mess up your race and someone else's. Fionn McLaughlin drove a very controlled drive at the front. Ethan did a brilliant job to stay with him as well, of course, and picked his battles, and that was what I was saying about Nathan Tye as well. In this situation where one little mistake can lose you so much coming into the finals, of course, you need to pick those battles, and those guys showed great maturity in their driving there as well, and they did just that.
There's a little look at the second page. Oh, sorry, that's the third page of results. Eddie Hayes finishing in 34th place, Cole Glover 33rd, Kanish Rao in 32nd. A lot of those drivers, they've still got one race to go, and of course, like Ben Barnicoat said, you don't want to play yourself out. So some of those drivers you've just seen there, they've made mistakes, they find themselves out of position, and they've got just the Grand Prix now to go to try and salvage something from Kartmasters 2020. Now, again, already getting lots of good comments and feedback, plenty of people watching from all over the place over on the VMix social. So if you're wherever you are watching in the world, let us know. Obviously, there are restrictions on the amount of people that are allowed to be here. So every driver is only allowed an extra 2 people here. So we haven't got the spectators that we would expect. So everyone can just sit back and watch the great pictures from Alpha Live of the next several hours. And the second pre-final will be race 16 in the programme for Cadet Honda. So there are the eyes of Max Cuthbert, who will be starting this race from the outside of the the second row of the grid in 4th position. And the focused eyes of a young racing driver, what goes through these young drivers' minds for these Cadet Honda drivers, so especially some of the first drivers, the drivers competing in their first Kartmasters rather. This is the biggest event that they've ever been a part of. That's the dummy grid, and great view of that's the Bobby Game corner in the foreground, named after one of the inaugural Kartmaster champions back in 1996. And let's have a look at the 35 drivers who will make up this Cadet Honda pre-final. Ewan Charman for Ambition Motorsport in kart number 10 will start on pole position. Alongside his teammate Henry Jocelyn, Charman won both heat races yesterday. Blake Ticehurst and Max Cuthbert will start on row number 2. A 1-2-3 for the Paul James Run Ambition Motorsport team.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job in those heats yesterday. We have the 2 Junglings on row 3. Ralph Jungling ahead of Timo Jungling in karts 16 and 25. We then have Gustavs Yusakovs in the Project 1 kart starting 7th, with Reg Haywood in 8th.
Rounding out the top 10, we have one of the Synergy Factory drivers, Zach Drummond, and driver that went pole position overall in yesterday's time qualifying session, the SFR Motorsport driver Devon Nolan. Josh Graham and the S-plate holder, that's the Scottish Super Series champion, Aston Sharp, rounds out the top 12.
Behind them we have Jensen Graham in 13th position, just ahead of Tommy Harfield. Jacob Gilman will line up in 15th place, and number 87, Alfie Thompson, will be in 16th.
Rounding out the top 20, we have Connor Duncan. Now, Connor Duncan, the SFR Motorsport driver, he's actually been run by David Bellchambers this weekend, a former Kartmasters champion, 3rd in last year's British Championship, had problems in qualifying and a few penalties in the race. Watch for Connor, very, very rapid young peddler. Aston McAndrew-Uren in kart number 33, Oliver Bocock in the number 35, the Zip driver, and Kenzo Craigie in kart 66 rounds out your top 20.
In 21st, we have Casey Lynch with Adam Wooden alongside him on row 11. Then we have Leon Hasty for Heinz Racing lining up in 23rd, just ahead of Harrison Mackie for Project 1 East Anglia.
25th on the grid, Liam Hartley, and then Owen Nee for the Callum Hargrave driver development programme in kart 65, starting 26th. Noah Barham and Callum Ghosh round out the top 28.
They're followed by Jack Burrows and Sonny Mortensen for Ambition Motorsport, another Ambition Motorsport driver on the grid, with Alexander Horcut in 31st and Brandon Truman 32nd.
And rounding out the 35 kart field, Marley Pareo, Kaiser Raymond and Lewis Islin in the number 12 kart. Islin having problems yesterday. 2 retirements, so he's yet to finish a race this year, has Lewis Islin. And of course, Cadet Honda has been part of the Kartmasters program since 2011. And just looking at some of the names, well, the 2012 Kartmasters champion Luke Wooder is here racing in senior Rotax, as is, well, in Theo McCouris, who won this in 2018, the Cadet Honda class. He is out in junior X30.
Going to need to watch out for the junglings on the third row of the grid here as well in this one, Henry, because they were very, very feisty in the beginning of their races yesterday. And of course, both in the very bright green overalls as well. They're quite hard to miss when you stood on the gantry at the final corner, let me tell you.
And of course, this is a standing start, so the only class that has a standing start, these 4-stroke Cadet Honda engines. Clutches don't fry when you leave them stationary for a while, so that's good. So we've got on the insert there, you can see the flag now. Of course, we did have a bit of a jump start yesterday from Max Cuthbert in one of the heats. He got a time penalty for it, but all the drivers. So there at the back, the green flag is up, red lights on, and away we go. Good start from the pole city. Ewan Charman gets the lead, and of course the driver in second place on the grid there, Henry Jocelyn, tucked straight in behind him now. Team formation under the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. All 3 Ambition karts there, single file, trying to work together already. And I think that's one of the jungling is that coming in. It's the number 25 kart of Timo Jungling, who is in 4th place. Everyone over the bridge cleanly, now beginning the descent out of turn 4 down to the first hairpin. And this is where you hold your breath in Kartmasters. They're all going to get around to a little bit of door handling. Well, if the karts have door handles, there'd be door handling. There's sticker swapping, graphics kit swapping going into the first hairpin. Everybody continues on facing the right way with all wheels on their wagons, and into the Fullerton S's. It's a good, clean start. And of course, these young Honda drivers, they do love the standing start because, well, these are the drivers that age between 8 and 12. And it just looks like Formula 1, doesn't it? You're starting on the grid. It's a good little buzz for them.
Yeah, definitely. I really do like the standing starts. It's a very authentic motorsport, part of just how we roll, isn't it? Max Cuthbert was up into 5th place, but just coming out of the hairpin in front of us, he got knocked a little bit wide by a move down the inside. He's now down into 7th position. But to be honest, he's not jumped the start today, so he'll be a lot better pleased with that, I should say. Timo Jungling just going down the inside now of Blake Ticehurst. He's going to try and get through there as well, and the other Jungling as well, of course, Ralph Jungling trying to get through there as well. So these guys trying to team up on the Ambition Motorsport guys, who had it all their own way in the second heat yesterday with a 1-2-3 and flying formation, as you say, Henry, but not quite that easy this time. Just going past Ralph Jungling there, I believe, is the number 89 of Gustav Yusukovs up there as well into 6th.
And I'm just wondering if anyone, any old school hip hop lovers will get the Jungling brothers joke that I've just made and probably fallen flat on my face. Anyway, the Jungling brothers are in 5th, 4th and 5th at the moment. Oh, and there's Aston Sharp at the inside. Oh, and there's 4 wide. Sharp trying to make the move going into the Bobby Game corner there, and it didn't quite happen, and there's still 3 wide coming to the Mike Wilson complex. That's not going to work. That's the number 41 kart on the outside, Casey Lynch. Sharp trying to make that pass, ran wide. There were 2 drivers that tried to get to the inside. They somehow sort themselves out. Now, Aston Sharp, very, very quick yesterday, was involved. He spun coming under the bridge and was clipped by another kart, and there was almost a massive accident, but he managed to get going again. Obviously, he was very much delayed, was Sharp, the driver from Aberdeen, and so he's trying to make up ground and trying to make moves potentially in places where, well, on the 3rd lap or the 2nd lap aren't really places you make a pass, because it's very difficult. That's the Bobby Game corners is one of those last lap, you know, when you've got to just throw it all, everything at the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, definitely. We saw there as well, I believe it was Joshua Graham and Tommy Harfield both lost quite a lot of positions from that scrap, but great awareness though for them all to sort it out before the last corner. We had maybe 1 or 2 karts just going a little bit wide on the exit, but it just shows you the awareness and the reactions that these guys have to be able to sort a situation out like that, where you go into 1 corner 4 wide, someone goes off, rejoins and makes it 3 wide again, and somehow they all ended up single file down the straight. But we have Ewan Charman in his very familiar position this weekend at the front of this field, Henry Jocelyn and Timo Jungling right there with him. But I think we're going to see a little bit of patience here from Timo Jungling in third place. He knows that these two teammates at the front are going to work together to try and hold that position. It's not quite working for Blake Ticehurst here, though, is it, Henry? He's got back into this little fight here, just behind them. As near the front as well, it's actually changed around already.
Oh, there's Usakov's up to third position now. Ewan Charman holding on there. Jocelyn's back to fourth place. Timo Jungling's there in... Jocelyn's back to fifth place now. Timo Jungling is fourth. Ralph Jungling is sixth. Ticehurst back in, I think, yeah, as we said, seventh place. Now there's Cuthbert in the number 34 kart, the SFR driver. And I think that's Connor Duncan in the number 3 kart. Is that Connor Duncan in the number 3 in that group as well? He's up into seventh place. So I said, there he is in that the white and sort of bright orange machine. So Duncan is there. He's obviously had a bit of a pep talk this morning, and is.
He actually gained 8 places on that last lap. Sorry, 8 places since the start. He's now gained 10 places up into 7th. So he's flying through the field at this point, and he's already in this front scrap here. And we've got one of the Junglings there just getting pushed wide as well. Side by side, big wheel bang there, bouncing around quite a lot. But tell you what, Duncan's on a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, Duncan's been on it ever since he didn't get it together in qualifying. He's been on a mission to get to the front. Now the problem he's had is that in yesterday's heat races is that he was getting penalties because he was obviously trying to pass 20 people in a race, and he was getting little contact penalties there, which have pushed him back. But now he's up around the leaders.
He's just gone up another position as well into 5th place now. He's just got past Henry Jostling, I believe.
Yeah, with limited jostling there coming out of the second hairpin. And you see the driver's signature, they're tapping their helmets. Now that's not just because they got an itch or something like that. They're trying to communicate with the driver behind, saying, right, come on, think. And Connor Duncan goes, I'm not following anybody. My wagon is pointed one way and one way only, and that is towards the front, out of the final corner. And still, Ewan Charman leading. Gustav Usakov, the Project 1 driver, in the number 89 kart from Aylesford, in second. Then it is Zach Drummond. We haven't mentioned Zach Drummond much this race. He's moved himself up into third place. There he is in that sort of luminous yellow and grey coloured kart. Ooh, a little bit of wheel banging here. That's one of the Jungling brothers getting forced away. That was the number 16, Ralph Jungling, getting pushed to the back of this lead train. And there goes Zach Drummond. So the first time all weekend, Zach Drummond has taken the lead of a Cadet Honda race. Timing his run to the front very clearly, where his run to the front lasted all of about 20 yards, because Ewan Charman takes it back.
Did indeed. That was a nice little switch back there, but Connor Duncan's now up to 3rd place behind them, so kart 3, P3 at the moment, and he is not going to slow down his charge for anybody. But Ewan Charman now, surely, and Zach Drummond will know that he is going to be coming through, and like you said, that wagon is pointed in just one direction. They're certainly going to know it, and I think we're going to see a hell of a battle here with 5 minutes to go, Henry.
Yes, this is social distancing not being respected on the track. They are nose to tail. In fact, Ewan Charman could probably turn round and lift up Zach Drummond's visor. He's so close to him. And there goes Connor Duncan to the inside. Oh, there was room enough for one Cadet Honda kart, and Connor Duncan managed to squeeze his machine into that gap to take second place. Now, Duncan looks to the inside, wasting no time. Charman looks across, doesn't bother defending. Now, Ewan Charman, what he'll do now is that he obviously will be upset that he's been passed, but he'll sit behind and he'll watch Connor Duncan's kart. He'll look at the way the kart handles around the different corners. He'll see where Duncan is stronger than him and where he's stronger than Duncan. So he'll be trying to make as many mental notes as he possibly can. But that Xenon chassis for Connor Duncan working very well. And now the case is, can anybody else catch him? He's taking him again. Oh, Charman makes a mistake. First time we've seen Charman make a mistake all weekend. He bounces over the inside curb at Bobby Gain corner. That throws him offline, and in the blink of an eyelid, he drops back to 4th place. It's now Duncan and Drummond, the top two drivers that didn't feature in the lead battle yesterday, with Timo Jungling in 3rd position. A 3-kart train, Chaz.
Yeah, these guys right together now, and quite a bit of daylight between themselves and Ewan Charman, so Ewan's really got the pressure on to try and make that back up now. He won both heats yesterday, and he's been leading this race quite comfortably until Connor Duncan and Zach Drummond arrived on the scene. But now as they go down towards the hairpin, down the inside goes Jungling. Doesn't get it done this time, though. And they're still very close together as they go into the second hairpin now, but it is number 3, Connor Duncan. He's gained 16 positions in this race so far, Henry. And, well, from between him and Nathan Tye that we saw in the previous race, we've had a great couple of drives through the field so far, showing just how well these guys cope under pressure.
As you can see, that mistake that Charman made a lap ago, it cost him momentum. Now, these are the four-stroke engines, so when you do get down in the rev range, it takes a little bit of more time to sort of build up the speed. That's why momentum is the key. Charman lost momentum, and it's cost him 10-12 kart lengths, and it just takes that little bit longer without the help. He's got a bit of help from behind him. He's got Usakov's literally trying to mount him as they come across the start-finish line, and they're pushing him along like a snowplow, but he's got a little bit of help, because it does take a little bit more time to get back up. But these three leaders are not battling, they're working together, and that's Connor Duncan the leader sets a new fastest lap. Normally, Chaz, is the driver in second place who's got the slipstream, who's pushing him along like Zach Drummond is there, that sets the fastest lap. So Connor Duncan setting the fastest lap without the aid of the slipstream from in front. I mean, he's got push from behind, but that's unusual to see, which tells me that his kart is very, very quick indeed. Let's look a little bit further back with 2 minutes ago. It is Alfie Thompson. He was really well placed yesterday, but had a retirement on the last lap of one of his heat races in the number 87 kart. And Alfie Thompson's up in the 9th place. So you can see Thompson there 9th with the number 16 kart, the Ralph Jungling right behind him. Jensen Graham is also in that battle, and Max Cuthbert down to 11th. Devon Nolan 12th. Josh Graham is 13th, then Casey Lynch, Tommy Harfield, Aston Sharp still in 16th position. Sonny Mortensen is next, followed by Jacob Gilman, Brandon Truman, Leon Hasty, and Leon is rounding up the top 20. Kenzo Craigie has retired, and Lewis Eislin again has also failed to finish. So Lewis Eislin, third retirement in 3 races, but up at the front, just over a minute to go, plus a lap. It's still Duncan, Zach Drummond and Timo Jungling, and they have got a 1 second lead over the 4th place battle, which is on your screens now, led by Ewan Charman. This is unfamiliar territory for Charman, who was never out of the top 3 all day yesterday.
And with such a big gap ahead of him as well, he'll be feeling that pressure to close in on the guys in front. But of course, no one to slipstream with him to help sort of shove him forward, really. I mean, you could argue that some of the guys behind could push him that way, but they just don't seem to be able to match the pace of these top 3. But Connor Duncan, just watching him come out of these hairpins here in front of us, Henry, he's just got it so hooked up on the exit. No matter how close the guys get going into the hairpin, he's just got it away from them. As we come through then, with 30 seconds to go as they cross the line, we're going to get 2 more laps out of this race. But again, I think we're going to see similar to what we saw in the first race of the day here, Henry, where some of the guys managed to stay behind. One of the Ambition Motorsport drivers going down the inside there, 2 of them going through. So they're now back into flying formation. And of course, number 87, Alfie Thompson, manages to slot in there as well. So we had a big loss there for somebody. Just trying to see the number out the window.
It was Usakov's that was getting shuffled to one side, like yesterday's chips.
He got swallowed up. I don't know about you, I ate all my chips yesterday. But Connor Duncan, though, comes out the hairpin once again. Look at the difference he's got down there. Of course, the slipstream helping the other guys, but he's just got it so wound up around here. It's brilliant.
So the clock has struck 0, and next time around they'll get the last lap board into the Mike Wilson complex, named after the 6-time world karting champion, Barnsley's greatest sporting exponent.
What are we going to see here from Jungling, though? He's sat there in the box seat now in 3rd place. These guys in front could start battling, and he takes advantage. We're in the middle of the straight as they go past us here in the commentary box. Number 8, Zach Drummond, sitting in 2nd place, though. He's pushing Connor Duncan into the 1st section. A bit of a wobble there from Duncan as well.
Yeah, the wobble was because Zach Drummond had his nose planted on his rear bumper and almost lifting the rear wheels off the ground going into the banking section. So now Duncan's got to position his kart well. They're coming through turn number 4, down towards the hairpin. You can see Duncan looking over his shoulder. Drummond looks even further to the inside, but Duncan then swings out wide to take the racing line so that Drummond can't do the crossover move. Timo Jungling is trying to swing out wide, so he'll get a good run up there. Watch number 25 kart now. Can he get to the inside coming up the short chute? The answer is no, because Duncan is defending. Drummond following him in line now to the Fullerton S's. Onto the back straight. Duncan again defends. Now Jungling stays out wide. Jungling's going to try and get a really good run up the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. Can he pick up a place? The answer is yes, he can. Good move there from Timo Jungling, but Connor Duncan from 17th on the grid will come out of the final corner and take the checkered flag by half a kart length over Timo Jungling. In fact, by 400ths of a second. I was being generous there. 400ths of a second. It was a massive gap. Zach Drummond third. Again, that's the problem that you have, Chaz, that when you're in the middle of a three-kart train, if you try and make a passing manoeuvre, you do leave yourself open to getting past, like we saw there.
Yeah, definitely, and you could see as well, I mean, you called it really, Timo Jungling was playing it clever. He stayed out wide to get the run down the inside, with the other two defending the inside or attacking the inside, of course, in Drummond's case. But he assessed the situation, knew exactly where he wanted to put his car. He knew beforehand where he was going to make the move, because he was pushing him down the back straight into that final section, and then before you know it, up into second place. And he nearly got the win across the line, of course, but at that point, the slipstream not quite strong enough to get him past. But a beautifully executed move there from Timo Jungling.
And so Connor Duncan, a win for Scotland from West Calder. Duncan takes the honours there in the Cadet Honda Prix-final. It was a Scottish one too at one point. Zach Drummond, but well, we'll see. With Zach Drummond finishing third, Zach Drummond from Glasgow, and he'll be maybe saving his Glasgow kiss for the for one rival in the final. Looking down at some of the comments coming in. There is obviously this weekend, because the karting calendar in 2020 has been, like everything, shuffled about so much. So this is actually sharing a race weekend with a round of the FIA World CIK World Karting Championships, and a few people saying that this action is a little bit better than that. Now, I mean, I've worked for both the CIK Karting Championships and Kartmasters, and well, I mean, of course this is better. This is Kartmasters. You're not going to get any better action in the world of karting this weekend than you are here at PF International. The layout of the circuit, the fact that nobody worries about who comes second, it's only the GP plate that counts. It's the tension. 2 races in, 2 great results. Duncan, Timo Jungling and Zach Drummond the top 3. Ewan Charman 4th, Blake Tyson 5th, Henry Jocelyn in 6th, then Alfie Thompson, Jensen Graham, Ralph Jungling, and rounding out the top 10, Gustav Usakovs. Less than 2 seconds cover the top 9. So that's the cadets done for the pre-final. Now we move into the mini section of Kartmasters 2020. So, Mini Max, and of course yesterday the Mini Max and Mini X30 drivers were combined, and this is the first time we've had a Minimax grid in Kartmasters for several years. Will Stevens, former Formula 1 driver, who did an interview with Alpha Live yesterday here for the spectators, not the spectators, here for the drivers that are here. He's a former winner of this class, and the smallest grid, only 9 drivers entered. But the racing has been very good indeed. There's Chloe Chong in the number 18 kart, the driver from Orpington in Kent. Well, she's registered at Orpington in Kent. I think she's come over from Hong Kong for this event. Let's have a little look at the starting lineup. Now, Chaz, forgive me, but from my hometown of Barry in South Wales, Harry Linden has pole position in the Dan Holland Racing kart number 21, and the driver from the next town over from Barry, from Penarth, Mackenzie Douglas in kart 24, starts alongside. Alfie Gallagher and Mikey Porter are on row 2, and I'm not lying when I say that Barry was closed yesterday. The beaches in Barry were shut because everybody was watching the live stream on the beach yesterday, because Harry Linden, I'm reliably told that's exactly what happened.
Well, I hope they're all watching again today as well, so hello if you are. Stephen Duncan lines up 5th on the grid, with Pearson Bullock Carter in 6th, with Max Taylor in 7th, and Callum Graffin in 8th.
And there's Chloe Chong, who's been commenting and helping some of the viewers, answering some of their questions this morning on the social side of things, watching on the Alpha live stream. There's Chloe. So, again, only 9 drivers, but hey, Chaz, you only need 2 drivers to make an excellent kart race. And yesterday, Harry Linden and Mackenzie Douglas fighting for South Welsh honours. So we've had a Scottish 1-3 in the Cadet Honda race. Now here come the Welsh in Minimax.
Yeah, well, to be fair, these guys, as you say, with the Mini X30s yesterday afternoon, their second heat was brilliant, and like you said, you don't need a big grid for this sort of thing. The racing they provided was top-notch. The battles were just as ferocious as they were in any other classes that we saw yesterday afternoon. And I was stood again on the gantry just near Parc Fermé, and I was just amazed at how close it was in both classes, because with less karts you'd think, oh, maybe they'd take it a bit easier, less people to overtake them behind. Nah, not a chance, exactly.
All in, elbows out. But again, it's the quality of the race. Look at the teams. You've got Dan Holland Racing running Harry Linden. You've got Coles Racing with Mackenzie Douglas. You've got KR Sport with Alfie Gallagher. You've got the Callum Hargrave team with Mikey Porter. You've got Fusion Motorsport with Callum Graffin. So all the big teams are there. So there's good equipment, good driving. There's Harry Linden taking the lead, and Mackenzie Douglas, he gets shown the outside line there, and great start from Alfie Gallagher. He's gone off there like a greased up whippet.
He's flown right down the inside through there. Oh, a little bit sideways there from the 24 of Mackenzie Douglas. He tried to go down the inside, but I tell you what, it was Harry Linden having absolutely none of it. Round the outside comes Douglas now, tries it, doesn't work into the hairpin, but he's going to get it all collected now into the left-hander. He's right on the back of Linden. Onto the brakes again, just follows single file at the moment. But like you say, number 14, Alfie Gallagher, what a start. Took advantage of the bit of jostling that they had down the front straight, and straight through down the inside into the lead of this race. But it's early days yet.
No, Jocelyn was in the Cadet Honda race.
He was, yeah.
No, so here we are. Anyway, here we go into the Mike Wilson complex for the first time. Alfie Gallagher, the KR Sport, the driver from Nottingham. So he's not from Barry. So he's from nearby Nottingham, but he's certainly taking the lead there. But here comes Harry Linden to the inside. Now, Harry Linden's brother Joe was entered in the junior class, but he's had to withdraw. But so it's all the Linden armory is in. There's 121 kart this weekend. Mackenzie Douglas now goes through to take second place. Both these young drivers, and we talk about how drivers get started in karting. Well, in the UK, this is obviously Motorsport UK licensed karting. It's the highest level of karting in the UK, but you can start off, it's called IKR, Independent Kart Racing, where you don't need a license to start, and it's a great way to, you can just start off racing at your local circuit. If it doesn't have a Motorsport UK club, you can start racing there just to see, to try it. And that's how Harry Linden and Mackenzie Douglas both started down at the birthplace of champions, Landau International Raceway, and they both started there, and then of course they realised that the number one, they were quite good at this and they liked it, and then they got into licensed racing that way. So a lot of these young drivers either starting out, if they didn't start out in cadets, they start out in IKR racing, or as you call it down at Landau, it's the where international champions are made, and we spell champions with a K because we're Welsh. That's how we do it. Oh, well, it's Landau. It's Landau. As I say in Landau, ciao for now. And that is what Linden and Douglas are trying to say. Because they're now working together, and they're trying to push away from Gallagher. So Gallagher in the number 14 kart now has to fall back in third place. In third place, then they've got the Pearson Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan are next. And Stephen Duncan in the number 16 kart, the Vision Motorsport driver, moving up into fourth position. Pearson Bullock Carter for Coles Racing in the number 15, down to fifth. Behind them, Mikey Porter, Chloe Chong, Max Taylor and Callum Graffin are the remaining runners. Callum Graffin, the Fusion Motorsport team, has had a spin, so he's a little bit further back, but the rest of the field still all on the main straight. This is lap number 4. Now Douglas has got to try and just stay in the slipstream again. That's the one thing. You've got to be, by the time you come out of the Mike Wilson complex, you've got to be within about 3 or 4 kart lengths to take advantage of that slipstream. So that's what Douglas is going to be doing. Yeah,
he really needs to stick in that distance. Down the inside, though, goes Stephen Duncan on Alfie Gallagher there. That was a big switch around, and he's managed to get it done. Alfie Duncan straight back at him there. Sorry, Alfie Gallagher, sorry. Straight back at him in the 14. Another swap around there, but all this time, though, if they keep battling, the front two will get away. But we have got Douglas just holding on to that slipstream, though. That is the all-important slipstream, like you say there, Henry. And down this front straight again, I think we're going to see it close back up. But it's whether he goes for the move now and risks anything, or whether they just try and work together to get to the front and then go for the move at the end, like we saw earlier on.
Well, nearly 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes to go. Now, even though these Minimax engines are obviously a lot more powerful, they've got different characteristics. These are one of the Rotax Max family of engines, the 125 Rotax engine, but with a Minimax restrictor on it. Even though there's different characteristics to the Cadet class we've just seen, this track still excellent opportunities to slipstream and draft and to close in. So when the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place karts, Gallagher, Duncan, Bullock, Carter and Porter, even though they're at the moment 1.5 seconds behind the 2 leaders, there's still plenty of opportunities to slipstream, as you can see there, with the number 14 kart of Gallagher pushing the 16 of Duncan along, using his nose cone. Of course, you can't use your nose cone too much because there's a bracket on the nose cone. If the bracket breaks and the nose cone drops, that's a time penalty at the end of each race. But you can just ease your nose cone onto the rear bumper of the kart in front. 8 wheels working together are obviously better than 4 working on their own. So they're going to try and not battle too much and lose too much ground, because the moment Mackenzie Douglas in 2nd place is close to. Oh, and there is a problem. That is the number 18 kart. That is Chloe Chong out of the race. So she had a problem yesterday in one of her heats and didn't finish, and now she's retired on lap number 5 of the pre-final. So we're down to 8 runners now. Callum Graffin, I'm just looking at his lap times. He's lapping in 102.3s. Harry Linden's got the fast lap of the race at 101.46. But Callum Graffin, he's certainly a little bit quicker than a couple of the drivers in front of him. So despite that spin, he is travelling quite quickly in the number 88 kart. But still, Linden has the race lead. There's the battle for 3rd place. The 16 of Duncan, Stephen Duncan, again from Aberdeenshire, leading the number 14 of Alfie Gallagher. 3rd and 4th under bridge. You can see there, Chaz, the great just how much quicker Gallagher was through the Bruno Ferrari S's. It's not because he's had a better line. It's because Duncan is breaking the air, and that little vortex that he's creating, just sucking Gallagher along.
Yeah, he was just flying down that straight. But of course, through some of the corners here in the middle section of the circuit, he's managing to just open that gap back up again, right onto the back of him. The slipstream affects these things really quickly as well. It's not just down to like when you get to top speed, like you see, and obviously when you get a lot of car racing as well, where there's a bigger hole in the air, but of course they're travelling something like GT3 cars, for example, when they do 160 odd mile an hour. That's the only time it really starts to come into effect, when they get really top end. These things, as soon as they're on the throttle, the slipstream's affecting them. Oh, a little bit wide there as well from the number 14 of Gallagher, all over the curb and onto the exit there. Down the straight, he's going to try and make the most of that slipstream again, but he's just got to do the work again here, and that's the thing. The slipstream's helping him, but like I say, the gaps are just opening up in the middle section of the lap.
Well, Linden and Douglas has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 101.34. They are lapping a little bit quicker than this group battling for 3rd place, so Linden is pulling Douglas along, and they are pulling away. So even though Duncan, Gallagher, Bullock, Carter and Porter doing the right thing and staying, single file, not battling amongst themselves, the top 2 have got the added pace. Now, we've got 4 minutes to go. And they think, well, there's not much overtaking going on here. Well, that's a deliberate thing. The drivers could overtake each other. They're just choosing not to at the moment, because they know that, all it'll take is Douglas and Linden to clash wheels or to run each other wide, and you can lose 2 or 3 seconds in a single lap. And these 4 drivers on your screen now, they want to make sure that they are in position to capitalise if things get a little bit feisty up front. There's a move from Porter. Mikey Porter passes Pearson, Bullock, Carter for 5th position.
Still really good fight there between these guys in this group now, and of course the 2 behind them are going to want to latch on to the back of this as well, but it won't help them move forward and catch the leaders with 3 and a bit minutes to go here. But Harry Linden just controlling this at the moment, and it's a really confident performance by Mackenzie Douglas, because he knows that, as we've said, if you go for a move and risk it between the 2 of them, you'll suddenly have 4 more karts on your back. 16 of Duncan just holding Gallagher at bay here. It's been a good defensive drive, but he's not actually had to defend that hard, in all fairness, has he? He's not really had to chuck the kart to the inside line to block anything off, but he's just had to maintain the pace bit after bit, and he's done a fine job of it so far.
Yep, Linden underneath the Litchfield Bridge, so onto the banking. The banking extended here in 2011. So the original PFI was much shorter. When they got to the first corner, they just did 180-degree corner, and they came out onto this run into the first hairpin. The Bruno Ferrari S's, the Litchfield Bridge, and the banking was added in 2011 after the circuit hosted its first European karting event. And the CIK FIA said, it's a great track, it's a little bit short, can you make it a bit longer for us? So they went, yeah, not a problem at all, we'll go build a bridge for you, which they did. And of course this track is run by Paul Barnicoat Services, so Ben Barnicoat's dad, and Ben find him working here at PFI most days when he's not off racing. And they maintain this facility day in, day out. And again, without question, it's now the undisputed home of British kart racing. There are many other fine karting facilities in the country, but I think they'll all admit none of them can hold a candle facilities-wise to this place. There's even a lake in the middle. Now, I think we've only ever had one driver who's managed to vault his kart into the lake.
I was going to ask.
Oh yes. They'll, these kart races, they'll do everything. Now Mackenzie Douglas, well, he's a bit closer to Linden than he was the last lap, so we're into the final 90 seconds plus a lap now. We're on lap number 11. Douglas has bided his time. He's been biding his time all weekend. He's just followed Harry Linden around. I'm just looking at the first Minimax race. That was, Linden won that one by 9/10 of a second. The second Minimax race, he won it by 3/10 of a second. That's about 3/10 of a second on your screen there, ladies and gentlemen. So, Mackenzie Douglas from Penarth, trying to take Minimax pre-final glory away from Barry Island's finest. I've heard that they're down at Marco's Cafe where they filmed Gavin and Stacey. Marco's already selling fake Dan Holland t-shirts to the masses.
Sign me up for one. But yeah, these two have been the breakaway pair at the moment. As you can see, the gap has really opened up, 3.4 seconds over the karts behind. And those guys aren't really battling that much either. They do look like they're working together to try and make their way forward here. Although I say that, and Alfie Gallagher has actually got ahead of Stephen Duncan now, 14 ahead of 16. Then the number 15 of Pearson Bullock Carter behind them. 54 of Mikey Porter's just trying to hold on, but like I say, the fight hasn't been too ferocious with those guys. So this lead pair really showing the step up in pace that they've got for this race, aren't they, Henry?
Yep, they have, but they're now forced 3.5 seconds in front. So last lap, the clock has struck 0. Last lap board. Last lap board goes out. This is the final tour. Okay, boys, I've been watching you race since you first got into a kart down at Landau. What have you learnt? This is the big stage, off turn 4. Linden's made a good start. Douglas was a little bit shabby there through the first couple of corners. Into the first hairpin. Good line out from Linden. He looks over his shoulder. He doesn't need to defend. I think, Chaz, Harry Linden has probably done enough. And it all came down just a couple of good corners. Here's the battle, though. And that is Gallagher going up the inside of Mikey Porter. So Porter had made a bit of ground. There's Bullock Carter. But Linden, Douglas, and I think that is going to be...
Yeah, Duncan's third now. Duncan made it up, yeah. So Gallagher lost out in that situation, but Harry Linden has done everything he needed to do there, and like you say, those first couple of corners really mattered.
Well, and you can see Douglas knows he made a mistake. Harry Linden wins the Minimax pre-final here at Kartmasters. Mackenzie Douglas second, and again, after 12 minutes, after 13 laps of racing, it was a couple of corners, the first couple of corners in the last lap that cost Mackenzie Douglas, and he knew it. He knew it. You can see him slapping the steering wheel as he come across the line. He finishes second. Stephen Duncan takes it after a great scrap between himself, Alfie Gallagher, Pearson Bullock Carter, and Mikey Porter. 7th is Max Taylor. Callum Graffitt came home in 8th, and the Anglo-Canadian driver Chloe Chong finished in 9th position. There are the results. Sadly, Chloe retiring from that one. So again, just goes to show that you don't need 36 karts to have a good race, although it does help. But that was a very good race, close race with 9. Everybody that's a good example of nobody wanting to make a risk and costing themselves, because even there's only 9 karts on the grid, trying to win a Kartmasters Grand Prix is harder from 9th than it is from 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, definitely. It really is. And I believe now as well, we're going to see a VT from Oliver Rowland himself.
Hi everybody. Yes, I'd just like to wish everybody the best of luck today. The Kartmasters Grand Prix has many fond memories for me. It was my first big win in karting when I was 9 years old in Cadet. And yes, since then it's been an amazing journey. I'm currently in Berlin at the moment for 6 Formula E races in the next 10 days. So it's a pretty busy period for me. But I'd just like to wish everybody a safe and good race. Yeah, especially my guys in ORM. I'm very proud of all of you. You've all done a fantastic job, and the best of luck tomorrow. Yeah, so I'll be watching the live stream from here in Berlin, and the best of luck to everybody. Yeah, good luck.
Here we are then for the next race of the day, the Mini X30 Prix final. We're going to have 22 drivers in this one here. And of course, just seeing the Mini Max drivers there, just setting the example with a smaller grid, just showing you, like Henry said, not taking too many risks in that one and just trying to make your way up to the front. Some great work though from Harry Linden to take that, with Mackenzie Douglas just missing out in the end. But he threw everything that he had at it and kept his cool throughout the race. You can see the drivers now on the dummy grid, just ready to go out. The conditions not looking as hot as they were earlier this morning. The sun's in and out. There's quite a lot of cloud cover, so the track may be developing slightly for these guys. But as I was talking to a lot of them yesterday, they were saying that tyres are the main thing here, and looking after them in changeable conditions is a lot easier than when it is absolutely roasting hot. So I'm sure that they'll be very happy to see this bit of cloud cover compared to Friday, when it was an incredibly hot day. No matter where you were in the country, I believe it was absolutely scorching. But hello everybody that is on the live stream at the moment. Thank you. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know where in the world you are watching from. But we'll get this race underway very shortly and have a look through the grid for you. So pole position then goes the way of Leo Robinson. Had a fantastic couple of performances yesterday. Same with Gabriel Stilp as well in the number 10 Mad Crop Promotions kart. Vinnie Phillips will line up in 3rd place with Jay Holtby in the number 18 kart in 4th position.
5th on the grid, Ethan Simmons in kart 1, 2, 3, and Wesley Swain in kart number 92. Lewis Bird for John Stewart's ST Racing team starts 7th, and then it's Jack Hobson. Hobson's choice starting 8th on the grid. 9th is Henry Gregory, and 10th, all the way from the United Arab Emirates, Millwall's fastest fan, Harry the Lion, Harry Hannam for Jack Dex Racing.
Behind him we have Joseph Rippin in 11th position, and then Cian Geraghty there in 13th, with Hayden Elridge in 14th in kart 41.
Ella Stevens starting in 12th place. Ella Stevens, another driver, started out in Bambino, down at Landau International Raceway. She's an honorary Welsh. Charlie Webb and George Robinson are next. I've just seen Harry Thompson walking through the paddock. So hi to Harry, helping out a driver here as a mechanic, a former Kartmasters champion, a single-seater driver. So that's your top 16 with George Robinson there for Jack Dex Racing in 16th.
Leo Brown will line up 17th alongside Charlie Morrison-Jones in 18th position, I should say, for Jade Racing Team. Freddie Allen in 19th with Kato Motorsport, and Thomas Carter in 20th position.
Rylan Eschberg, who was a really, really fast driver last year in Cadet Honda, had a bit of a problem there with Litchfield Motorsport. He's had a few issues, hadn't made it to the finish of his 2 races. He starts shotgun on the field in 21st place. I've just seen Dave Litchfield trying to eat the bacon roll through a mask, which was an interesting one there. So that's good. And yep, we've got comments coming in. There are, again, Luke Harris watching from the mighty Barry Island. Of course you are. Well, everyone is. Like I said, you said you wanted I got a box full of fake Dan Holland shirts in the back of the car. You can come and see me later, Chaz. It's not a problem.
£5, yeah?
Yeah, what? 3. Oh dear.
Oh.
Hobson's kart has chosen not to run. Now this is good. So you see, there's Cato. Now that's good. So there's limited people there, and good sportsmanship. So that's on the right-hand side. That's Cato Adams for the Cato Motorsport team, helping out the driver of the NW Racing team. Everybody just wants to get the karts in the race. Good sportsmanship there. That's good to see. Now that was Kev Robinson, the grid marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, trying to make sure that he can start the race, but he'll have to go off when the karts have started already. So Leo Robinson, Gabriel Stilp, Vinnie Phillips, Jay Holtby, Ethan Simmons, Wesley Swain, Lewis Bird. So the Mini X30 grid for its pre-final coming to the line. Lights out, we're off and running, and there you can see in the background Hobson does get going. Good work there from his mechanic and also from Cato Adams to help get that kart started. Under the bridge, and another good clean start, and Gabriel Stilp has taken the lead of this one. So Stilpy in the number 10 kart.
Leo Robinson trying to stay with him at this point as well. Lucy seemingly breaking away a little bit, but 3 wide just behind them. We've got a kart running wide there. That is the number 92 of Wesley Swain all over the grass. There's a little bit more fighting going on into the hairpin there. They all just sort it out and get single file on the exit. The number 33 kart there of Leo Brown just running a bit wide as well. But as I was just going to say there, Henry, we've seen a couple of guys break off into the lead at the start of these races, but they very quickly get eaten back into the pack again, don't they?
Yeah, these Mini X30 engines, they're obviously a lot more powerful than the Cadet engines, but again, the style of racing is much like Cadet. You know, you can use the slipstream and you can really stay in a big group and a pack together. Stilp, Robinson, I think when you interviewed Gabriel Stilp yesterday, you said you were going to try and break your way, and even Gabriel went, I got no chance.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hack from the word go, and that's true to form there. But Robinson behind him, there's Vinnie Phillips in third place, the number 87. From a lot of these drivers coming out of Cadet last year, so it's their first years after Cadet. And Stilp, again, Stilp from a long line of karting family. Jacob Stilp was a top level karter in Cadets and also in other classes, and Jonathan Stilp was a mean kart racer back in his day. Now he's just mean.
Robinson's taken the lead, by the way, just out of the hairpin. Robinson got the move done down the inside, and just as he did that, I was going to say, I think we're going to see them work together here and try and break away as Gabriel wanted to. But no, Leo Robinson says, nah, I want to lead from the front if we're going to go and do that. So there he is then, coming into the shot from left-hand side. Gabriel Stilp a little bit wide there. You're going to feel that on there, trust me. I was stood on that concrete earlier today, and I wouldn't like to go over it in a kart, let me tell you.
Well, of course, the back end, that was, and of course, if the kart jackknifes round, you've got that very hard barrier. That was the first official Code Brown moment of the day for Gabriel Stilp. But he managed to save it and not lose too much time. You can see the drivers checking over their shoulders. They're trying to be aware, and you say to yourself, as there's a move, and that is Ethan Simmons, yeah. You look at these, when people watching karting for the first time, the drivers, they're not just like steering and pressing the accelerator and the brake pedal. They're looking around, they're checking, they've got on the steering wheel, they've got their microns or their Alfanos or what have you on the steering wheels, and that's giving them sort of revs and that's sort of engine temperatures and things like that if need be. And also they're making sure that where their rivals are. So there's a lot going on for these young drivers, and these drivers are 11, 12 years old, most of them. And obviously dealing with a kart that's going over 60 miles an hour with no suspension. You're inches off the ground.
It's not the most comfortable of rides, is it, to be honest?
No. And Gabriel still needs to book an appointment with his dentist when he can after that one, because going over those curbs can knock a couple of fillings out quite easily. So it's Robinson, Simmons, Robinson, Stilp, Phillips, Simmons, Holtby, Harry the Lion up into the top 6.
Simmons down the inside of Stilp. Sorry, Henry. He's just chucked it up the inside now. Of course, he's behind his teammate. Stilp down to 4th place. Behind, sorry, it was not Simmons down the inside. It was actually Vinnie Phillips.
It was Vinnie Phillips, but Simmons went down the inside because Vinnie Phillips was like, right, mirror signal manoeuvre, right hand down, in we go. And Stilp then got forced off. Stilp got forced offline, lost momentum. Simmons stuck at the inside. And that's what the drivers try and do. If they follow a driver, you know, closely behind, when that driver makes a move on another driver in front of them, they can pick up a place without having to do any of the hard work. And now you've got a Fusion 1-2 at the front of the field. Normally we would play kart mechanic bingo at Kartmasters, and I'll get back to that now as we've got a lead change. Phillips goes into the lead, and Simmons, there we go, look at that, perfect. I mean, I'm not often right, and I don't often make sense, but I did just predict that, so that was Simmons just waiting for Phillips to open the door, took advantage of it, and because Phillips was a little bit offline, Simmons was able to take the lead.
And Jay Holtby's just gone down the inside of Gabriel Stilp as well there. Big scrap going on there, still side by side into the left-hander. Stilp back down the inside, holds on to 4th place. And a bit of wheel banging there as well between Holtby and the number 19 of Harry Hannum.
Here he comes, the Lions roaring.
Flying up into that top 6 though. Some brilliant battling going on between these. And, well, what a move that was though by Simmons. Took the opportunity, went a bit wide into the left-hander going up the hill. And as soon as he tucked it back onto the inside, he got a great cutback straight into the lead. And kart 1, 2, 3 is the number 1 in said situation.
Now, Jay Holtby has moved himself into this lead group as well. He's running in 5th position, the driver from Barton on Humber in the number 18 machine. We've got 3, 6, 8 drivers now that have broken away back to Lewis Bird in kart number 44. Ella Stevens is there in 7th. And, there's a move there. It goes Hannum at the inside of one of the Fusion drivers. I think that was the number 28 of Ella Stevens getting moved out of the way. So it's Simmons. Robinson, no, Simmons, yeah, it is Simmons Robinson, it was Phillips in 2nd place, now it's Robinson. Stilp is in 4th place, and you can see Jacob Stilp just glancing over there to see where his mechanic is in the grandstand, to see if there's any information that he can be given.
At the back, sorry Henry, there was the number 12 there, Charlie Morris, and Jones has just been mugged off into that hairpin now, all over the grass. The kart was airborne over the curbs, but he's managed to come back down to earth and keep it back on the road, but Simmons leads them around once again.
So this is the end of lap number 6. We've lost Jack Hobson, so that problem there. And there's the number 66 kart of Freddie Allen regaining the track. So the Cato Motorsport driver, Freddie Allen, drops down to what is last place, 20th position. And Stilp now makes a move. So Simmons has been jettisoned from the lead. And again, he didn't just lose 1 place, he got moved offline. And here comes Stilp trying to make it 3 wide up the inside of the first hairpin. And he picks up one of them. Does he know he's on the outside line now? Phillips leads. Now Vinnie Phillips.
For a minute.
Robinson. Well, for about 10 seconds. Yeah. Now Robinson. And they're 3 wide there. Hannum on the outside. Who was that going on the inside line? I think that was Lewis Bird getting put onto the grass. Coming down the short chute. Hannum to the inside. And Lewis Holtby follows him through. So Ella Stevens loses 2 places there. And of course this battling is allowing the top 4 to get away. So it's Robinson, Vinnie, then Gabriel Stilp and Simmons in 4th place. Then a gap back to Harry Hannum in 5th. Now, Vinnie Phillips, I do remember an advert with Fox Biscuits with a mafias type panda called Vinnie. Tell him Vinnie sent you. Well, Vinnie sent one there, and he sent one into 2nd position.
You've got to think now these Fusion guys at the front will start to break away. Never mind. Down the inside goes Vinnie Phillips to make contact. He's run wide. And that gives the lead back to Simmons.
He did. He just misjudged it ever so slightly there. He went in a bit too deep. And of course Robinson then couldn't turn in, but he somehow managed to salvage it.
Yeah.
Robinson somehow managed to salvage that because Simmons now at the inside coming to the Fullerton S's over the curbs as Robinson closes the door. Stilp now into 3rd position. Now we're going to start to get into it with 4 minutes to go. 21 karts in the grid. The drivers are going to start jostling for position more because they want a good position for the final. It's going to be very difficult with a field this competitive to come from the back from 20th or 19th or 18th to get up to the front, because even down in 11th or 12th places it's an absolute nightmare to try and make moves because the karts are so evenly matched. They complete lap number 8, the top 15 separated by 4 seconds. Lewis Bird back into 40th. There goes Simmons to the lead.
Well, Simmons is holding on to this front pack and doing a great job of it. Gabriel Stilp on the back of him there. Down the straight they go into the hairpin. And he's down the inside and through with him as well. A lot of contact as he goes in there. Gets a big bump as well from Leo Robinson, 37. They're fighting as well as contact between 4th and 5th place there as well. That was the number 28, that's Ella Stevens. Back on comes the number 19, that was Harry Hannum. That got a bit feisty there, Henry.
I think that was, Hannum and Stevens side by side, and on the coming out of the 2nd hairpin, there was they were running out of track, and Hannum was on the outside, and here comes Ryan Ashberg. Ashberg in the number 73 kart, that green kart with the orange stripes on it, the Litchfield Motorsport number 73, starting from the back. There he is, just behind the number 24 of Charlie Webb, the Precision Racing driver. Webb now moves himself into 7th place. Eschberg is up to 8th, Hannum back to 9th. Lewis Bird back to 14th, and there's another lead change. Stilp on the outside, Robinson on the inside. Here comes Simmons trying to make it 3 wide going onto the bridge. He has to settle back into 3rd position though. Now, and this is just to decide who starts where for the Grand Prix itself.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy stuff. Can't wait for the final if they're racing like this in the pre-final as well.
Oh
Simmons
dear.
back down the inside. Oh, that's the number 92.
Yes, that's the number 92 of Wesley Swain. And number 22 of Kian Garrity was the driver that was making this. So there's obviously been an issue between those two drivers. And Swain just gets going again now at the back of the pack. So here we go. Each of these drivers know as well, one mistake, one accident, and that costs them their chance of Kartmasters glory, because again, you don't want to be starting down at the back. So this is all risk and reward type stuff.
Gabriel Stilp a little bit wide out the final corner there as they go across the line just in front of the commentary box here. It's Leo Robinson still leading this one, Simmons in 3rd, and it looks like those top 3 are up in a bit of a gap. Stilp looks down the inside, runs wide on the exit though. Surely Simmons is going to go through. Up into 2nd, is he up into 1st? He's down the inside, and he's done it again.
Alice Stevens has been given a 5-second penalty for that contact with Harry Hannum. Now that's going to drop her back from this lead group. Here comes one of the Fusion karts to the inside. Simmons defending. Simmons takes the racing line through the 1st hairpin. Stilp's going to get alongside Robinson, but he's going to be on the outside line for the hairpin number 2, so Stilp breaks early. There goes Robinson in on Simmons. Simmons wide. Robinson leads. Simmons not look too happy now. Stilp takes 2nd place. Oh, Simmons has been knocked offline going through the Fullerton S's. And it's now Vinnie Phillips at the 3rd. Simmons back to 4th. There's the number 24 car. Great drive from Charlie Webb up into the action. Webb then goes a little bit wide into the Mike Wilson complex. Hannum in the number 19 car now gets alongside Webb. Hannum for Jack Dex Racing. Past there, and there goes the number 18 of Holtby through as well. 45 seconds ago. Oh, Ashberg, high, wide and handsome coming off the final corner. He saves it. That's Code Brown moment number 2, and that's only been this one race.
Yeah, there's going to, like you said before, there's going to be fill-ins all over the exit of that chicane on the final corner. Gabriel Stilp back into Lido, down the inside there. Beautiful move on Leo Robinson. But we've still got another lap to go after this one, Henry. I don't know if I can survive this. It's absolutely amazing racing, though. And, of course, the Fusion boys at the front here trying to go around the outside. Leo Robinson doesn't quite get the cookback, but he's going to have the slipstream as well. Vinnie Phillips is back in there as well in the 87.
Oh, dear.
Bit of contact.
Well, that was Stilp putting the anchors on, braking very early. Robinson getting caught out by that, and there's Simmons on the grass.
Oh no, big contact, and they're both off.
Look at, Robinson goes off there into the Fullerton S. You spotted it there, and who's going to emerge in front? It's going to be,
I think it's Phillips, you know.
Looks like it is. Phillips is there. I think that is Holtby in the number 18 kart in 3rd. It's Phillips, Harry Hannum in 2nd. Then Jay Holtby. Now, Harry Hannum has come over from the United Arab Emirates to race in this. We have had a winner in Minimax from the UAE before. Jamie Day, I believe, won a couple of years ago. And Jamie's now racing in the World Championship. And I know that his family are really big supporters of Harry and the rest of the expat crew out at Al Ain Raceway in the UAE. So, Guy Sheffield's track. And Phillips leads round the 2nd hit for the final time. Hannum 2nd, Charlie Webb 3rd, Holtby in 4th, Simmons 5th, Stevens is 6th, but she's got a time penalty. Harry Hannum closing in on Vinnie Phillips as they come into the Mike Wilson complex. Oh, Phillips has not got this one in the bag just yet. 2 corners to go. They come through the last left-right chicane of this complex onto the start-finish straight, and it's going to be number 87, Vinnie Phillips, who takes the win from the number 19 kart of Harry Hannum. Charlie Webb, great smooth drive there from Charlie Webb to finish 3rd for the Precision Racing team. Jay Holtby echo the comments from Charlie Webb there. Holtby keeping his powder dry, as it were, to finish in 4th. And then some of these drivers, now look at where some of the main contenders finished. Etienne Simmons down in 5th. Ella Stevens, she's got a time penalty. She finished 6th on the road. You give her a time penalty, that puts her back to 13th place. Henry Gregory, didn't mention him all race, finishes 7th. just under 2 seconds behind the race winner. Same for Joseph Rippin for the MLC Motorsport team in 8th. Lewis Bird 9th, Hayden Eldridge 10th, Rylan Ashberg 11th, and then look at that, Gabriel Stilp and Leo Robinson, who had that collision, Stilp 12th, Robinson 16th. Have they, well, I mean, you don't want to say for definite because anything can happen, but that is going to make their chance of Kartmasters glory even harder.
Yeah, definitely. And judging from what I saw from the contact, I mean, I'm not one to point fingers, but it looked like Robinson really sent it up the inside, but he took a lot of curb, and Stilp didn't leave all the room in the world. The two of them made contact, and there was a big second bit of contact as well as they sort of locked together, went over the right-hander. Robinson's kart then speared off to the left and ended up on the actual inside of the left-right chicane there, but big contact for those two, and like you say, it has made their afternoon a lot more difficult. But I think that judging on the pace that we saw from the pair of them at the start of that race, we're going to see some fantastic drives through the field in the final.
So that was Mini X30, so the 2 mini classes. We've had the 2 cadet classes, now we've had the 2 mini classes. Next up, the start of the juniors. So there, the look of the eyes of Oliver Duffel, driver number 31, and Oliver will be starting this next race a little bit down the order, on the outside of the 9th row of the grid, but focusing on what he can do in the next 12 minutes. Of course, the Grand Prix themselves has 15 minutes, so the Grand Prix are 15 minutes plus a lap. These races 12 minutes plus a lap, and there's the number 45 kart. That's William Walker for the KR Sport team. I'm just looking at there, that's Ash Whiteman, his mechanic. Ash is a former British Championship driver as a junior himself, and now got into the world of bodybuilding. Every time I look on social media, not that I'm giving you any clues on what is on my social media, but every time I look on the social media, there's a picture of him looking oiled up, wearing no shirt, and you know.
Oh, don't add me as a friend then.
No, well, it's a different question, a different kettle of fish altogether. So here we go then, the starting lineup for the Junior Rotax pre-final Kartmasters 2020. Pole position from Trafalgar in North Wales, Matthew Higgins for the Dan Holland Racing Team, from a very famous rallying family. Matty Hingley, again, North Walian driver from Abergele. That was the town where the plot to bomb Prince Charles came from. Not saying it was Hingley or anything like that, but I'm just saying. I knows my history. Daniel Armstrong and Harrison Collins. So that's in row 2. 3 Dan Holland Racing drivers in the top 4.
Callum Voisin lines up 5th for Coles Racing with Douglas Bolger alongside him on row 3. Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing will be in 7th, with Kanato Late on the 4th row with him in 8th position for Fusion Motorsport.
Tristan Rennie in kart number 74 and Archie Kitching in kart number 17 round out the top 10. Will Egby and his Project 1 teammate Jamie Perrelly are up next.
13th position we have Ryan Willis. Alongside him for Colts Racing is Harry Reynolds in 14th position. 15th will be Gabe Fairbrother for Ultimate R, and Leon Henderson for Cannon Motorsport will line up 16th.
Leon, another driver from Aberdeenshire. There's a lot of drivers here that have come down from the Aberdeen area and doing very well. Lewis Gardner, fastest in qualifying yesterday. Didn't start one of his heat races. Watch for the number 32 Sam Pollitt Racing driver. He starts 17th. Then it's Oliver Duffel for Coles Racing, Kieran Kay and Edison Purcell round out the top 20.
21st, the privateer Les Taylor alongside William Walker for KR Sport in 22nd. Neo Clark will be in 23rd for Sam Pollitt Racing, with Ollie Goodyear in 24th.
Sam Gornall, again, just coming up from mini-maxed to juniors this year. He's struggling a little bit, but look for him to come forward in the number 14 kart alongside Ted Bradbury. Then Ronnie Mansfield for the GMS team on the GMS chassis, and Finley Harrison, Hingley's teammate in the Ultimate R outfit. He starts 28th.
Ben Folland will line up in 29th for Sam Pollitt Racing alongside Joshua Wilby in 30th. Nathan Smith will be 31st, the privateer there, with Nicole Sutherland in 32nd place.
Rounding out the field for the Mark Litchfield Racing Team. Of course, Mark Litchfield, a 4-time Kartmasters champion. Jack Sherwood, in the number 78 kart, starts shotgun on the field. So once again, one rolling lap, which they're starting now. There is the view of this PF International circuit. And drivers warming their tyres up. Again, so looking at some of the comments, there's lots of drivers from the same teams. Well, you know, the karting is big business. And if you look in, well, if there was a glance at the paddock, there are lots of very large semi-articulated trucks, lorries, and very big awnings. And some of the awnings, like the Fusion Motorsport, they might have 15 or 20 drivers. Same for some of these drivers, of course. But the level of technical, if you look at the back of some of these awnings, there's computers and data screens everywhere that they can download data from the engines. They can look at traces and what have you. And the drivers going back into their awnings and studying their lines, everything like that, the engine revs to see where they were going wrong, how they can improve, and of course, and the mechanics tear the karts apart to go through make sure that everything is correct, and changing little jets in the engine, changing tyre pressures, changing handling characteristics. The drivers have got to take that with them when they get onto the track. You see them with their hand over the air filter that comes down over the radiator for these junior Rotax engines. They come into the tram lines, lights out, we're off and racing again. Good start from the pole man. Higgins comes across, try and block Hingley as they go through Oh yeah, it's out the back of the screen. There's one going over the grass and somebody facing backwards, but everyone else who clearly, it's Higgins and Hingley 1-2, and Marty Hingley, whose older brother Ben Hingley was a single-seater driver and a top karter back in the day. He's here, obviously now Matty's mechanic, but Matty has got to try and keep these Dan Holland karts at bay around the first hairpin. We'll get a number check now on who that driver was. Oh, and there's one of the Dan Holland karts is off. That's Harrison Collins on the grass coming out of the first hairpin. So Harrison Collins right down towards the back, and that's going to be a really, really tough task now for Harrison to come back through. But it's Higgins, Matty Higgins in number 75, still leading as they come through the complete lap number 1.
Looked like Oliver Duffel as well that went off in turn 1 and 2. He just turned in, got clipped on the front right, and it just shot the kart out to the left. Big spin onto the grass, but he managed to get it going again very quickly. But at the front though, it's Higgins and Hingley once again, as it was quite often yesterday. Hingley doing a good job of staying up there now. Daniel Armstrong in there as well.
And Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing in 4th position. Aaron, the only driver doing double duty here this weekend. That's racing in 2 classes. And Walker is, Walker's moving there, and you just hear pointed out there, Sam Gornall making good progress already.
Yeah, 10 places gained in 1 lap. Really good start from Sam Gornall in the number 14 kart. So flying through the field. Going to keep an eye out on him in this one as well. And into the final, of course, if he keeps that up. He'll be right up there come the end of the day. But again, we're getting this early breakaway from the top sort of 2 or 3. 2 in this case, of course. Around the final corner they go once again. And it's going to be Higgins from Hingley as they cross the line here, Henry.
And the 2 North Walians pulling away from Daniel Armstrong in 3rd. Now Armstrong, Walker, Douglas Bolger and Kanato Lee 5th and 6th. Then it's Archie Kitching, Jamie Perrody, Tristan Rennie, Leon Henderson rounding out the top 10. Looking down to see where, there's side-by-side going on the Litchfield Bridge. And through turn number 4, that was one of the Fusion karts on the outside. Possibly Kanato Lee losing ground there to Archie Kitching.
Just seen there going into the hairpin, just watching Kanato there. There was the number 17 kart of Archie Kitching coming alongside him, and he sort of made a hand signal to say, yep, go on, go through, we'll work together. And before you know it, another kart's gone down the inside of him, and the opportunity's wasted.
Yeah, exactly. You move offline, that's the problem. If you move offline in a pack of karts to make a move going into a corner, you leave the door open and you get shuffled wide. If you defend too much going into the corner, you leave yourself susceptible to being passed on the exit. So it's a really, really difficult place to be if you're in the middle of a train. Obviously, if you're at the front, all you've got to worry about is defending, and if you're at the back, all you've got to worry about is attacking.
Yeah, very different mindsets, isn't there?
Yes. Out onto the banking, lap number 4 already. No change to front. Higgins and Hingley trying to pull away and go. Armstrong, Walker, and Douglas Bolger in the number 39 Fusion kart pushing on behind, going as hard as they can to stay in touch. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Kitchen in 6th, Rennie 7th, Lee in 8th, Egby 9th, Perrody 10th, Voisin, Willis, Henderson, Gornall, Kay, and Gardner. So Lewis Gardner He's only gained one thing. Harrison Collins, 18th at the moment, 7 seconds behind the leaders. So we'll try and watch for the bright, the number 5 Dan Holland kart, back in the pack at the moment.
Yeah, he's not quite having it his own way at the moment, is he? 18th place last time he broke the timing beam. Across the line again. Higgins and Hindley always up into 3rd place. Goes Aaron Walker down the inside into turn 1. Plenty of curb though. It looked like a bit of a rough ride into there. But Aaron has got that done now. And as they go up over the bridge, he is going to be very pleased to have made that. But as we've seen over the course of these last 2 days, Henry, in all karting, it doesn't last long when you gain a position.
Yeah, no, you can see there Aaron Walker setting the new fastest lap of the race, 59.71. So in the cadets we saw laps like 67 seconds. In the Mini Max and Mini X30 races, we were looking at lap times 61, 62 seconds, and now we're down into less sub 60 seconds. The senior drivers going around in 55, 56 seconds. To give you some idea, watching at home, of the difference in speed between the different age groups. These drivers between 13 and 16 years old on screen at the moment. You know, still. Of course, these karts, no suspension, no power steering or anything like that. You've got to be physically very fit to drive these things. So these kids that are still in secondary school, you know, some of them just starting out in secondary school, they're in the gym, they're doing fitness work, just to be able to lap there. Of course, they've all got rib protectors on, and they've all got various head and neck safety devices. Now, Nicole Sutherland didn't take the start in the number 85 car. I saw her in an accident yesterday. Her and the number 93 Edison Purcell come together in the second race, so I hope Nicole is okay.
Just looking now, Hindley is onto the back of Higgins here, and I think this gap is going to close down. He knows that the number 51 of Aaron Walker is going to start closing on these guys. Aaron's shown really good pace at the start of this race. I think as he just eats away at that slipstream bit by bit down this back straight, he's going to just close that gap more and more, and these guys are going to be put under pressure, and the fight will really begin. 6 minutes left on the clock, then round the final corner once again. The top 4 are starting to close in, and then it could be even a 5 or a 7 kart battle very soon here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. And meanwhile, I'm getting grief on the chat there because when we were looking at the Minimax grid, there's a move for the lead there. We'll come back to that in a minute. There's Matty Hindley going into the lead for the first time. Crossover move on the banking, and here comes Aaron Walker up the inside into 3rd position, from 3rd position up into P2. So Matthew Higgins down to 3rd place. Now, earlier on we were looking at the Minimax grid. We saw Chloe Chong's kart, and on the side of the kart there's her name sticker, but it had a flag on it, and it was half the Union flag from the UK, and I thought it was the other half was the Hong Kong flag, but it wasn't. It was the Canadian maple leaf. So the Anglo-Canadian driver, Chloe Chong from Minimax, but she didn't finish in Minimax, so she's got one more race to get that flag back on our screens.
Matt Higgins, by the way, has just lost the place. He had contact with his teammate there, Daniel Armstrong. He came out the hairpin, he just gave him a bit of a shove, lifted the rear wheel off the ground, and he's also lost the place to the guy we're looking at there, number 39, Douglas Bolger. So it's gone from bad to worse there for Higgins. As for the lead, number 51, Aaron Walker, flies down the inside. He likes that move at turn 1, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that so often happens when you lose a bit of momentum. You saw Matthew Higgins there; he got passed by Matty Hindley, then he got passed by Aaron Walker, and of course you lose a bit of momentum. You're a little bit, discombobulated in the kart, and then the next thing you know, you can't rest for a split second in these races. Higgins back to 4th place now, but still within reach, and then behind him is Bolger. I think he's repassed Bolger, and Bolger is now getting passed by the number 17 of Archie Kitchen for Coles Racing. The Project 1 number 77 of Will Egby also moves past, so Bolger back to the tail end of this lead group, and then there's only a small gap then back to Kanato Lee in 8th and Tristan Rennie, the number 74 driver from Lonehead, in 9th position. Boyson still runs 10th, Perry 11th, Gornall, well, he had an absolutely rocket-like first lap, did Sam Gornall. He's only into 12th place now, so he's progress a little bit slow. Lewis Gardner is up to 13th for the Sam Pollock team, and there goes Egby to the inside, and the crossover move there, great recovery. Yeah, that's great. So Egby sent it all in, going onto the banking, but then of course he ran up the track, and of course the great crossover move there, cracking karting manoeuvre that you see all the time there by Kitchen to get the place back.
Walker is opening up this gap in the lead as well. He's got some fantastic pace in that machine around here, and it's not easy for Hindley to stay with him by the look of it. And of course he has the two Dan Holland drivers behind him now as well, all over the back of him. And all they're going to do is work together to close in. I mean, they weren't working together before, obviously, with the contact, but I think in this situation, they're going to be very happy to try and team up on him and see what they can do. Round the final corner again, Walker looks like he's opening that gap up even more on that lap, so we'll have to have a look. Hingley, though, right behind him now is Daniel Armstrong, and Daniel is looking menacing, isn't he?
Yeah, it certainly is. He's made a couple of moves. He's shown that even if he's got a teammate in front of him, he's not afraid to get his elbows out and be a little bit forceful with the front end of his kart, just in terms of where he places it. And Harrison Collins now trying to come back into it. New fast lap, 59.16 Collins. He's up into 15th place. He's just passed the number 42 kart of Ryan Willis, and there goes Armstrong again. Armstrong again showing that he's not here to mess about. He can make a strong move when necessary.
Definitely. That was a nice clean one, though, to be fair. He was quite late on the brakes down the inside, but good awareness from Hingley. I think he saw it coming and makes it through nice and clean. So, Walker then, still leading this race. Higgins, though, keep an eye on Higgins in 4th place here. He's pushing Hingley down the straight, and his teammate Armstrong as well now. But I think that he's going to try and make a break for this at the end. We're going to have, what, 2-3 laps to go now? I think Higgins has probably got time to make that, and with the pace he had early on, he could definitely get up to Walker, but easier said than done from up here in the commentary box.
Well, I've got to say that Aaron Walker driving for Strawberry Racing, it looks like strawberries and cream are on the menu for the chasing pack there, because they're really getting their heads down to try and close in. Walker is going to be under pressure before this one is out. He's done a good job of trying to make that break, but Armstrong, Hingley and Higgins working together to try and close that gap. And you can see Armstrong just a flash on the top of your screen there as you're watching Kanato Lee coming from the Fullerton S in the number 19 kart. He has just got past his Fusion teammate Douglas Bolger. They've got Tristan Rennie, the number 74 kart, just behind them, and the 17 of Archie Kitchen just in front of them. But you can see Kanato Lee there. He's just sort of in the middle of that. He's got his teammate behind him. Can he get a good run on Kitching as they come onto the main straight there? But there's the gap with 55 seconds to go between Aaron Walker in the lead and Daniel Armstrong in second is 0.6 of a second. Sam Gornall has just set a new fast lap, 59.09, and Harrison Collins is still 14th, and he's 1.3 seconds behind the 13th place driver, Luis Gardner. So Collins doesn't look like he's going to make up much more ground unless there are incidents and accidents in front of him. But this is Kartmasters, so I won't speak too soon. 30 seconds to go. Callum Boyson gets a 5-second penalty, so that will push the number 35 Coles Racing driver out of the top 10. And this lap, Armstrong is 2/10 up on Walker so far this lap. They come through the Mike Wilson complex. There's your race leader, number 51, Aaron Walker, out of the final corner. The clock strikes 0 now. They've just gone across the start-finish line, so next time around they'll get the last lap call.
The 2 5-second penalties been given out as well for Callum Boyson and Finley Harrison, by the look of it, number 35 and 38. So they're going to have to make sure they can make up any ground they possibly can in that final.
So there's the 4th place driver, the 5th place driver, Will Egby, and there's a move there. That now, Matthew Higgins and Matty Hingley, this move to 2nd place. Hingley goes to 2nd, Higgins into 3rd, Armstrong back to 4th. That is going to cost them time, so they're going to start battling for 2nd. This battle you're watching now, this is the battle that could be giving Aaron Walker the race win, because Hingley's defending, they're slowing each other down. Here comes Higgins to the inside. Higgins retakes 2nd place. Armstrong's going to try and go with him as well. Oh, Hingley off over the grass, through the cones into the escape road. What's going to Matty Hingley can do? He just ran out of track there, wheel-to-wheel contact, and he comes across the line. He's given the position back. He's given both positions back, and here comes the 77 of Egby at the inside of Hingley now. Well, Hingley holds him off. No, I think Hingley may have a little bit of handling issues there, because he ran very wide. Maybe a track rod has been damaged. Egby moves to 4th place, but Aaron Walker, that battle has allowed Aaron Walker to pull away, and he's a clear new fast lap for Harrison Collins. Collins is now caught Lewis Gardner for 13th position.
Yeah, Hingley's car, I'm just watching him there coming through the hairpins. That thing is not behaving itself. Everyone is bottlenecking up behind him, though. He's got a massive pack of karts behind him.
And this could be a problem because they're all going to be climbing over each other, and Hingley's going to be just defending for all he's worth.
Someone's off, sorry. I think it's the number 14 of Sam Gornall who's gone off. He's going to cross the grass and come back on. But into the final few corners, Henry, Aaron Walker is going to be very pleased with this one.
Yep, he won't have time to celebrate because he's got to jump out of this kart into another one, but of course it's much better when you jump out of a kart as a race winner, which Aaron Walker is. Who's going to be second? It's going to be a dead heat almost, side by side. Armstrong grabs it by a 10th over Higgins. Egby is fourth. Matty Hingley holds on to 5th position so 1/10 of a second separates Armstrong, Higgins and Egby for second, third and fourth places. Hingley holds on for 5th, just over. Bolger in 6th, Canato Lee in 7th, Kitchen in 8th, Tristan Rennie in 9th, while Sam Gornall, despite getting a little bit agricultural, going over that final, through the chicane, the Fullerton chicane on the final lap, finishes in 10th place. Then Jamie Perrelly, Harrison Collins passes Lewis Gardner on the last lap to finish 12th. Gardner 13th, Callum Boyson finishes 14th, but he's going to have a penalty as well. Look at that, look at the times there, Chaz. Very, very close indeed. 6 seconds separating the top 12 at the end. Looking back there through the rest of the order, a little bit physical towards the end, but I mean, you know, Armstrong, Higgins and Hingley, that's the Mike Wilson complex for you. Just trying to make moves happen as we get further and further into this event. We're going to see that happening even more.
Yeah, as we were saying yesterday evening, once all the action had finished here, we were stood on the circuit discussing the lines and things around here. It's very much a one-line circuit in most places, especially into that final complex. So if you are in a battle, you need to really make sure whether you're going to back out of it or properly commit to the move, because we've seen quite a bit of contact going around there in these couple of races today. But these guys don't have all the chances in the world. They have to take them into these final races of the weekend because they all want that GP plate, don't they?
They certainly do. And of course, if the design of the circuit says a one-line race circuit, you can guarantee every karter will think, well, that's a 3-line race circuit. You can fit at least 3 karts around there. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and you know, all those drivers. The good news is that even though there was a little bit of bumping and barging in the last couple of laps there, nobody got spun out of the race. You know, people lost ground, but looking down there, I mean, provided that no one incurs a post-race penalty, all the major players are going to be in the top 5 or 6 rows of the grid.
Yeah, definitely. It's always nice to see that they make it all the way through. We don't lose anybody from the race, so it's still chances for them to make up.
So Junior Rotax is finished. Now the second junior class we have here at Kartmasters 2020. Time for Junior X30. Rashan Chigarimbo looks and focuses on the task in hand. Junior X30 driver number 92, starting 3rd on the grid for the Fusion Motorsport team in this race, just concentrating on the rear bumper of that man. Number 16, Sam Shaw, who will be starting this one from pole position for premium karting. There's a little look down the dummy grid. The 64 kart, that's Oliver Greenall. Oliver, former Kartmasters winner, he won the Mini X30 Kartmasters title last year. Here is the starting lineup. Sam Shaw for premium karting will start from pole position. Alicia Barrett for KR Sports, number 33. She will start alongside Sam on the front row of the grid. Rashan Chigarimbo will start 3rd, and Luke Watts will start 4th for Cato Motorsport. Now, before we get to the next one, Luke Watts, his karting van with all his equipment, crash helmets and everything was stolen recently. The registration number on the van, it's a white Mercedes Sprinter with a black bonnet, and it was a L11WTTS is the registration number, if anyone knows anything about that. Darrell Taylor and Freddie Spindlow on row 3, Lewis Mackey and Aaron Walker, a very tired but happy Aaron Walker on row 4.
Yeah, he's going to be in all sorts of adrenaline mode going on in this race. Oliver Greenall, 9th place, with Marcus Littlewood in 12th for Spirit of Senate. Brandon Carr will line up in 11th with Archie Walker for Argenti Motorsport in 12th place.
Oliver Stewart and Josh Agambar will start on row number 7. Harvey Charter and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row number 8.
Behind them is Harvey Ryby in 17th with Theo McCurris in 18th place. I believe he didn't finish one of the races yesterday, so he'll be looking to make up some ground in this one. Oscar Joyce lines up 19th with Charlie Rippin rounding out your top 20.
Theo McCurris, the 2017 Cadet Honda Kartmasters winner, running for Mike Spencer Motorsport. Mike Spencer himself, a former Kartmasters champion. Mitchell Gibbons and Ashton Hodgson start on row 11. Jessica Edgar and Reese Newburn start on row 12.
Behind them we have Lucas Ellingham, Jude Ferniehoff and Reese Lomax with Dane Tucker in 28th place.
Thomas Yeomans and Sam Lewis complete the top 30 on the grid, with Aidan Lynn and Hayden Chance on row number 16.
Then we have Michael Rapsey, Harry Cottrell, Benjamin Watts and Finley McKee in 36th.
That is a capacity grid, 36 carts, the maximum allowed on this circuit, led by Sam Shaw into the tram lines. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and a good start from Shaw, who cuts across the front of Alicia Barrett as much as he can to try and take the racing line. It works for him. They all come out safely from underneath the bridge and onto the banking for the first time, but it is Shaw who leads from Barrett in second. No, Barrett actually down to fourth place. Is Chigarimbo up into second position in the number 92 kart for Fusion Motorsport. Luke Watts there in the number 37 trying to go around the outside. Luke having to use a helmet, the crash helmet that he used last year at Le Mans and at the IAME International Finals, because he had to get it out of his trophy cabinet because he doesn't use it anymore, and so all the rest of his race kit was stolen. That's LW11 TTS was the registration number off his van that was stolen. We've got one driver off the side of the circuit. It's the number 24 of Sam Lewis, privateer driver from Aylesbury in Kent, out of the race. Sam Shaw still leads, so 35, and Aidan Lynn didn't take the start, so I think we're down to 34.
That's a real shame, that is, as well, for Sam early on in the race as well. Hopefully he can get that sorted and make some progress in the final, but a great train of karts at the front here. Down the inside, Chigarimbo makes it through into the race lead, and now putting pressure on from behind as well. In third position there.
Darrell Taylor moving up into second, that was. So Taylor takes advantage. So Sam Shaw finds himself down in third. He's going to find himself down in fourth, fifth, sixth, possibly seventh. So someone opened the door and booted Sam Shaw squarely out of it. He's down to about 7th or 8th place.
We've got a cart around at the hairpin. It's 2-2.
Oh, it's Harvey Charter.
2-2-9, yeah, sorry. My eyes deceived me.
Harvey Charter for the Litchfield Motorsport team. And Harvey, again, he showed a fair turn of speed in the second heat race, finished second. But he's now down at the back of the field. Sam Shaw's got a lot of work to do. He's got Aaron Walker out right behind him. But, yeah, Darrell Taylor moving into second place for the MLC Motorsport team. Lee Murray's out. Oh no, Chigarimbo stopping! Oh no! That looks like a classic chain coming off sort of incident, because he came out of the corner. I think he probably went to press the loud pedal and the car went wing! And the chain went bing! And he went oh. And now Rashan Chigarimbo from the race lead will have to start the Grand Prix from the back. Oh dear, what heartbreak for Rashan Chigarimbo.
That's absolutely devastating as well, and it just highlights the completely harsh nature of this this event. You know, once one thing goes wrong, whether it be in your control or not, that's it. No more chances. You've got to just do what you can from the back of the grid, and it's going to be a great drive to see him come through, but all the same, you've got to think his chances are going to be a lot less now.
Yep, and well, I mean, you don't want to say never, because Grand Prix 50 minutes, the long race. There's the number 13 Litchfield Motorsport kart of Lewis Mackey from Attleborough on your screens there. He is now moving up there, and there's, oh, they're dropping like flies, number 42. That's the S8 Racing kart of Harry Cottrell going out on the Fullerton chassis. So a problem there, and another mix-up there on the banking is the battle for about 9th or 10th position, trying to sort itself out. Theo McCurris in the number 74 kart, he is moving up. McCurris is up into 13th place from 18th on the grid already. Marcus Littlewood, now we're going to see the number 12 cart on your screen. He's in 10th place now. Very distinctive. Oh no, Shaw's gone around. Oh, and that's a big crash. Oh, that's the number 91 ploughing into the back. Oliver Greenall's involved in that. It's one of the KR Sport carts as well. Sam Shaw was turned around, and there's the number 272 cart of Dane Tucker also having a spin. So it was a chain reaction. Somebody got into the back of Sam Shaw and spun him around, and that just caused a big pile-up coming out of the second hairpin. And look what it's done, Chaz. The lead group has now been blown apart.
Yeah, it was very, very close between like the top 9 or 10, but that's completely thrown the cat amongst the pigeons now. Freddie Spindler was involved, and Oliver Greenall was in there as well. Two guys that have been doing very well this weekend, and that's really scuppered their chances now. But into the lead, well, down the inside, that is Alicia Barrett down the inside, then into the hairpin. A bit sideways there from the third position cart there. I believe that was Lewis Mackey in number 13.
Yeah, so you've now got Alicia Barrett, we've got Luke Watts in the number 37 Cater Motorsport car, and we've got Lewis Mackey for Litchfield Motorsport leading the way. So all the drivers, most of the drivers that start at the front of this race have now either retired mechanical issues, been involved in incidents and accidents. And you're going to start seeing more drivers that didn't feature at the beginning of this race move into contention just by keeping the nose clean. Darrell Taylor is running in 4th place. Aaron Walker is up into 5th. Brandon Carr, first year out of cadets for the Ollie Roller Motorsport team in kart number 25, up into 6th position. And then in 7th, it's Oliver Stewart. Harry Burgoyne Jr. is 8th. Marcus Littlewood up into 9th. Charlie Rippin is 10th. Ellingham is 11th. Harvey Ryby 12th. Then Josh Agenbar, Jessica Edgar, and Theo McCurris, the rest of the top 15. Looking down to see who we have lost. Well, obviously, Aidan Lynn didn't start. Sam Lewis we saw retire. Harry Cottrell's out. Rashan Chigarimbo is out. Archie Walker for Argenti Motorsport. We saw him in the number 91 cart getting involved in that incident there, just being turned around. Or it was one of the part of the chain reaction incident. He has gone out. Freddie Spindlow was the KR Sport driver that got involved in that. He's down in 30th position. So a driver that Spindlow, who qualified on pole yesterday, finds himself down in 30th. Oliver Greenall, another potential winner, down in 27th. Harvey Charters had a spin. He's down in 26th. Sam Shaw, the pole sitter for this race, is down in 24th. So Rashan Chigarimbo is going to have a lot of very fast company at the back of the grid for the Grand Prix itself, and that could work to their advantage because there's going to be half a dozen drivers all coming forward at once.
Yeah, they'll all want to just work together, and as soon as, like we were saying before, as soon as that door opens, 3, maybe 4 carts could go down the inside. If those guys end up in a group together, as a little group, they will fly forward. But, you know, it's not easy to do that, really. I mean, we've seen as well, it's easy for us to say that from up here in the commentary box, but for them to go out and do it, it's very different. We've got a fantastic pack in the middle of the field here as well. The number 47 cart there of Jessica Edgar down the inside into the hairpin. There's contact, and 2 carts are on one another as well. That is the number...
Oh, it's mating season, and that's McCurris. Oh, dear McCurris. Theo McCurris, the number 74 cart. And who was that vaulting up over the back? And they're both out of their carts, trying to get back in the race. Hopefully got back in the right cart. It was the number 21 of Ashton Hodgson who was involved with McCurris, and so that is going to spoil them. So again, another potential winner, a former GP plate holder, out of contention. There's Marcus Littlewood, the Spirit of Senna karting. Absolutely fantastic graphics kit. The Spirit of Senna team really starting to grow in stature, and Marcus Littlewood is sort of their lead driver, and he's up into the top 10. He's having... Again, he's got, with a graphics kit that good looking, you don't want to get involved in any sort of contact just because you just want to look at it in the oiling afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. I was just looking then, Lucas Ellingham and Hayden Chance have both gained 14 places in this race so far, so they're making some solid progress as well. Just behind Littlewood, there's a really good battle going on between the 221 and 47 carts. That is Charlie Rippin and Jessica Edgar. So Jessica really getting her elbows out in this fight as well. Behind her is the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham, who I just mentioned there. But at the front, that gap has really opened up here on this one, Henry.
Yeah, so Barrett in the number 33, Watts in the 37, and Lewis Mackey in the number 13.
Unlucky for some, but not for him by the look of it.
Yes, and again, the 13, they're coming, speaking of the number 13, they're coming through the Bruno Ferrari S's now. Bruno Ferrari, the late great Bruno Ferrari, only driver in British karting history to win 3 British titles on the same day back in Brissington in 1967. Wow. And he always raced in the number 13.
Ah, interesting. Well, there you go. It puts that superstition to bed. But to be fair, at the moment, Luke Watts, he's doing what we've seen a couple of guys do in this in this event so far, where you're in second place, but you're not really attacking too hard. You want to work together and go forward. Alicia Barrett a little bit wide through the hairpin there, but manages to collect it. And actually, by running wide, she's got quite a good run on the exit there. And we've seen a bit of that, haven't we, where they may not take the optimum line through the apex, but they do carry the speed really well on exit.
Yes, and again, with these three, they've got to be looking behind them, because Barrett, Watson, Mackey, Aaron Walker, Darren Taylor and Harry Burgoyne Jr. are closing in. Well, in fact, Walker and Taylor especially are right there now. We've got a 5-kart battle now at the front. It's taken Walker and Taylor a little bit of time to get there. There's a big gap back to Burgoyne Jr., who's still having a great race. Harry Burgoyne Jr. In kart number 268 for the Ollie Roller Motorsport team, the driver from Stirling in Scotland. Again, just getting used to the extra power, and of course the team getting used to the class as well. Ollie Roller Motorsport always have just focused on cadet racing, and for the first couple of years of their existence, now they've moved out into some of their drivers that have graduated out of cadets, as Luke Watts takes the lead. The drivers want to stay with the team, and of course it's very important. Luke Watts has been with Cato Motorsport for several years now, and of course you get used to each other, how the mechanics work, the team works, the driver works, the family works, you know, and there's a lot to be said for loyalty in karting. And it can pay off. Barrett second, and here, sorry Chaz.
There's a massive battle there involving Marcus Littlewood in the middle of the field. I was just trying to see just who it is with those guys. Jessica Edgar, Charlie Rippin, Josh Agambar as well. They were just almost 4 wide coming out of the second hairpin here in the middle of the circuit. Absolutely crazy stuff, and for the lead, Alicia Barrett through as well. And the number 13 of Lewis Mackey pushing her through there. It's now a top 5 battle. And of course we do have Aaron Walker, who just won a race, back in this now as well. Can he do both?
Looking at the inside, or Luke Watts defends, and of course Aaron Walker's going to be bouncing into that kart, that number 9 kart, again full of confidence, and that's really going to help a driver. Darryl Taylor there at the back of this league group, number 14, the MLC Motorsport driver from Great Camborne, and he's now making a little move there, 2 wide for second, 2 wide, it's like Noah's Ark, 2 by 2 going in out of that first corner. Watts hangs on to second place, so he retakes second from Mackey. Alicia Barrett has just checked out. Again, critical timing, 90 seconds to go, and they start fighting for second place. The leader will say thank you very much all day and just go.
Yeah, definitely, and Aaron Walker actually had to get out of it going into the chicane there, so he's now back down to 5th position in the number 9 kart. But like you say, Alicia Barrett will be loving that, right up to the front. And now these guys are going to continue fighting behind. It is the number 13 then, Lewis Mackey, still trying to push Luke Watts forward. Not going for the move yet. Luke Watts does defend the inside a little bit, though, going into the left-hander as they go up the hill. And I think we may see these lot work together now here, Henry, because the time is very much running out.
I'm not sure about that. Well, you know, I don't think Luke Watts got your message, Chaz, because he's defending. He's defending hard going into the first hairpin. And Mackey there in 3rd place, Taylor for the MLC team in 4th. Now, Aaron Walker trying to go around the outside. Looking behind them, you've got Oliver Stewart, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Brandon Carr, 6th, 7th and 8th. They're closing in. Oh, there's a move! To quote Ken Walker, there's a move.
Yeah, down the inside. Very, very boisterous stuff. Bit of contact on the exit. And they've, of course, lost a little bit of momentum now, Aaron Walker has, from the guys in front. So this is what we were saying earlier. You go for that move, you are going to open up a gap. Alicia Barrett, though, 2 seconds, 1 second on the clock, so we're going to get 2 laps now. As they cross the line, they didn't put the last lap board out, so we're going to get just another pair of laps. I thought this was going to potentially be the last one, but we've just ticked it over. They had 1 second as you crossed the line.
Oh, right, okay, I can't see that. I was going to say we'll keep an eye on it, but we'll keep an eye on the flag man as well. But I mean, Barrett checks over his shoulder. Watts defending 2nd place from Mackey. Now Mackey swings wide coming into the first hairpin. He'll try the undercut coming out, but no joy there. Taylor and Walker.
Oh, Walker! He's around.
Oh, there we go.
Side by side down the straight, and I don't know which one of them moved over. Whether Darryl Taylor did move over to the right, but there was suddenly contact, and Walker spun around really quickly, and he's lost a handful of places now.
Well, Taylor's lost a lot of ground as well, because here comes Harry Burgoyne Jr., Oliver Stewart, and Brandon Carr. Burgoyne in the number 268 kart to the inside of the Mike Wilson complex. He's got Oliver Stewart right behind him. Then it's Carr. Jessica Edgar's now up to 8th position. Sam Shaw's recovered to 9th, but we start the last lap now. Now we start the last lap. You were right, Chaz.
I'm not usually
ever
right.
Doubted you.
I'll remember that. I'm not usually right.
What's defending? So here now, Taylor's got his hands full with 4th place, so he really hugs the inside line. That's Brandon Carr trying to go around the outside, but he can't make it. Oliver Stewart there in the middle of that group. Watts defending from Mackey in 2nd. Well, Alicia Barrett is going to win this race, barring any sort of mechanical May Lady on the last half a lap. Watts having to defend second, Mackie in third. Then you've got Taylor, Burgoyne, Stewart and Brandon Carr. Carr to the inside. Carr on the grass, 2 wheels on the grass as Stewart defends. Into the Fullerton S's. Behind these, Jessica Edgar is 8th, Shaw is 9th, Walker down to 10th, then Rippon. Mitchell Gibbons had a good run, the former cadet on the champion, up into 12th position. Harvey Charters recovered to 13th, Marcus Silver down to 14th, but Alicia Barrett takes the checkered flag.
Beautiful drive, that. Really good. Once that battle behind started opening up, she really ran away with that. Luke Watts comes across the line second, Lewis Mackey third. Daryl Taylor is going to lead that the battle behind with Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Oliver Stewart. Those guys really got stuck in the end, and it just shows you how quickly a group can close up again, doesn't it, Henry?
Yeah, indeed. You know, you can gain momentum and lose momentum very quickly in karting, and that was a classic example of it. And just looking down there, so we're going to, the Grand Prix grid for X30, of course, Alicia Barrett has been strong all weekend. The Chaos Sport driver from Althorpe, she is going to be starting this with a pole position. And Luke Watts from the outside of the front row, great drive from Luke, and a good drive from Lewis Mackey as well to finish third. Daryl Taylor in fourth, Harry Burgoyne Jr. in fifth. Now, looking down here, Harvey Charter, 13th. Freddie Spindlow, 20th. Lucas Ellingham was up in the top 10. He finished 19th in the end. So there's going to be lots of drivers a little bit further back, even further back than them. Theo McCouris, 28th. Oliver Greenall, 31st. Archie Walker, 32nd. And Rashan Chigarimbo, 33rd. Retiring from the race lead. But there are half a dozen contenders who are going to be starting in the second half of the grid, but of course there's still, you know, plenty of potential race winners that have survived to this point, not least Alicia Barrett, who, well, I say it all the time, and I'm going to wait for Alan Dove at karting1.co.uk to start criticising me online, but of course there's only been one young lady who has won a GP plate in the history of this event, and that was Gabby Weyer in Cadet WTP back in 2000. And now let's have a little look. I'm not looking at my sheets, I'm racking my brain out of memory. No, I promise you not. It was 2010, I believe. Gabby Weyer won, no, 2011. There we go. Now, karting has had a female world champion, Susie Ranieri, back in the early days of the sport in the 60s, but only one GP plate winner of one young lady, but Alicia Barrett trying to become the second, and I'm going to wait for Alan Dove to chime in now and say, we don't need to be talking about that. Well, we do, because until we get a much higher percentage of female racers, then it's...
certainly a talking point.
Certainly a talking point. There is the number 24 card coming back on here. We'll have a short break now. Next up will be two races to go, Chaz, in the pre-finals. The next one is Senior Rotax.
Here we are then, looking at the number 5, Reese Hunter. Reese has been doing a great job so far this weekend here at Kartmasters 2020 in the Senior Rotax class, winning both heats so far. He had his brother Kai Hunter on the podium in both of them as well. Kai finishing second in Heat 2 and third in Heat 1. Morgan Porter finished second in the number 46 in the first of those heats, with Nelson King joining them on the podium in the second heat yesterday. Number 95 was catching up with those guys in Parc Fermé. Reese was very calm about the whole thing, and he was very pleased with his performances. Of course, why wouldn't you be, really, winning both heats? But they have done a absolutely smashing job. The Dan Holland Racing team will be very pleased with that as well, I'm sure. But the second to last of these pre-finals today, we have the Senior Rotax, then we have the Senior X30 coming up very, very soon. We'll just take you through the grid then for this one. Reese Hunter, as I say, starts on pole position. His brother Kai alongside him on the front row. It'll be interesting to see how those two work together. Morgan Porter, third on the grid for Argenti Motorsport, and Strawberry Racing's Alex Pendlebury in the number 29 car will line up in fourth position. Behind him, Tom Edmonds, I should say, KR Sports number 25. There we go, I've done that well. Guy Cunnington lines up 6th on the grid in the number 1 kart. He certainly wears that number with pride, let me tell you. He won 4 championships in 1 year back in 2014. Charlie Turner in 7th place with Nelson King in 8th position. Another Dan Holland racing kart there as they all get released and fly down past the commentary box down the straight. Will Ellswood will line up 9th with James Lothar in 10th. Teddy Clinton 11th with James Lingard in 12th position. We then have Oliver Greetham in 13th with Ben Casely 14th. Luke Wooder in 15th position, and Oliver Meadows lines up in 16th. He's followed by Jake Douglas and Oscar Houle for Ultimate R, with Maciej Hamera in 19th and Jamie Rogers rounding out your top 20 for MLC. Tom Adams lines up 21st with Lewis Smith alongside him on the 11th row of the grid for Liam Wright Racing. Spencer Shinner is 23rd with George Holbrook 24th. Then we have Nathan Chafer with George Smith on the 13th row with Madison Foley and James Winter in 28th position. Behind him, Chaz, fantastic name, Chaz Heighton, 29th. Brandon Nagelvor is 30th with Kaylee Cole 31st and Louis Fleet in 32nd. And Nathan Glenn there, 33rd in kart 77, rounding up the back of the grid.
So, Reese Hunter, double heat winner yesterday. The older of the 2 Hunter brothers, his younger brother Kai, alongside him on the front row of the grid. This could be another Kartmasters first. There's got the Hunter family who run the Warden Law karting circuit up in the north of England. Done a fantastic job of bringing that back to life. And there'll be some big races there coming up soon. Here we go, here's a big race starting now. Oh, and there's a bit of a collision on the start-finish line. One of the Coles racing cars getting sideways as they cross the start-finish line, but they're all safely underneath the bridge. 2 Hunter brothers are safely through. Oh, and there's another Dan Holland kart there. That's the number 95 of Nelson King getting forced a little bit wide there. Nelson, who was very fast but a little bit leery. Yes, I think that's safe to say. He is... got his work cut out for him now. He's going to have to come back through it now. They're through the first hairpin. All the leaders round clearly. And up into second place, that looked like Morgan Porter in the number 46 kart, the Argenti Motorsport kart. Morgan Porter, a former Kartmaster champion in Junior OK. He is up into P2. Morgan raced the World Karting Championship when it was here in 2017 as well as a junior.
Quite a clean start there was in that incident. Everyone remaining single file around that final complex, as you'd hope they would. But round the final corner then, they're going to come flying back down the straight. It is, of course, number 5, Reese Hunter, back where he has been for most of this weekend, at the front.
Here's Charlie Turner. Now, Charlie Turner in the number 61 kart, one of only 2 Sodi karts in the race. Now, I think Jensen Brown, who had that incident yesterday on the other Sodi kart in Senior X30, he didn't come out for practice this morning. I hope he's okay. He obviously had that incident yesterday where the kart flipped and with him on it. And again, Tyler Reid, who we'll see later on, was the driver that got him out from underneath that kart. But Charlie Turner, who had a very frightening run across the grass at turn number 1 at the start of of the second heat yesterday. He is their former British Rotax champion, up into 7th position behind the current British Rotax champion. And that is the number 1 plate of Guy Cunnington. And Guy has had an up and down weekend so far. Very, very quick in the first heat race. Finished 4th, then got involved in an incident and lost a lot of ground in the second heat race. So he's recovering well for the Strawberry Racing team. Look at the number 1 plate kart. And Morgan Porter has taken the lead. And side by side to the Bruno Ferrari S there, that was one of the Coles Racing karts. That was Tom Edmonds and James Lowther trying to go too wide through a bit of the track that is definitely a one-line race circuit. But there's Cunnington and there's the number 58 kart. Oh dear, that is Oscar Houle out of the race.
Yeah, Oscar, you could see him there as well, lifting the throttle, trying to get something working. Wasn't quite going his way though. And Guy Cunnington is coming right through the order here. He's just ahead of the number 25, Alex Pendlebury, his teammate. They're 3rd and 4th now, but it's 46. But Morgan Porter leading this race. Not without the attentions, though, of Reese Hunter in the number 5 right behind him as they go through that complex. There is Guy Cunnington in the number 1, teammate behind him. They're going to try and work together here, aren't they?
Yeah, no, Cunnington is, he was not impressed yesterday with getting launched from behind, going onto the banking, which cost him a lot of space, a lot of time, a lot of positions. But he's up into 3rd place now. Porter leads, so we've had Reese Hunter has had things not all his own way in this class so far, but he's led the majority of the way. Now he's got Morgan Porter in front of him. The Argenti Motorsport team, new team coming onto the scene in the last year or so. They're using the Kart Republic chassis. And Morgan Porter, a driver, very, very talented indeed, as are all these drivers, even the ones down at the back. It takes a tremendous amount of talent to even get here and to even be in this type of racing. And there's Kai Hunter making a move for fourth place, passing Alex Pendlebury. So Pendlebury, the number 29 Strawberry kart, drops down to fifth position. Edmonds is sixth. Ellswood seventh. So Will Ellswood in the number 14 kart. Watch for him, the KR Sport kart. That's a sort of pink and purple liveried machine with a Cosmic chassis. Ellswood is last year's junior Rotax GP plate champion. Has moved up into seniors this year. It's his first year as a senior and has adapted very well indeed. And he is there in seventh place, just in front of James Lowther. Charlie Turner is ninth. James Lingard 10th. Then Nelson King 11th. Ben Casey 12th. Oliver Meadows, Oliver Greetham, Teddy Clinton top 15. Speaking of Teddies, I just saw another racing Teddy out the back of the paddock there. Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's mechanicking for Jay Holtby. Hope to see Teddy back in a kart soon. He's going to.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and there's three wide.
Yeah, we just had big contact there. That was the number 9 of James Lowther. Got big hit from behind, and it's the number 61 that's coming through there. That is Charlie Turner. Plenty of shenanigans going on there, and actually Lowther puts his hand up in the air, sort of saying, "What are you doing?"
Well, I think it wasn't Turner that made the initial contact. Turner was about 4 karts back, but of course, when Lowther did get hit, that sent karts scattering, and Turner was able to pick off 3 or 4 in one go. So this pack, the number 59, that very bright livery number 59 kart, the Fullerton chassis, the S8 racing driver Oliver Greetham, driver from nearby Spalding in Lincolnshire. He's in his back. He's coming under pressure now, though, from a recovering Nelson King in the number 95. Is that the 45 kart for Teddy Clinton? Sorry, for Dan Holland Racing, not the 95 Dan Holland kart. Kai Hunter set to fast start the race. Now here comes Lowther back at Turner, coming off the bridge. This is the battle for 7th place. Turner saying, "Come on, think now." And Lowther's thinking, "Well, I was saying that a lap ago, and then suddenly I got launched."
Yeah, it's very easy to...
And here's the battle for the lead, Chaz. Sorry, as we were saying that business has picked up front, and we've got, well, it's the famous 5. Porter, Hunter, Cunnington, Pendlebury, with Ellswood watching on.
Yeah, Ellswood's going to be thinking, "Go on, boys, make a bit of contact here, make this interesting for me." But to be honest, they are fighting a little bit, and obviously through this complex they won't be. Onto the straight once again. Well, he's going to be hoping for an incident in front. Surely Will Ellswood. I mean, none of us want to see an incident, but I think out of everyone, he might do.
Well, now Morgan Porter, again, second in the opening heat yesterday, third in the second heat. He's running a little bit wide there now. Hunter at the inside. Porter holds him off. That's Cunnington now into third place. Kai Hunter is fourth. Now, of course, we said Porter has raced in the World Championship here in the UK and has raced in Europe as well. Behind him, Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter and Guy Cunnington have all represented Team Great Britain in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Hunter's raced several times. I think both Hunter brothers have raced several times there, for both at Portimao in Portugal, at La Paraiba in Brazil, and at Sarno in Italy. Cunnington, who was, well, some will say he won the Grand Finals last year and became senior Rotax World Champion, but the timing screen said it was a dead heat, and he was given second place because the Finnish driver that he finished alongside had a better quickest lap than him. Right. It was they couldn't separate that. They couldn't separate them. But you know, he's got the number 1 plate as the British champion. Now he looks to the inside of Reese Hunter, and Porter was defending there. Now they're starting with 5 minutes to go. Porter is getting a little bit more defensive. That tells me that maybe Porter's not confident that his kart has the pace to stay with the Strawberry Racing drivers and the Dan Holland Racing drivers that are ganging up behind him. So he's now trying to make that number 46 kart somewhat wide.
Yeah, and we just had a bit of contact as well there. That's the 29, that is Alex Pendlebury's just been muscled out there. He's lost a couple of positions. He was side by side. Yeah, Reese actually lost a couple of places down at the right-hander hairpin. And then just as he was defending on the exit, he made a bit of contact with Alex, and the two of them have lost quite a lot of places. Alex losing another place there as well, to the number 9 of James Lowther. Yeah,
James Lowther getting a little bit aggressive, coming up through the pack now as he recovered from his issue earlier on. Charlie Turner now in 5th position. So it's Porter from Kai Hunter, from Guy Cunnington. Then it's Reese Hunter and Charlie Turner. So Kai Hunter, first year as a senior driver. Little story about Kai. He turned up, he missed out on qualification as a junior for the grand finals last year, but the age limits in Europe are slightly different. So when he got to Sarno, just to support his brother, somebody withdrew from the DD2 race, which is the 2-speed Rotax karts, but they're only for senior drivers, and Kai Hunter was old enough just to get a DD2 seat, so that they said, well, there's an empty seat going, so he raced in Great Britain in DD2 as a 15-year-old last year against all the senior drivers, and made the A final as well, I seem to remember, did extremely well indeed. His older brother Reese was up there fighting for the world title with Guy Cunnington and one or two other British drivers. Clayton Ravenscroft was one of them, and I know Clayton is now racing as a factory Birrell driver out in the World Championships, and hope his family are doing well. I know they're doing well. They've been holidaying with the Westovers in Spain, being looked after. There goes Charlie Turner up into 4th position. So Porter has now got a bit of a break. So whilst Kai Hunter and Guy Cunnington were battling over 2nd place, we've got 3 minutes to go. Morgan Porter has tried to make an escape.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing quite a good job of it as well at the moment. Guy Cunnington's having to look around him here. Number 97 of Kai Hunter all over the back of him. And we've just had the message as well from the producers that Alpha Live has just hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you everybody that has subscribed to us. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. But look at this train though behind Guy Cunnington now. He's the cork in the bottle, isn't he?
8,500 then from Barry Island watching Harry Linden in Minimax. There we go. Porter, look at that now. Porter leans over, so he pulls at that sort of air restrictor on the radiator. So the little air flap there to let more air into the radiator. You'll see the driver doing that. I was going to say, good to see that Sodi kart of Charlie Turner doing so well. The only Sodi kart in the senior Rotax field.
He's flying at the moment, isn't he? But those top 6, I mean, well, without the race leader who's cleared off at this point. Oh, he's actually running wide there. Is the 97 of Kai Hunter, and now his brother Reese goes back through, and he's going to set his sights on Guy Cunnington in the number 1, and I think we're going to see a hell of a battle open up here with a couple of laps to go here, Henry.
You can just imagine Reese saying, now come on little Bredder, I'm going to show you how to do this thing.
Yeah, sit back and watch. Well, you can't really sit back in the scenario, is it? It's not exactly relaxing, is it?
No, it's certainly not. 90 seconds to go. Morgan Porter still leads. Further back now, we've got outside the top 10. Will Ellswood is still 7th. James Lowther 8th. Pendlebury 9th. Oliver Meadows 10th. James Lingard 11th. Tom Edmonds has slipped back to 12th. Teddy Clinton's 13th. George Holbrook is 14th. Then it's George Smith in 15th. Jamie Rogers 16th. Oliver Greetham has slipped back to 17th. Jake Douglas 18th. Ben Casey 19th. And Nathan Chafer, the only driver on a CRG, he's gained 5 places up in the 20th. And there's the move from Reese Hunter.
Gets it done nice and clean. And Guy Cunnington, to be fair, they might try and work together here, but they've got a heck of a gap to make up, haven't they, on Morgan Porter? He's cleared off now.
Well, I'm going to say something that I'm not quite sure. We'll see if it rings true or not. Guy Cunnington is now going to be thinking about the final. He's going to realise that Morgan Porter is gone, that they're not going to catch Morgan Porter. So where would you rather start the final of the Grand Prix from? Would you rather start from the outside row, which is not the best racing line into the first corner, or would you rather start from the inside of row 2, directly behind the pole sitter, who's got the best run into this corner we're looking at now, the Bruno Ferrari chicane on the start? And I wonder, I've seen it happen before with drivers trying to pull over right at the end to make sure they start in like sort of the odd number, like 3, 5, 7. We'll see.
Yeah, it's almost rhetorical, I think, in this situation. Guy Cunnington.
Oh dear. That's somebody out of the race. What was the number check? That's a Tony Kart race suit. Was it Alex Pendlebury?
He's just down here, yeah, just number 77, Nathan Glenn.
Oh, it's Nathan, a privateer driver on a Tony Kart chassis. So sadly for Nathan Glenn, he's out there, but here we go. The clock has struck 0. The battle is going to be for second. Porter has escaped, like Steve McQueen, escaped to victory.
Last lap board is out then as they cross the line this time.
Steve McQueen. That was the great escape. Escape to victory was the football film with Sylvester Stallone, wasn't it? Oh, I don't know. Henry, shut up. Talk about the karting. Come on, man. Into the bank they go. Hunter's in second. Cunnington's in third. We'll do film 101 later on. But whatever it is, Porter has escaped to victory. That was the gag that I was trying to get in, and I messed it up.
It's Alpha Live, brought to you by IMDb. Down the inside, the Guy Cunnington looking at Reese Hunter here, and he's actually been caught out by the crossover there. That is the number 97, Kai Hunter, trying to go around the outside now. Almost a bit of contact. The 61 goes down the inside as well. That's Charlie Turner. He wants to get in on this as well. Guy Cunnington, we thought he was going to be on the attack here, Henry. He's actually now on the defence. Yeah,
and he's defending third place solidly. Now, he's not going to want to give that up. Kai Hunter, Charlie Turner, Nelson King right behind him. Kai Hunter, front nose cone planted on the rear bumper of the number 1 plate car as they come through the Mike Wilson complex for the last time. The checkered flag is out for Morgan Porter, takes the win. Reese Hunter is beaten for the first time this weekend, and Guy Cunnington does hold on to third position by a whisker over Kai Hunter, with Charlie Turner in 5th, Nelson King in 6th, 7th for Will Ellswood, 8th for James Lowther, Oliver Meadows 9th, and James Lingard 10th. Well, I have to say, I mean, even though Morgan Porter started 3rd, at the start of this race, I'm thinking, I couldn't see anyone past either the Hunter brothers or maybe Guy Cunnington from taking the win, but Porter has slipped one in there, as it were.
Yeah, it was a nice controlled performance, that, to be honest. Once he got that lead, he defended it well. Reese Hunter was all over the back of him for quite a bit of it, and then before you know it, he is away and taking that victory. So very well done to Morgan Porter. And of course, he will start the final from pole position. But Guy Cunnington, like you said, Henry, you know these guys a lot better than I do and their tactics, and third place is going to be a really good starting point for him. And as you said, mate, probably preferred over second, in all fairness.
Yeah, and the other thing you have to remember is that Porter has been sort of in X30 and in the OK classes for several years. The Hunter brothers, Guy Cunnington, Charlie Turner, you know, even like James Lowther, Will Ellswood, they have raced Rotax together for a long time. You know, some of them have come up for juniors, but certainly like Reese Hunter, Guy Cunnington, Charlie Turner, they know each other very well as drivers. Yeah. They know exactly when they can, and that's the thing, when you come out alongside a driver in a kart, you know, if you know that driver is a bit of a nutcase, then you're a bit more cautious, or you know that I've got to get past and get away because, you know, this driver's going to come back in. If you know you can work with other drivers, that's what we saw there. You know, Turner, Cunnington, Reese Hunter especially, they know each other very well. So they know the different driving styles each one has got, and they know that they can trust one another. Yeah. And it is down to trust up until the end of the race, and they're all well positioned. And we saw in Junior X30, a lot of the main contenders are out of position. In Senior Rotax, I would say that, looking down the order, all the main contenders are there in the top 7 or 8 places, ready for the Grand Prix themselves. So that's going to be an absolutely cracking race later on.
And just coming back to your point there as well about knowing the drivers around you, with the racing that we've had today, it's shown that as well. A lot of these guys do know each other. It's been very close. The people that have made the sort of right moves and picked their battles are definitely showing that they've got their head screwed on properly. And I come from a sim racing background where you often race against a lot of the same people, and just from a driver's perspective, you feel not relaxed. Let's face it, you're not relaxed when you're in a race like this. It's the fact that you just know exactly what opportunities are going to get presented to you, and as you said, if you know someone's a bit of a nutcase, you're not going to go for it and send it down the inside. So it's certainly shown that it can reflect true in sim racing and in this, of course, today, because wow, the racing in that one was fantastic. And of course now we have the last class in the pre-finals.
So here we go then, the 8th and last pre-final of Kartmasters 2020. At the end of this race, there'll be a break for lunch here in the paddock, and then at 1 o'clock local time, the Grand Prix themselves will start. What can we say about Senior X30? It's been part of Kartmasters since 2014. The last 3 Senior X30 titles have gone to Ben Barnacote, who's not here. We're going to have not necessarily a new name, because we've got plenty of former Kartmasters champions, including that man there, the number 1 plate kart, the defending British champion, Danny Curl, who will start from pole position. So Curl in the number 1 kart for the Jade Racing team on the Birrell ART chassis starts from pole position. Harry Platten, who took the 2nd heat win, Curl took the 1st, Harry took the 2nd, he starts the number 141 Zenon kart on the outside of row 1. Caden McQueen for Mad Croc in cart number 242 starts on the inside of row number 2, and Oliver Hodgson, a 3-time Kartmaster champion on the comp kart chassis, he goes from the outside of row 2. Jordan Brown Nutley starts 5th in cart number 17, and David Sutton, the veteran who has won this event before and is a former national champion as a junior and a Minimax driver back in the early 2000s, he starts 6th for the Avago karting team. Connor Jupp, the driver who beat Lando Norris to a Kartmasters title as a cadet nearly 10 years ago, he starts 7th, with Joseph Taylor for Argenti Motorsport. We've just seen a fellow Argenti driver win the senior Rotax race. He starts 8th in this one. Gus Lawrence for the PF International team, the home-based team here, cart number 4, and Cole Kilner for Mick Barrett Racing, the team that guided Ben Barnacote to his historic victory last time. Derek Morgan and Alessandro Saranetti are up next. That's your top 12. A full grid, Caleb Marshall and Tom Nippers, 13th and 14th. Lucas Vorst, the E-plate holder, and Blake Anglis are in 16th position. Then Finley Bunce and Thomas Day, Archie Tillett and Alex Spinks is your top 20. Piers Henderson and Aaron Mills are up next, with Brad Pennell and Ewan Wilson rounding out the top 24. Ben Hodge, Matt Armstrong, Mr. Excitement himself, Reggie Dewey, starts 27th. Tyler Reid, a very sporting gesture, Sportsman Award goes to him, he starts 28th. Chris Bingham and Rufus Hunt are next. Thomas Fleming and the returning Rory Cuff, grandson of the late great Bruno Ferrari, starts 32nd. Casper Scusa, I don't think we got Jensen Brown, number 8, the driver that flipped out of the race yesterday, is next, and then it is Matthew Hudson, the PF plate holder, although I'm not sure if Matthew Hudson is here either. And Brown has not gone out, so I hope that Jensen Brown is okay if he's watching this. Hope you're well. Now, into the tram lines. That's a very messy start. It's a false start, in fact, Chaz.
It is, yeah. We saw a couple of drivers on the left-hand side of your shot there with their hands in the air. They knew that that wasn't going to go ahead, and everyone sort of letting off the gas slightly there, filtering back around. And one thing I did notice as well, of course, this is my first Kartmasters, even on the slowdown laps, or in inverted commas, slowdown laps, and in this situation now, they still go at completely full pelt to make sure they've got the temperature in the tyres. But once the race was, in inverted commas, over the other day, I noticed they were still at full pelt, and I thought that they just hadn't seen the checkered flag. It actually caught me off guard first time round.
Some of them might just need a wee.
That's very true.
Yeah,
that's very
you never
true.
know.
They can't. They're not old enough to want to get home for a beer, are they?
Well, no, well, this lot are, but some of them are at least. So this is for 16 years old and over. Now, Danny Curl, 2017 World Karting Champion, defending British champion in this Senior X30 class. Harry Platten on the outside. He's been here racing for many years, all the way up through the cadet classes, the cadet Honda class. Remember with the BRK chassis, and up through the levels now as a senior. Caden McQueen, first year senior driver for Magcroft Promotions. Then Oliver Hodgson, former junior Rotax world champion. Won that event back in 2013 out in NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans, USA. Jordan Brown Nutley, perennial front runner in both Britain and Europe. Here we go, lights are out. Good start from Curl. He squeezes Harry Platten in 3 wide. That's going to be very difficult indeed. They all somehow sort themselves out. McQueen made a good start there. Platten gets a freight train back to about 4th or 5th position. David Sutton also losing a little bit of ground there as they plough across the Litchfield Bridge through turn number 4. The whole field through cleanly. Now, can Danny Curl get away? This is what they feared might happen, that Danny Curl gets clean air. In the first heat race yesterday, he won by, well, a country mile in karting. He won by all of 1.73 seconds, and that is a country mile in karting.
Harry Platten's actually dropped outside of the top 10. He got squeezed that wide through turn 1. We've got carts all over the shop on the exit of the hairpin. There's a bit of contact and someone around.
That was Finley Bunce returning to karting after a couple of years out. And he ducks the back thing, and that's the number 14 cart. Oh dear, that's Casper Scusa for the MLC team out of, well, he's not out of the race, but he's certainly down at the back. So in the first heat yesterday, Danny Curl cleared off and won by nearly 2 seconds. In the second heat yesterday, they managed to peg him back, his rivals. They drew him into a fight, and that's where Harry Platten got the opportunity to take the win. So it's now down to Caden McQueen and Jordan Brown Nutley. They've got to work together to try and close in on Danny Curl, because Danny Curl, he may just check out.
Yeah, he did that in Heat 1 yesterday, didn't he? He was absolutely flying. Didn't have it his own way in Heat 2. Katie McQueen was leading most of that one. Danny Curl made a move at the end of the race, which then handed it on a silver platen to Harry.
Very good. I like that. I like that.
I shouldn't really be coming in with that.
I'm going to steal that, rest assured.
But yeah, Harry's now got a lot of work to do here. Last time they crossed the line, he was down in 13th position, Henry, so not the start he wanted.
No, it's turned into a brass platen, not a silver one.
Yes.
And there we go, boom, here all day. So here we go, back to the action. So, at the end of lap number 1, you saw at the start of the race, Danny Curl made a very, very aggressive move from the inside part of the track over to the outside to spoil Platen's momentum, and it did. But what it did get him was this lead, and that's why. So that was a deliberate tactic from Danny Curl, because he thought, right, the way to sort of make sure is by sort of making Harry Platen sort of ease back a little bit at the start. That gets me going in clear air. So Brown Nutley and Katie McQueen second and third. Oliver Hodgson in that number 3 kart. 3 times a Kartmaster champion. He's won it in Senior OK, Senior Rotax and Senior X30. He won the Senior X30 GP plate title in 20... Although he hasn't won it. He hasn't won the Senior X30 title. It's a double Senior Rotax and a Senior OK Kartmaster title. There's Derek Morgan, Delboy Morgan on the Gillard chassis, kart number 7, privateer driver, doing as always very well, punching well above his weight. Alessandro Serenetti there in 8th place in front of him as they cross the line. So the gap, Danny Curl at the end of lap number 3, a 1 second lead, and there is Caleb Marshall off the track for Dan Holland Racing, out of the race.
Yeah, real shame to see him dropping out there, I'm afraid. But we've seen quite a couple of retirements in each race so far, maybe just a handful, but look at this from Danny Curl. We've actually had Katie McQueen back up into 2nd place now.
Connor Jupp gets wide. Connor Jupp coming off turn 4. They got very wide bounce over there in the number 35 Fusion Motorsport kart. Now Connor Jupp, he spent a couple of years mechanicking. He mechanicked Oliver Greenall to Kartmasters glory last year, and I have to say that the mechanic's life was not doing wonders for Connor Jupp's waistline. But Connor Jupp, he's lost 15 kilos to get back into race shape.
Well, I could do with knowing what plan he did that on.
He gave it all to me, he did. That was kind of him. Serenetti now gets shuffled wide. There's Joseph Taylor with the number 21 Argentine kart. Oh, Serenetti bouncing around like a pinata coming through the Mike Wilson complex there. He's lost a bit of ground. McQueen has closed in a little bit. McQueen a 10th faster in 2nd place. Fastest lap for Jordan Brown Nutley in 3rd. 57.81 seconds. So Danny Curl has not got this one in the bag just yet.
No, you never know until the fat lady sings, I suppose, but there's no fat lady on the gantry, it's just a bloke with a flag. But at the moment, Danny Curl, he's checking out here, and like I said, he won yesterday. This is very reminiscent of that. 4th place, though, at the moment, Oliver Hodgson. I was told he's one to watch. He's made his way through that big pack in the middle now.
And there's Christopher Bingham for S8 Racing. Has obviously spun going into turn 3, and then had to reverse at the escape road to get back on track there. So the number 18 kart is down the back in 31st position now. Mr. Excitement has gained 10 places up into 18th position at the moment. He's just in front of Blake Anglis. Now Blake Anglis is number 84. We saw him on the front row of the grid yesterday, but he fell back in the race. First year senior driver for the Mick Barrett team. He's not making as much progress as he would like so far. I'm checking the gap again. McQueen's quicker by another 10th. So the gap is down to 7/10 of a second. We've got 7 minutes to go. McQueen and Brown Nutley with Hodgson and Gus Lawrence. Lawrence in the number 4 kart. So for those of you watching new to karting, they're 173. That's Thomas Fleming out of the race. So the Zenon driver has gone. But so the drivers are single digits on their karts, 1 through 10. That's where they finished in last year's British Championship. So Oliver Hodgson 3rd in last year's British Championship. Danny Curl obviously the British champion. There goes Derek Morgan past Connor Jupp. That's the fight for 6th position. Lucas Vorst, the E-plate holder, is getting involved in there as well. And Vorst gets squeezed out there coming to the Fullerton S's. So it's there's Jupp, Morgan, Joseph Taylor now just behind Lucas Vorst, and the number 79 of David Sutton trying to recover after that poor start. But here are the 2 drivers on the move. 242, Katie McQueen. 17, Jordan Brown Nutley. The gap was 7/10 of a second. The gap is now 8/10 of a second because Curl was a fraction quicker on that last lap. So McQueen and Brown Nutley need to keep focusing. Now someone's just gone past our commentary box with a very sick sounding engine, the exhaust hanging off it. That's Thomas Day, number 165. He's been given the technical flag. Gus Lawrence again, another fastest lap, 57.58. Lawrence in 5th position, ahead of this group you're watching on camera now. That's Jupp in the 35 kart in 6th. Then it is Derek Morgan 7th. Oliver Hodgson has passed Jordan Brown-Nutley for third, so Hodgson up into P3, and that has cost him a little bit of time though, because you can see McQueen is now clear, so McQueen has not got to worry about anyone behind him. It's now a head-to-head fight between Curl and McQueen. The difference, 0.8 of a second. It's just over a second now, in fact, so Curl's on a good quick lap. McQueen's not got anyone behind him to push him. McQueen's got to get his head down and just drive. Hodgson is trying to push hard as well in third, Lawrence in fourth, Brown-Nutley down to fifth position.
Yeah, Gus Lawrence just got through there in the final complex. I think once Brown-Nutley lost that place to Hodgson, as you said earlier, it's all about momentum. He lost that momentum, and now he's down to fifth. So even though they're not completely together, it just shows you how losing one spot can soon lead to two. But this battle at the front, though, it's quite spaced out now. Hodgson really looking menacing, though, in this middle sector. And I'll tell you what, I don't think it's going to be too long before Caden McQueen has him right behind him. But 4.5 minutes to go. Seems like an age in a kart race, though, I imagine, for these guys. So we may see him close up, but we may not. You never know, do you?
It does indeed. Curl and Hodgson have locked horns many a time. McQueen, he's the not the joker of the pack, but he's the wild card, because neither Curl nor Hodgson have done much racing with Caden McQueen, because McQueen's just graduated out of juniors. So they don't know what he's like. They know he's quick. He's been with that Mad Croc team for several years now, and he's basically been the flag bearer for that chassis manufacturer in the UK for the last 3 or 4 years, I'd have to say, ever since he left cadet racing.
He's doing a great job, though, isn't he? For someone that's just graduated into this.
Oh yes.
Showing them how it's done at the moment, mixing it with some of the very best. Of course, kart 4, position 4, and kart 3, position 3, kart 1, position 1. It's very, very handy. It's just good that Caden McQueen's number starts with a 2, I suppose, but it pleases my OCD.
Almost symmetrical. There's Derek Morgan in kart 7 in 7th place.
He is as well.
There you go.
Jensen Brown, of course, number 8, not started the race, so he's not quite holding to that, I'm afraid. We just need Archie Tillett to pull out an absolute blinder now and get up to 6th, don't we? But
Tillett down in 15th position at the moment, just in front of Reggie Dewey. Blake Angler still 17th, Tom Nippers 18th, Ewan Wilson in 19th, Matt Armstrong rounding out the top 20. Rory Cuff on his return to racing, he's back up into 22nd place from 32nd on the grid. Things a little bit static in terms of order at the moment, but 3 minutes to go. These are the drivers now. They're all, as I say that, there's Joseph Taylor sending it at the inside of Derek Morgan for 7th place. So Taylor in the number 21 kart, that gold crash helmet, he is on the move, but the drivers now thinking to themselves, okay, we've got this far, let's not do anything silly. They're all thinking about, we need to save our stuff for Danny Curl. And Caden McQueen there in 2nd place. McQueen, he's 1.1 second. The gap has stabilised. McQueen 57.71 that last lap. Curl 57.77. So not really much difference. So McQueen's not going to catch Danny Curl unless Curl makes a mistake, which is, shall we say, unlikely.
Yeah, he was just messing about there with the radiator down the straight by the look of it, but just looks so in control at the moment, does Danny Curl. Caden McQueen, though, is interesting the difference in body language between the two of them. You can tell that Caden McQueen is pushing, really launching that kart around. He's taking quite a bit of curb here and there, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. We've seen a couple of guys over the course of the weekend take a little bit more curb while they're trying to push, and it can actually slow them down with the kart bouncing around.
But again, that's experience. The drivers that have raced here a lot, and most of these drivers have raced here a lot because, of course, it's part of, every major championship in the UK comes here. They'll know which curbs, how to run each curb. So you're coming into Fullerton S's there. Now, if you get onto the curb before you reach the apex, then you're going to bounce across the track and lose all momentum.
Yeah.
If you get onto the curb slightly after the apex, it actually helps pull the kart round, and then you can, fire the kart off into the second part of the corner and clip the curb at the right point there. It's very thing. And same for the Mike Wilson complex. You'll see Caden McQueen there as he comes into the final left-hand part of the complex. The final left-hand part of the complex. He'll get up on the curb half around the corner, and that really straightens the kart up, and it gives him a better angle to attack the final part of the corner. All comes with experience.
It's all about the weight transfer, isn't it, between chicanes like that as well, making sure that you keep the kart planted on the ground, because, of course, as you said, no suspension. They do like to bounce around a little bit.
And that's where you'll see the drivers also sort of move around in the seat, adjust their body position, just to sort of, again, help that weight transfer, as you said, Chaz.
Yeah, Danny Curl, he looks very stable though, doesn't he? Race leader at the moment, but Caden McQueen is bringing that gap. Well, he was bringing it down. It was 8 tenths over the line last time, so it looks visually like he's closed it this lap, though. We'll have to keep an eye on it as they come through. 30 seconds on the clock, so we'll probably get 2 more laps out of this.
I'd say yes. By the time they come across the line, it'll be the start of the penultimate lap, and of course McQueen just again. It's a natural driver. I've raced karts. You've raced karts, Chaz. You know, we know that when you start the last lap and you're in the lead of the race, you know, automatically, you know, things start going through your head. And if you're in second place, you know that is the case. But here comes Gus Lawrence and Jordan Brown-Nutley closing in on Oliver Hodgson, the 3rd position. This could be critical. Who's going to start directly behind the pole man for the Grand Prix? Is it going to be Hodgson or is it going to be Lawrence? It looks like Caden McQueen's probably going to start second. He's closed that down to within half a second now as Caden McQueen. McQueen's had a really good strong run because again he's just giving it every single thing he can on the last lap just to see if Curl sort of makes a sort of a slight lapse of concentration.
I'm expecting big things from Gus Lawrence on this final lap. We've got 1 more to go after this. I reckon we may see a move going into the final complex, you know.
Well, Lawrence has certainly put it. Both Lawrence and Jordan Brown-Nutley have put themselves into position where they've got the slipstream of Oliver Hodgson. So the MLR kart, the Mark Litchfield Racing Comp Kart chassis, that fluoro-coloured machine, start the final lap. Hodgson knows that they're there. Hodgson's going to have to defend a little bit. McQueen's got the Danny Curl's lead down to less than half a second, but this is the main battle. Hodgson defends through turn number 3. Gus Lawrence not made a move just yet. Brown-Nutley is there as well. So is Connor Jupp and Joseph Taylor not out of this one yet. Here comes Gus Lawrence to the inside. Hodgson defends. Now, Brown-Nutley takes a wide line into that corner, but he can't get momentum because they're all hugging the white line down towards turn 2. Oh no!
Bit of contact there, sorry, that was the number 35 there of Connor Jupp. Did get a wheel bang and it put the car into the air. Luckily, he came back down to earth very quickly, of course, but didn't actually go off the circuit in the end. Nice save. Look at this now, Gus Lawrence all over the back of Hodgson. He really wants that 3rd place, but I don't think he's going to get it done here, Henry.
And look at McQueen, look how much closer McQueen has got to Danny Curl. Danny Curl comes out of the final corner, takes the chair flag, McQueen right on his rear bumper. There's a statement from Caden McQueen there. And who's going to take 3rd? Side by side, it is Hodgson by 0.03 of a second over Gus Lawrence. Brown-Nutley is 5th, Joseph Taylor is 6th, and Jupp 7th. Morgan 8th, Brad Pennell came through to 9th, and David Sutton rounds out the top 10, and Cole Kilner. Harry Platten recovered to 12th after that opening lap. Then it's Lucas Vorse, Archie Tillett, Reggie Dewey 15th, Ewan Wilson 16th, Rory Cuff, a good drive to 17th, following Matt Armstrong, Finley Bunce and Tom Nippers, your top 20. Alessandro Saranetti and Blake Anglis both had issues there towards the end. They finished down in 27th and 28th positions, but Chaz, so Danny Curl, he won that race. Did he? A 57.9 on the last lap. That's only 0.2 of a second off what he was doing. So he slowed down by 0.2 of a second. Caden McQueen, he did his fastest lap on his last lap at 57.60. He sped up. I think that's going to be a very, very good. But look at all those main contenders right up at the sharp end. Chaz, the Senior X30 final is going to be an absolute corker.
It really is. There's so much fantastic talent at the top of that field and separated by mere 100ths of a second on each lap there. Well, what a brilliant lap by Caden McQueen at the end of that. You could really tell the determination to chase Danny Curl. Once you're following as a driver like that, if you start to realise visually as well that you are catching the guy in front, you just think, right, let's just add a little bit more here and a little bit more there, push a bit harder, and you think, I've got this guy, I've got him, I'll go for it. And he did just that, and right at the end, I mean, just over 1/10 of a second between the two of them. A lap or so before that, it was nearly a second. That's a hell of an increase, that. Maybe Danny Curl slowed down a bit, knowing that he's got it in the bag, but I don't really think that he's the sort of guy to take chances like that.
No, certainly not. And I can imagine that Caden McQueen would have drawn alongside Danny Curl on the slowing down lap and just give him a little cheeky smile.
Yeah.
Say, I've not gone anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be with him all the way to the end of this weekend. Of course, don't forget, we have the finals coming up very soon, and the Senior X31 will be the one to watch, I'm sure, as all the racing has been fantastic though all weekend. But that rounds out the pre-finals for today though. Thank you, of course, Henry, for having me in the box with you this morning. It's been an absolute joy.
No problems at all.
Sure.
Good to have some company. I can always good to have someone to talk sense next to my nonsense. So that concludes the pre-finals for the 2020 Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. The Grand Prix events themselves will begin at 1 o'clock local time, so we will be back on air probably about 10 minutes before then, at 12:50 or there or thereabouts, to bring you all the action from the biggest afternoon in British kart racing. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you have been watching around the world. This is the best kart racing you will see, and it's only going to get more intense, more spectacular when we come back just before 1 o'clock from everyone here at Alpha Live and the Trent Valley Kart Club. Thanks for watching. We'll be back just before 1 o'clock with the Grand Prix events themselves.
Hi everybody. Yes, I'd just like Hi everybody. Yes, I'd just like to wish everybody the best of luck today. The Kartmasters Grand Prix has many fond memories for me. It was my first big win in karting when I was 9 years old in Cadet. And yes, since then it's been an amazing journey. I'm currently in Berlin at the moment for 6 Formula E races in the next 10 days. So it's a pretty busy period for me. But I'd just like to wish everybody a safe and good race. Yeah, especially my guys in ORM. I'm very proud of all of you. You've all done a fantastic job, and the best of luck tomorrow. Yeah, so I'll be watching the live stream from here in Berlin, and the best of luck to everybody. Yeah, good luck.
Dan Holland here of DHR and also Time Racing Engines. I've got fond memories of Kartmasters. I raced in 2007 and 2008, was successful in the Rotax 177 class back then. Yeah, very enjoyable meeting. It's always been, for me, the biggest race in the calendar every year. Now I've got the job of looking after our team of drivers, and yeah, hopefully this year we can have a good one. But just wishing all our drivers and every driver a good, safe race, and hopefully, yeah, it'll be one to remember. Dan Holland here of DHR and also Time Racing Engines. I've got fond memories of Kartmasters. I raced in 2007 and 2008, was successful.
Hello everyone, I hope you're all having a great time watching the 2020 British Kartmasters Grand Prix from the comforts of your own home or wherever you may be watching from around the world. It's truly an amazing event. It's a shame that you all can't be there to watch it in person at the track. That's one of the things that's so special about Kartmasters, the huge crowd that it brings in, the buzz that you all create. So, you know, I'm sure that the guys there racing today are feeling a little bit different, not having that. But aside, we're all doing everything we can to get the world back to normal in these strange circumstances. I'm Ben Barnicoat. I'm a British racing driver. Many of you may already know me because I'm a very familiar face around PFI and the Kartmasters event especially. Aside from that, I'm a McLaren customer racing factory driver in the GT3 category and also racing in LMP2 with the Thunderhead Carlin racing team. As I was just saying, Kartmasters is an amazing event. I've been lucky enough to race there many times and now call myself the most successful driver at the Kartmasters with 9 titles. That journey all started for me back in 2006 in WTP Cadet, my first year of go-karting. And I had a 4th place there actually, which was my sort of best achievement to date. Although in cadets, I never managed to win it. The closest I got was in 2008. I was battling it out with George Russell on the last lap for the lead, and he pushed me wide. We had a bit of a coming together, and that actually started an instant rivalry between myself and George. And up until that point, we've been very good friends off track, hung around together a lot. But yeah, from that moment until the age of 16, 17, we didn't talk at all. We always wanted to beat each other. And yeah, you know, we raced a lot against Europe and a lot against each other in Europe and other things. And yeah, it was always a rivalry, but we're very good friends now, and it's something we laugh and joke about a lot. Aside from that memory, you know, it has to be winning the double in 2015 and 2019 that stands out to me. I'm the only person to ever win 2 classes in a day in senior Rotax and X30, so you know that was a great achievement for me. And but it's all about having good people around you. You know, these karting teams here today are all working as hard as they can. I had great people in Zip, Chaos Sport, Mick Barrett Racing, along with other teams helping me achieve all of those 9 titles. Winning it last year, the double with Mick Barrett Racing, was very special for me. They're a team close to my heart. I work with them a lot, driver coaching currently, and I was able to win my very first GP plate back in 2010 with them. So to finish my career there on a high with the double last year, and with the people I started that journey with, was very, very special to me. And wishing all their drivers the best of luck today, along with all the other drivers there. You know, it's an extremely tough event. You've got to be on it from the first lap of free practice until the checkered flag falling in the finals, because you know, the best man wins, the best man over the whole week. It's not about just having one amazing drive in the final. There's a lot of hard work put into the event in the lead up. So, you know, I'm truly aware of how hard that is, and I know how hard all the winners are going to be working across this weekend. So best of luck to everyone. I'm going to be very jealous watching from my home or wherever I am racing. I'm sure I'll be kicking myself for not being there and on track. But yeah, it's great to see you all getting back on track, and wishing everyone a good weekend, and stay safe, and look after yourselves. Bye.
Hi guys, it's George here. I just want to wish a massive good luck to everybody competing in Kartmasters this weekend, a race I did almost every year of my karting career, one I loved, you know, biggest race of the year in the UK. So keep it clean to everybody racing. I hope you have a great time, be safe, and all the best. Cheers.
Hello everyone, it's Alex Quinn. I'm racing in Formula One Euro Cup this year, and I'm just back from Imola from round 2, but I'd just like to wish everyone the best of luck at Kartmasters this weekend. I really wish I could be there, but I have some great memories from Kartmasters in 2013 and 14. I raced there, and in 2013 I managed to win IAME Cadet, but I still remember the atmosphere, and you know, the feeling of winning is amazing. So good luck to everyone. I hope it goes well, and I hope you can pick up this GP plate, but most importantly, have fun.
Hi everyone, Will Stevens here. I just want to send a quick message to say good luck to everyone competing in Kartmasters event this weekend. It's a race that I always look forward to a lot in my karting career every year, and one that I could win on a few occasions. So just wanted to say have fun, be safe, and I hope you enjoy yourself.
Hi everybody. Yes, I'd just like to wish everybody the best of luck today. The Kartmasters Grand Prix has many fond memories for me. It was my first big win in karting when I was 9 years old in Cadet. And yes, since then it's been an amazing journey. I'm currently in Berlin at the moment for 6 Formula E races in the next 10 days. So it's a pretty busy period for me. But I'd just like to wish everybody a safe and good race. Yeah, especially my guys in ORM. I'm very proud of all of you. You've all done a fantastic job, and the best of luck tomorrow. Yeah, so I'll be watching the live stream from here in Berlin, and the best of luck to everybody. Yeah, good luck.
Dan Holland here of DHR and also Time Racing Engines. I've got fond memories of Kartmasters. I raced in 2007 and 2008, was successful in the Rotax 177 class back then. Yeah, very enjoyable meeting. It's always been, for me, the biggest race in the calendar every year. Now I've got the job of looking after our team of drivers, and yeah, hopefully this year we can have a good one, but just wishing all our drivers and every driver a good safe race, and hopefully yeah, it'll be one to remember.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Paul Fletcher International Karting Circuit here in Lincolnshire, in England, United Kingdom, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club, and the biggest afternoon in British kart racing. Finals day for the 2020 Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix, or in the karting fraternity, it's the GP plate. And for the 25th year, Trent Valley Kart Club are bringing you the most spectacular afternoon of kart racing you will see anywhere in the UK, if not the world, this year. 242 drivers across 8 classes are set to do battle for the coveted GP plates. 151 winners. Ben Barnacote with 9 titles, Michael Simpson with 7, Gary Catt, Mark Litchfield with 4, then Alex Sims, Adam Christodoulou, George Russell and Oliver Hodgson with 3. The only drivers that have won more than 1 GP plate: Graham Melville, Simon Haraway, Chris Hoey, Cato Adams, Chris Rogers, David Bellchambers, Justin Edgar, Alex Albon, Jack Harvey, Dan Holland, Jack Barlow, Ash Hand, Lucas Orrock, Tom Gamble, Cian Dewis, Danny Curl, Taylor Barnard and Harry Thompson. Nobody else has won more than 1, and that includes the likes of Lewis Hamilton on that list, who have only won a single GP plate. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me in the commentary box for this afternoon will be Chaz Draycott. Alpha Live are providing you with the pictures that you are seeing on your screens wherever you are around the world. This is Kartmasters, and the first race up will be for Cadet IAME, the original Kartmasters class. Back then it was the Cadet Coma engine, and former GP plate winners in this class: Lewis Hamilton in 1996, Steve Thompson in 97, James Gornall, who is making his British touring car debut this weekend, in 1998, Craig Dolby, Alex Sims, Adam Christodoulou, Oliver Rowland, Scott Jenkins, Jordan Lennox-Lamb, Sam Jenkins, Alex Albon, Alex Walker, Roy Johnson, George Russell, Connor Jupp, Dan Ticktum, Dean McDonald, Alex Quinn, Cian Dewis, Taylor Barnard, Zach O'Sullivan, Taylor Barnard the only double winner back in 2017 as well, Koskan Irfan and Kian Nakamura Berta. They are your former Kartmasters champions in this class, Chaz, and they will be joined by a new name on that list in the next 20 minutes or so. Now, before we get started, we do have a prize draw in every class. So in each class there is a prize draw. In Cadet IAME, the prize for that class is 4 entries and 4 practice sessions to the PF International Autumn Cup. And the winner of the prize draw in Cadet IAME is Kanishki Rao. Kanishki Rao for Paul Munn Racing. He starts 22nd on the grid. And 4 Autumn Cup entries for Kanishki. So Kanishki Rao wins the Cadet IAME. The prize is in race control to be collected afterwards. Congratulations. But meanwhile, Chaz, we'll go through the grid and who is going to be contending in this next 15 minutes.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Henry. And Fionn McLaughlin will be lining up in the number 29 car. You can see it just in shot there. And lining up on pole position for Fusion Motorsport. And Fionn, he did a great job in those heats and, of course, the pre-final. Ethan Jeff Hall alongside him. And who can forget PF plate holder Nathan Tye, 3rd on the grid, side by side with Macaulay Bishop. Those top 4 amongst the amazing field that's still behind them are going to be so exciting to watch.
Yep, on row number 3 we've got Archie Clark for Strawberry Racing and Cathal Clark for Fusion Motorsport. Oliver Rowland teammates Zach Knight and Lewis Werrell round out the top 8, with William Knight in another Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart 9th, and Sebastian Mins for Fusion Motorsport rounding out the top 10.
We then have Eden Spanswick alongside Roman Kamiab, and then we have Mika Taylor and Noah Wolf on row 7 in 14th place. Following him is Joey Brown, and then Ben Smith in the 47 car in 16th.
Starting 17th will be Charlie Hart for Sam Pollitt Racing, then Daniel Sofranea, Hardy Mimasi and Mason Rudman rounding out the top 20.
Then we have Jorge Edgar in the 17 car alongside Freddie Housley. William Murtagh is behind them, and then Riley Cranham on the 12th row of the grid in kart 18.
Michael Walker and Kit Bolofsky are on row 13, Jack Mowat and Jesse Phillips on row 14, Joe Anderson and Jack Cunningham on row 15.
And then we have Kanishki Rao, who we just mentioned there, the prize draw winner, with Oscar Cartmail alongside him in the number 80 cart. Then we have Cole Glover, Eddie Hayes and Cameron P. Thompson rounding out the 35 cart field.
So 35 drivers, 15 minutes plus 1 lap of this 1,380 metre circuit. A quarter of a century ago, on the first Sunday in August of 1996, this event was born, and it has grown to one of the biggest events in the international karting calendar. And you on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, are about to see why. They come around Bobby Game Corner into the Mike Wilson complex. Sadly, the spectator grandstands and banking are not filled with spectators, just with the mechanics and the team members and the families of the drivers that are here. That's the world we're currently living in. But the world that these drivers know is kart racing, and we are not off and racing, Chaz, because that's a false start.
Yeah, there was a couple of them just straggling into the middle there near the back, and again you saw the drivers instantly, they knew it. Some of the guys in the left hand side queue putting their hands up and saying no, we're not going to take that, and now they do filter back around again. As you can see though, as I was mentioning before, they don't quite do slow laps in these things. They keep the temperatures up, they keep them at full pelt, and at the end of the day they want to get their race underway, so why not hang about and crack on and get back around to the grid. Oh, there's a cart off. Sorry, the number 88 there has just gone around. That is William Knight.
William Knight, one of the two Knight brothers from Flixton.
He was weaving around a little bit on that straight, and as he went back over to the right-hand side, he made contact with somebody's nose and got spun around very quickly there.
Well, can he get back? Here he comes across the screen now, coming into the Fullerton S's. Can he get his grid position back? I think he will be able to, or no, it looks like he's going to be having to start at the back. So disaster for William Knight. His brother Zach Knight is there in the number 36 cart. Oh, he's going to try and get through. I'm not sure if that's going to work. I think that
he's trying. There was someone else. There was someone else that's hanging out really far out on the right-hand side, and he can't get past them at all.
Well, he's going to be out of position at the start. Here we go, second time lucky. Now we're off and racing. Kartmasters Grand Prix is go, and it's a good start from the outside of row 1 from Ethan Jeff Hall. Underneath the Litchfield Bridge they go, out onto the banking on lap number 1. From the outside of row 1, Ethan Jeff Hall has the lead from Fionn McLaughlin, and on the inside there you've got karts. There's, I think that was Daniel Sofronea going to the inside, getting on the grass, losing a lot of positions. Carrying on, they're all safely through turn number 4. Somebody again half spinning on the inside, but at the front it is Ethan Jeff Hall, Fionn McLaughlin.
Oh, it was actually William Knight that had that half spin as well, so it's gone from bad to worse for him. He tried to get back into his slot earlier, and it's not worked now. We've got 17 on the grass there of Jorge Edgar, and at the front, it's just all pushing and shoving again here, Henry.
Yeah, the number 8 cart of Archie Clark there, and the Macaulay Bishop in the number 9 cart there, going wheel to wheel. Just a bit of contact there coming out of the second corner, and Bishop having to fall back into line. Got a few places behind the number 40 cart now of Noah Wolf. Fionn McLaughlin in 3rd place now. I have to say that Macaulay Bishop has got a fan club in the United States based in Royal Oak, Michigan, and that fan club, complete with packs of Jolly Rancher sweets, are watching this unfold. But it is Ethan Jeff Hall leading at the end of lap number 1 from the PF plate holder, Nathan Tighe. So Nathan Tighe sort of like the club champion here, if you were. And they're 4 wide on the banking.
Yeah, up the inside there and just trying to catch a number. That was the number 48 of Mika Taylor. Saw the opportunity right in front of him there, because a lot of them were 3 wide. They made a bit of contact, ran wide, and then he just dived down the inside and said, well, thank you very much, I'll take that. They're even having a bit of argy-bargy into the hairpin as well. Don't quite think that anyone's lost out there, actually. They all seem to stay in a similar position.
Oh, there's a yellow flag waving, and there's an Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart facing the wrong way. We'll get a number check on that next time around. I think it was the number 19 kart there. So that was Jack Cunningham. He regained the track, but in last position. But up at the front, Nathan Tighe has taken the lead from Fionn McLaughlin. Jeff Hall is 3rd, Zach Knight 4th. Then it is Cathal Clark up at the 5th position. Bishop is 6th. Sebastian Minns is 7th. Archie Clark, and then Lewis Werrell 8th and 9th. Micah Taylor in 10th. Now last year, Nathan Tighe finished this race in 10th position. He's certainly got a chance of adding the GP plate to the PF plate. The GP plate you can use in this class anywhere in the country for the next 12 months. The PF plate is just a track you can use here at PF International, but the GP plate, like the national seeded numbers, is a number that is nationally recognised by Motorsport UK. You can wear it anywhere in the country that you race for the next 12 months. Oh, and William Knight's got a 5-second penalty as well. So William Knight...
Oh, he's had a nightmare, hasn't he?
He has had a nightmare, yes. His brother Zach Knight is doing well up in the top 6 at the minute, and that's Macaulay Bishop moving into 4th place. Make that 5th place for Zach Knight in the number 36 kart. They're ahead of the number 11 of Cathal Clark, the Fusion Motorsport driver. But there's the PF plate, 29 and the 5. Ty, McLaughlin and Jeff Hall, the top 3.
Really close stuff from the 3 of them at the moment, but I think we're seeing this again where they want to break away here. They know how quick the guys are behind them. Of course, 4th place Macaulay Bishop in the number 9. He has got the attentions of 36 Zach Knight all over the back of him, and he's going to want to push forward into those top 3, isn't he?
And look at Fionn McLaughlin there in 2nd place, pushing the race leader. So the top 3 will know that the drivers behind are all working together, so they're going to try and work together. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to see Fionn McLaughlin try and make a move for the lead. Looks like Nathan Ty will probably settle down into top spot for the time being, because Ethan Jeff Hall, those got other ideas for 2nd place. The number 5 kart moves into P2. That's the Strawberry Racing Tony kart. Ethan Jeff Hall from Morecambe. Now, Morecambe Bay, that used to be where the Karting World Cup was held down at Haitian Head many moons ago. There's Ethan Jeff Hall coming through the Fullerton S's. The top 13, 14 drivers still all really in a line. Bishop in 4th. They bridge that gap to the top 3. So we have got a larger train at the front. Knight is there in 5th. Cathal Clark 7th. Minns is next. Then it's Archie Clark, Lewis Werrell, Hardy Mamasi up into 10th position. Micah Taylor, Noah Wolf, Charlie Hart, Ben Smith and Eden Spanswick, the top 15. Joey Brown, Riley Cranham, Kit Belowski, Mason Rudman and Roman Kamyab, the top 20. And there is change for 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall getting muscled wide. All this side by side. He managed to keep at the inside line coming off the Litchfield Bridge and holds on to 2nd place despite Fionn McLaughlin's efforts. And there you can just see Ethan tapping his helmet saying, come on now, let's think about it. Let's not let this PF plate get away.
Yeah, Nathan Ty really in the box seat here. Down the inside again though. There you go, another switch for position, but now Macaulay Bishop's involved in this as well, and he could grab 3rd here. Doesn't quite get the run that he wanted there into the chicane, but he's all over the back of Ethan Jeff Hall now, and I think Ethan realises that with Nathan Ty at the front, they don't want this battle in, but I think that Fionn McLaughlin in this situation wants to have a scrap, and they all want to be the leading one that goes forward, don't they, Henry?
Yes, and so Nathan Ty brings them onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 5. The 6 kart breakaway at the front. Zach Knight at the tail end of that group, and kart number 36. You can see that he's not in the draft. Those front 5 karts, look at that, 5 karts pushing each other along at well over 50 miles an hour. Zach Knight wasn't in that group. Now he's caught them back up again. And the second little train of karts, led by Archie Clark in 7th place with Sebastian Minns, Lewis Werrell, Hardy Mamasi and Noah Wolf. They're at the top of your screen. They are closing in as well. So we could still get more than a dozen karts in this lead group. There's that second group led by the number 8 Strawberry Racing Machine of Archie Clark. There's Ethan Jeff Hall, his teammate, making a move on Cathal Clark for 4th position rather. So it's Ty, Jeff Hall, Bishop. Ty McLaughlin, Bishop. Then Jeff Hall. And the rest through the Mike Wilson complex. Still 8 1/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, it seems like an absolute eternity, but I'm sure that it's going to fly by if the racing continues to be like this. Fionn McLaughlin now pushing Nathan Ty down the straight through turns 1 and 2. It's a very scary part of the circuit, especially when you're connected together like that with the bumpers as well. Yes. One little bit of an unsettled kart will spin around very quickly, as we've seen. For the top 6 now, in a nice little train here. Maybe a bit of daylight between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Nathan Ty really gets his head down the straight. Fionn McLaughlin pushing him along, checking how close Macaulay Bishop is behind. into the hairpin again, closes up. Really is the accordion effect, isn't it here, Henry?
Yeah, it is, absolutely is. So you say it's going to go past in a flash. It's going to seem like an eternity for Nathan Tye, who leading the race. The man from County Derry, Fionn McLaughlin, is sitting on his rear bumper. 7.5 minutes to go. Lap number 7. Goods first sector for Ethan Jeff Hall. This is a quick lap for driver number 5. He's drawing up to the rear bumper of Macaulay Bishop's cart. Bishop in cart number 9. Comes through the Mike Wilson complex with Cathal Clark in cart number 11. Zach Knight in the number 36. Archie Clark, Lewis Werrell, Hardy Mamasi, Noah Wolf in 10th. Noah Wolf is in 10th position, 2 seconds off the race lead as we move on to lap number 8. New fastest lap for Ethan Jeff Hall. 67.52 seconds. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Onto the banking. Now we're starting to see behind the top 10. A few gaps beginning to develop. Sebastian Mins down in 11th place is a massive 4 seconds off lead. Oh, there's a squabble for 12th there. That was Charlie Hart and Eden Spanswick there, wheel to wheel. And there's Macaulay Bishop under pressure for 3rd. Ethan Jeff Hall makes the move.
Yeah, it's all shimmying around here then. Number 11 into 4th position now then, doing a smashing job. There's Cathal Clark. Just
Can't say smashing, this is kart racing.
Oh yeah, very true, very true. But he's done a good job though, isn't he? Because it's very easy to fall off this train. When you get into a battle just behind this, and a group breaks away, it's very easy to fall off the back of that. But he's been there or thereabouts for the whole race, and now he's starting to make the progress. So he'll be very chuffed with that. But it's all about keeping your head at this point and making sure you don't get overexcited to be in that battle and just get the job done.
Yes, now as they come onto the main straight, so Ethan Jeff Hall knows in cart number 5, he knows he's going to get a push from the driver behind him, Macaulay Bishop, so he knows that that's okay. But we can see the front two pushing each other along. McLaughlin working well, different teams, but they'll work together for the greater good until the last lap, because Fionn McLaughlin will want to try and get as much of a gap as possible so that he's got Nathan Tye all to himself. If Fionn McLaughlin starts the last lap with the third place in second place, but with the third place driver right behind him, that puts him in a very awkward situation because he can't really attack because he'll get past. There goes Cathal Clark now up into third place. Driver number 11, driver from Husband Crawley, and the Synergy chassis for the Fusion, the all-conquering, formerly all-conquering Fusion Motorsport team. They're not having things all their own way here this year at the moment, as Tye leads into the Bobby Game corner. And now, hard on the brakes for entrance to the Mike Wilson complex. We've seen an incident there with Tye and Bishop yesterday. Coming through this middle section now, got a feeling that that little portion of the track there, we'll see a few incidents before the afternoon is out there. Coming out of the final corner, less than 5 minutes to go. Cathal Clark being pushed along by by Ethan Jeff Hall rather. Bishop down to 5th, and he has got Zach Knight to work with. So this 6-car pack is sort of split into 3 groups of 2.
Yeah, it really has, and I think it's all about managing that gap in the middle of that group for these guys, and I'm intrigued to see how they do it over the course of this. Just behind this lot as well, Hadi Mamasi's gone to the front of that group. It was actually Lewis Werrell on the start of the last lap. Down the inside goes the number 40. That is Noah Wolf, who has been flying up the order here. But Hadi Mamasi's having a really good, strong performance so far. Up 12 places at the beginning of that lap. That will now be up 11 places. But Lewis Werrell really got caught out and lost 3 places on the previous lap. But Nathan Tye still holding on to this lead. And to be honest, Fionn McLaughlin driving a very, very strong performance here. Just holding that gap to the guys behind though. Cathal Clark can't seem to do much from there.
Yep, well, these 4 carts have sort of closed up, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Maybe a 4-cart train will work better than 2 groups of 2 to catch the leading pair. And there's a move by Ethan Jeff Hall with help from Bishop. They both go past Cathal Clark, so Cathal Clark back to 5th. 3.5 minutes to go. Through the S's, underneath the bridge, out onto the banking. The top 2 have a lead of 0.6 of a second over the chasing quartet. Bishop sets a new fastest lap, 67.450. Through turn 4, down the hill. The Paul Munn Racing, number 9, pushing the Strawberry Racing, number 5, into the first of 2 hairpins. Now the switchback, and see Fionn McLaughlin has not moved off the rear bumper of Nathan Tye's car for the last 6 or 7 laps. This is now lap number 11. Tye turns around, checks to see where McLaughlin is, nods his head, say, yep, this is what we're doing, keep doing it, keep doing this. There's Zach Knight in the number 36 car. Cameron Thompson has retired, the number 33. All 34 other drivers are still running. And William Knight has made it back up to 22nd after all his, but he's got a time penalty as well, so after all his trials and tribulations at the start of this race, they complete another lap. And this lead pairing, Fionn McLaughlin, is, if McLaughlin or Ty end up winning this race, this is the period where they did the job, because McLaughlin is doing a superb job of just latching on to the rear bumper of Ty, pushing him and drafting with him wherever possible and resisting the temptation to make a move. And Ty is doing a superb job because he has not put a wheel wrong yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, of course, to be soaked up here from Ty, because leading at the front, yeah, while he may be working together with Fionn McLaughlin, it doesn't mean that he can just sit back and relax in that lead. He still has to get it done and keep the pace up. Just behind as well, Ethan Jeff Hall leading that group with Bishop, and then Cathal Clark as well, also followed by the 36 of Zach Knight. Those four also working together now. It's like a team of two against a team of four, despite all of them being in different teams pretty much.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, they're all on one team until they see the last lap board. 90 seconds to go. There's Archie Clark, Hardy Mamasi in the number 24 car. Good performance here from Hardy, the Evolve Motorsport driver. And Wolf is there behind them, and then it's Werrell. Still, Ethan Jeff Hall, Macaulay Bishop, they cannot close the gap to Fionn McLaughlin and Nathan Ty. And we're getting towards the tail end of this race, just over a minute remaining, out onto the banking for the 13th time. Now, this could come down to the final couple of corners. If McLaughlin makes a move at the start of the last lap, then the four drivers chasing will catch him. If he doesn't make his move, but Nathan Ty's going to have to start defending. So I think that Ethan Jeff Hall, Macaulay Bishop, Cathal Clark and Zach Knight are still in with a shout here. Around the second hairpin.
Well, Bishop
yeah.
Forward. Tried it on Jeff Hall there. Didn't quite have the run, so he slots back in straight away as to not lose that slipstream, but we both saw that at the same time there. He just had a little look, didn't he?
Yep, 30 seconds to go, and again, Bishop, good thinking there. Jeff Hall just missed the apex ever so slightly. If Bishop had gone for a move there, him and Hall would have lost their chance. You think to yourself, there's only 20 seconds plus a lap of the race to go. Come on, it's it. No, there's plenty of time to go.
Oh, yeah.
In Kartmasters, in karting, especially this event, plenty of time. 10 seconds to go. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. So this is the start of the penultimate lap.
Looks like Zachary Knight's dropped off the back of that top five as well. There is quite the gap there now. He's not going to get as much slipstream, I'm afraid.
And yeah, he's but if they start battling in front, he will close that gap.
Definitely.
When will McLaughlin make his move? Nathan Ty, driver from Shire Oaks for Ollie Rowland Motorsport, has the race lead. Checks over his shoulder. McLaughlin checks over his shoulder just to see where they are. Now McLaughlin will be using that information out to time his move. But they're closing on him, Chaz. They're closing.
They are.
Jeff Hall, Bishop and Cathal Clark are beginning to close in as the clock strikes 0.
Yeah, it looks like as well Fionn McLaughlin's dropped off a little bit there from Nathan Ty. It will of course close back up when they come down the straight, but one more lap to go. This could be any of the top four that take this. All it counts down to is one move, whether it goes right or wrong for them. And of course, don't count out the 5th position driver there, Cathal Clark in the number 11. Here we go.
So McLaughlin is not on the rear bumper of Ty. He's not dropping. He's going to get a good slipstream. Look at him closing in underneath the bridge. Now, will Ty defend going onto the banking? No. McLaughlin doesn't make the move there yet. Ty has the inside line now. He begins to defend into turn number 3. McLaughlin can't make the move. Is he going to dive at the inside into turn number 4? No, he's not got the opportunity. But Jeff Hall and Bishop have caught him, and they're still signaling, go, go, go. Ty defends into the first hairpin. Here comes Bishop.
Bishop down the inside, then into the hairpin on Jeff Hall. He'll be gutted that he's missed out on that. He'll want to get back through straight away. Bishop defends the inside. Jeff Hall tries the outside. Fionn McLaughlin's taking a deep line to try and get a run on the exit. He's got the slipstream though. Nathan Ty checking behind him and going defensive already here, Henry.
Into the Fullerton S's. Ty just jinks across a little bit to stop McLaughlin making the move. McLaughlin's going to get a decent run, but so is Nathan Ty. Nathan Ty defends into the Bobby Game corner. Here comes Fionn McLaughlin. Oh, half a cart length alongside. McLaughlin backs out of it. Nathan Ty still has it. 2-3 corners to go now. Through to the left hand, the double apex left hander, and then the right, and then it's the run to the flag. Nathan Ty is about to hold on. Can McLaughlin do it on the run to the line? The answer is
no.
He tries. Oh my word! By 2,000th of a second, Nathan Ty wins. McLaughlin timed that run. Oh, well, according to the time screen, 5,000th of a second. We've got the other timing screen here. It says 2,000th of a second. that was about the length of my nostril.
He's got quite a big nose, let me tell you. But wow,
It ain't that big, but
Nathan Tye, he just held on so well to that there. Fionn McLaughlin, though, you have to say, what a really well-controlled drive that was. Put the pressure on all the way through to make sure that he stuck with Nathan in that one to try and get that final run. It just didn't work out in there, but what a great race from these lot as well.
And I think he's just realised it, because as they crossed the line, it was Fionn McLaughlin who was sort of punching the air, and Ty's just noticed, I think, over the grandstand, he's seen his mechanics, and now there's the celebrations, and you're going to be going to speak to him very shortly.
I will.
Nathan Tye. So, provisionally, your 2020 Kartmasters GP Plate champion in Cadet IAME, Nathan Tye, for Oliver Rowland Motorsport from Shire Oaks, and he is victorious. From Fionn McLaughlin from County Derry for Fusion Motorsport, and the number 9 car completing the podium, the Paul Munn Racing driver from Hoddesdon, Hertfordshire, Macaulay Bishop, finishes 3rd. Great race to start the afternoon's proceedings here at Paul Fletcher International. Now, on my timing screen, there's Ethan Jeff Hall is on the timing screen saying 3rd place for me, and I've got then on another timing screen Macaulay Bishop in 3rd. So I'll look at the Tag Heuer timing screen that says Bishop in 3rd. Ethan Jeff Hall in 4th, Cathal Clark finishing 5th, Zach Knight in 6th, Archie Clark in 7th position, 8th place for Noah Wolf, 9th place for Hardy Mamasi. That's a great result for Hardy, who does a lot of travelling with his karting. Lewis Werrell rounding out the top 10. And then 11th place for Sam Pollock Racing, Charlie Hart. Joey Brown finishes 12th. Sebastian Mins is 13th. Ben Smith 14th. And Micah Taylor completing the top 15. Eden Spanswick comes home in 16th. 17th, but with a time penalty, will be William Knight, then Roman Kamiab, Mason Rudman and Jorge Edgar. Michael Walker is next, followed by Kit Belofsky, William Murtaugh, Jesse Phillips, Riley Cranham, Kanishki Rao in 26th, Daniel Sofronia 27th, Freddie Housley 28th, then Cole Glover 29th, and Jack Cunningham rounds out the top 30. Oscar Cartmail, Jack Mowat, Joe Anderson and Eddie Hawes complete the finishers, with Cameron Thompson sadly failing to finish. And what a great way to start things off. My colleague Chaz Draycott will be interviewing the winner on the grid. The podium presentation slightly different this year, as is everything in the world of motorsport, and indeed the world full stop. As opposed to having a parade lap and then a presentation at the end of the day, as we have seen in Formula One this year. The top 3, they will go into the scrutineering area, they will get weighed, and they will go over the weigh bridge, and then they will have their nose cones checked. If their nose cone is dropped, then that would be a time penalty. And then once the top 3 have been cleared by the technical commissioner of the race, the chief scrutineer, they will be brought out onto the start-finish straight, where Chaz Draycott will interview the winner, and they will have the prize-giving ceremony for the top 3. So you have a look down at there. It's a warm, slightly cloudy afternoon, but the sun is shining bright. Like I said, on Friday it was bright blue skies, absolutely brutally hot, and I think I said yesterday there were more rednecks in the paddock than at a Donald Trump rally on Saturday morning. But luckily everyone's got their masks on, their sunscreen on, and here come the top 3. They will drive out onto the circuit. Tye, McLaughlin and Bishop. So Nathan Tye joins a very illustrious list of champions. Like I said, drivers. Lewis Hamilton has won the Cadet IAME GP plate. Well, it was called Cadet Coma back in that day. James Gornall has won it. Craig Dolby, Alex Sims, Adam Christodoulou, Ollie Rowland, his team boss. Now, is that the first time that a team boss and one of his drivers has won the same category in Kartmasters? Jordan Lennox Lamb, Alex Albon, George Russell, Honajup, Dan Tickdom, Dean McDonald, Alex Quinn, Cian Dewis, all those drivers are making their way in the World Motorsport. And here he comes out of there to park behind the number one. You can't really see him. He's going to get out of his cart now. Nathan Tye, Fionn McLaughlin and Macaulay Bishop. Nathan gets out of his cart. We've got Nigel Edwards, the chairman of Trent Valley Kart Club, will give him his winner's hat. And also, as is the want in 2020, his winner's mask. It's a Trent Valley Kart Club branded mask, of course. And Fionn McLaughlin and Macaulay Bishop also will get their masks. And it's a lot for these drivers to take in. And Chaz Draycott will be down to speak to the winner very shortly. There is Chris Walker on the right-hand side of your screen from kartpix.net, the official photographer, the only still photographer media assigned to this event because of all the restrictions. And IAME banner fluttering in the breeze, and there is your podium. It's a slightly different podium than what you're used to, but then again, everything is different. Well, everything is different, but everything is the same. The racing was just the same, just a good quality as ever. And Nathan Tye soaks up, well, the fact that he is Kartmasters champion for 2020. Ollie Rowland will be a very proud team boss. He's got a mechanic. I'm sure the entire team, parents and what have you, are very proud as well. And so we will have the official photographs, and then we will hear from the winner. So once again, Nathan Tye, Fionn McLaughlin, Macaulay Bishop, your top three. The rest of the top 10, Ethan Jeff Hall for Strawberry Racing, Cathal Clark for Fusion Motorsport, Zach Knight for Oliver Ola Motorsport, Archie Clark in the second Strawberry Racing entry, and then Noah Wolf, Hardy Omasi and Lewis Werrell in Kart 10, who finishes in 10th place. And so the trophy is handed over with the bouquet of flowers. Now, in addition to that, Nathan Tye wins £250 in cash, a £200 voucher for the John Mills shop, Delta Racewear gloves. So he can collect that from Race Control at the end of the event. And, of course, the GP plate for the next 12 months. Second place, Fionn McLaughlin. He wins £100 cash, £100 voucher to the John Mills kart shop. Macaulay Bishop, £75 in cash. You can buy a lot of Jolly Ranchers with that prize money. And then a £50 voucher for the JM Kart shop. So once again, another grandstand, and it's a strange scene on Kartmasters final day. The grandstand virtually empty, but that just means that more people have been watching. And there is the smile. That won't matter one bit to Nathan Tye at the moment. The ORM t-shirt, the big smile, which you can see. Well, you can't see it, but I'm sure there is behind that mask. A huge smile. Yeah, nod if you're smiling. But he is indeed. Fionn McLaughlin in second, and Macaulay Bishop in third. And there you have it. End of the first Grand Prix for 2020. Congratulations to Nathan Tye. I'm not sure if we were going to get a word with him or not. Not quite sure. Not quite sure if technology will allow it, but anyway, congratulations please on the spectator banking, mums and dads. I know there's and fellow drivers. We're going to need, the drivers are going to need your support more than ever. I know that you're only here supporting one or two drivers, but you're going to have to cheer for the hundreds and thousands of people that aren't here watching as spectators. You're going to have to give the drivers the encouragement for them. Thank you very much. Out on the banking. Well done. So there we go. One race down, 7 Grand Prix to go. And the next race will be Cadet Honda. Well, they are all down on the dummy grid. So here we go. Next race up, Cadet Honda. Now, as in all classes, there is a prize draw, and the prize draw in Cadet Honda wins 4 entries to the Autumn Cup plus 4 practice sessions and an RI crash helmet. And in Cadet Honda, the prize draw winner is Harrison Mackey. So Harrison Mackey, congratulations. You are the Cadet Honda prize draw winner. And now we look at the pole man with former Kartmasters champion David Bellchambers alongside him. Now, I know that there was a lot of hard work when yesterday. They've had their noses to the grindstone this morning to try and get that number 3 kart up on its correct position, because Connor Duncan has been brutally fast this weekend. Yesterday his luck was brutal. This morning he came through, and good Kartmasters mechanic bingo trainers there from Bellchambers, the bright orange liveried trainers. We can't play Kartmasters bingo, Kartmasters mechanic bingo this year, sadly, because obviously there's no walkout or anything like that. But this class, the Cadet Honda class, joined Kartmasters in 2011. Stephen Prentice from Scotland was the first winner. Luke Wooder, who's here racing as a senior driver, won it in 2012. Rory Hudson was the 2013 GP plate winner. Mark Kimber went on to win it in 2014. Kieran Jeremy in 2015. Harry Thompson, who's here this weekend mechanicking, he won it in 2016. Oliver Behrman, who's just signed to drive Formula 4 in Germany, he won it in 2017. Theo McCurris, junior X30 driver now, he won it in 2017. 2018 rather, and Oscar Chewton was the 2019 GP plate winner. This will be a standing start, and Chaz Draycott joins you back up in the commentary box. Connor Duncan for SFR Motorsport will start this one from pole position. Timo Jungling alongside on the front row of the grid in kart number 25. Zach Drummond for the Synergy team and Ewan Charman for Ambition Motorsport are on row 2. Blake Ticehurst and Henry Jocelyn are on row 3. Alfie Thompson and Jensen Graham are on row 4. Ralph Jungling and Gustav Usakobs round out the top 10. Max Cuthbert, Devon Nolan, 2 SFR Motorsport teammates, are on row 6. Then it's Josh Graham and Aston Sharp, the S plate holder, the Scottish Super Series champion, starting on row 7. Tommy Harfield and Oliver Bocock are next. Then Owen Neve, Jacob Gilman, Aston McAndrew Uren, Brandon Truman, Leon Hasty, Adam Wooden, Sonny Mortensen, Liam Hartley, Alex Hawcutt, Kaiser Ryman, Jack Burrows, Noah Barham, Casey Lynch, Callum Ghosh, Reg Hayward, Marley Pareo, Harrison Mackey, Lewis Islin and Kenzo Craigie for Ambition Motorsport, who retired from the pre-final, rounds out the field in kart number 66. And this is going to be a doozy.
Certainly will be. Here we go then. Lights are on and they're off and away. Really good start there. Look at that. Jungling straight over there to tuck in behind the number 3 of Connor Duncan. And to be honest, it's the best tactic to employ, isn't it, when you get a standing start like that, Henry?
Yep, just got to follow the man in front. Of course, it's very difficult to out-drag one of these. Of course, the engines are all the same, so the reaction times are very similar. So it's very difficult to make up positions on the start, unless, of course, you do what Max Cuthbert did yesterday and jump it a little bit. But they look like there was no jump starts there. Down the hill, out of turn 4 they go. Connor Duncan has the lead. Now, Duncan yesterday, I'm going to try and look and see where he qualified. And the answer is he qualified down in 21st place yesterday. He got time penalties in both his heat races. He finished 15th, and then, he didn't get a time penalty, but he had a problem in his second heat race as well, and finished all the way back in 11th or 12th place, something like that. But it has not gone well. But then this morning he charged up through to take the
contact.
win. That's Aston Sharp. And that's a big crash. Sorry there, yeah. Aston Sharp gets turned around, and there was one car vaulted over the top. We're very lucky not to roll over there. Didn't quite catch the numbers.
I think the S-plate driver was caught up in that as well, Aston Sharp. He went into the air there on the right-hand side of the shot, but luckily, like you say, no rollover in that situation. There was a bit of contact halfway around the lap as well between two of the Ambition drivers as well. I believe it was the number 36 Blake Ticehurst as well, put his hand up in massive frustration with his teammate. They're just going down the back straight towards the hairpin now.
Yeah, he's still pointing at him, saying, right, come on, let's go.
Gives him a shove.
Kenzo Craigie I saw having with damage on his number 66 kart as well. That's a shame. Jacob Gilman has also retired, so 2 Ambition karts in trouble at the start of this one. And of course, Ewan Charman in kart number 10, who had things all his own way yesterday. He's there in 3rd place, but Connor Duncan and Timo Jungling have got the brake on, and then behind the Charman, it's Zach Drummond in 4th, Henry Jocelyn in 5th, then Ticehurst in 6th, Ralph Jungling in 7th, Usakovs is 8th, Alfie Thompson 9th, Jensen Graham in 10th, and Harrison Mackey was caught up in that incident. So was Jack Burrows in the number 61 kart. Oliver Bocock as well, the Zip Factory driver. I think he was the one that almost went through the air. It's always good to see the Zip Factory team in cadet racing at the highest level. But there's a move out on the banking. That is looks like Jocelyn trying to make a move.
Yeah, Jocelyn trying to get Jocelyn and make his way through the field. But at the moment, Duncan has Jungling right behind him. There's a little scrap going on there as well in the middle. Number 87, Alfie Thompson in the all-black kart. He's just lost a place actually to Ticehurst. Ticehurst gets down the inside into the hairpin. Just behind them, the very bright and colourful number 14 of Jensen Graham. He's up there as well trying to hold on to that scrap. But the top 3 again in this situation, Henry, breaking away to begin with. But we only know that it takes just a couple of laps for that to close up again. And I think if these 6 karts just behind them start working together, we'll see that gap depreciate very fast.
Oh yes, yes. It'll depreciate quicker than the value of a new car.
Like a Rolls Royce.
Like a Rolls Royce, there we go. And there's one, I've seen one of them in the paddock as well.
It nearly hit our van yesterday.
Oh, well, idiot. So it's Duncan and Jungling pulling away. Charman all on his own in 3rd place. Now, see there, Ewan Charman, that light blue Ambition Motorsport machine in 3rd, all on his own. So he's got no one pushing him from behind, but he's also got no slipstream from the kart in front. So if these group of karts coming through turn 4 now, if they start working together, they'll catch Charman quite quickly. But Timo Jungling, who was, now we don't have the comments on our screens anymore, because it was Timo Jungling who was deciding to tell everybody on the lunch break that he was having his burger, and it used up all the bandwidth we had, so thank you for that. So we got no comments, but we do know that Timo had a burger for lunch, so a healthy racing driver diet, and they're all signalling to each other. There's the number 2 Synergy Factory team drivers, Drummond and Graham together to the Bobby Game corner. Drummond in the number 8 kart, and it's Connor Duncan who leads the way so far. Wes Calder, Scotland, Timo Jungling, who's down from London.
Connor Duncan did a great performance in that pre-final as well, and now he's showing his true class leading this one, but the front pair not really battling that much at the moment. Timo Jungling has closed up a little bit over that first sector though. He's got a really good launch as they go over the bridge. Oh, and Connor Duncan's wide through turn 4. Down towards the hairpin though. He doesn't actually lose out that much. It's actually the number 10 here of Ewan Charman that's got the work to do though, because he's all on his own. There's a big fight going on behind him though, with some of his teammates.
Yeah, Ralph Jungling almost getting tipped sideways there in the number 16 kart coming out of the first hairpin there, looking over his shoulder and sort of gesticulating to the drivers behind. And of course they're all passing and trying to shuffle each other along, but of course they're all slowing each other down. At the back of that group there you can see the number 11 kart of Tommy Harfield, so 14, so from 4th back to 14th is all in a big queue.
Just having a quick look now as well down the order just to see if there's anyone making moves all the way through. And Lewis Islin, who of course had a bit of a nightmare in the first race, is now up 16 positions into 18th. We'll see where he is when he crosses the line this time. Reg Haywood was up 15 places. Lewis Islin's now up 17, and this is P17.
Lewis Islin hasn't finished a race yet this weekend. He's had problems in all 3 of his both heats and the pre-final.
He's showing now what would have happened if he would have finished it as well. This is proper impressive pace from him. We have the 3 Ambition karts third, fourth and fifth at the moment, and they'll be filled with ambition to go chasing after the lead pair, who are making this not look easy, but they're looking very controlled at the moment. I mean, Timo Jungling, he's not leaning forward or anything, he's just sat back in his cart, just getting on with the job.
Yep, and Ewan Charman can't do anything about it in third place, 1.46 seconds off the lead.
Oh, we've got a detour there, number 80.
Oh, and we had
Callum Ghosh.
Callum Ghosh took a detour, and Ralph Jungling took a little detour onto the grass, coming out of the Fullerton S's. That bright green and black race suits, the number 16 team. He was, out of shape there. He's got the number 88 cart right behind him. That is Josh Graham, the Ambition driver.
Kenzo Craigie, I've noticed as well, who was at the back of the field, has actually got nose damage on that cart. The note's actually sort of propped up slightly, so that won't be helping aerodynamically. Yeah, and he's down in 33rd position. Harrison Mackey has retired, so he's obviously going to collect his prize draw prize early, later with this race. So no, the Project One East Anglia driver retiring with an issue after that first lap incident, which saw Aston Sharp get spun around. Sharp has recovered really well to 15th place. Now he's the first car behind this schmozzle. Aston Sharp is the next car in line. He does have a bit of work to do to match up now, but this group, Jocelyn, Ticehurst and Graham, they're only just now reeling in Ewan Charman. And again, Ralph Jungling, they're all, Alfie Thompson having a go as well. They're all sort of like hands in the air, not happy. Well, I'm not surprised they're not happy, because I have to say, with 7 minutes to go, it's they're losing this race, because Duncan and Jungling are nearly 2 seconds ahead. And to be fair, Alfie Thompson, who you mentioned there, he got a bit of a tap through the left hairpin, and he actually lost 2 positions from it as well. I know that Ralph Jungling was one of the ones that went through. I think Devon Nolan just gave him a tap on the way through, which he wasn't very pleased with, but he's going to try his very hardest to get back through. We've seen Alfie pull off some good overtaking manoeuvres throughout the heats and the pre-finals as well. He's back in the slipstream now of Nolan, giving him a bit of a push actually down the back straight, as they do. But we've got a change there. Yeah,
that was Jensen Graham going past Blake Ticehurst for 5th position. So the Synergy Factory driver moves into the top 5. But you can see they come off the bridge the last time. Both Duncan and Jungling, Timo Jungling, were looking over their shoulders to see where the rest of the competition were, and they were probably quite surprised that they were so far back. But now we've got Jocelyn in the number 26 Ambition cart has caught his teammate Charman, and I have to say now they will almost certainly start to work together. They've got 6 minutes to go. They have to work together.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to make progress and catch those front pair in now, there can't be any battling going on. They really have to just push forward and make sure that they use the most of the slipstream that they can. They are stuck together through the first couple of S's there. Looks like he loses out a little bit there, does the number 26 of Jocelyn. Just chucks it really aggressively to the right. Oh, a bit of a tap there as well. I think that was Jungling, was it? That
was Ralph Jungling sort of coming back at one of the Ambition carts. I think that may have been
Joshua Graham,
yes. Oh, side by side there, Ralph Jungling now getting involved in another scrap with that same Ambition cart coming out of the first hairpin. Alfie Thompson's right behind him. But those 2 leaders are still just drafting and slipstreaming. Good tactical racing here.
It's very feisty, but yeah, the front 2 making it look very, very easy compared to the guys behind, who can't seem to decide who they want at the front of that pack. And to be honest, I think if Connor Duncan knew how big the gap was, he might do. It would be a rather big sort of weight off his shoulders in this one, but someone that isn't a weight off his shoulders is definitely Timo Jungling right now. He's going nowhere, is he? He's definitely not leaving him alone.
He has been stuck to him like something on a stick, which I can't say. But 3rd position is still Charman, and it's in the number 10 cart. Oh no, it's not. It's sorry, Jocelyn in the number 26 cart, who's now up into 3rd position.
Yeah, and with that, he's actually gone down to 5th place now as Charman. He's trying back down the inside of his teammate, and Jensen's actually gone through there as well. Bit of contact on the exit.
Oh yeah, between the number 8 cart of Drummond and just, you could just see as Jensen Graham made that move there, he was like, he really, his arm out of the cart saying, come on, forward.
Yeah,
push,
let's go.
Push.
That was, I think it was Ticehurst, was it, that made the contact with Zach Drummond. Zach puts his hand in the air sort of saying, what are you doing? Because no one wants to make contact on a straight, do they?
He's, I've got to say, he is that signal was like the karting version of a midwife in a birthing suite. Come on, push, push.
Definitely was.
Will they listen?
No.
No, you're correct. Because here comes Charman back to up the inside, so they're swapping positions. That's going to slow them down a little bit. Here comes Jocelyn now onto the rear bumper. Jocelyn's going to look to the inside. Oh, sorry, Ticehurst rather is going to look to the inside. And now oh dear, now.
He's around. He's around on the bridge. Just saw it at the left. There he is.
Yep, someone's gone. And that was so. The minute that Jensen Graham said, "Come on, let's work together," they all said no. And the gap is 3.7 seconds between the top two. There's Alfie Thompson, Max Tyson trying to pick up a position. Or was that Devon Nolan? It was Devon Nolan, the number 54 kart, in 11th place, trying to pick up a place. But this is now on your screens, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and they've got nearly the two leaders have got nearly the whole length of the short shoot between them.
Yeah, they've got this in the bag, I think. It just depends on which one of them's going to take it. Are we going to see a last-ditch effort from Timo Jungling just to try and dive down the inside, catch our race leader Connor Duncan off guard? But with how attentive these guys are, with everything going on around them, their awareness, I don't think it's going to be as easy as me just standing here saying it, because we've seen great awareness and great concentration from Connor Duncan so far, and both of these guys very much with one hand each on that GP plate at the minute, I'd say.
Yep, to the inside there. Battle of a third, 3 wide now. Ticehurst make the move, open the door. Drummond takes advantage and passes them both. 2 minutes to go over the bridge. Lap number 12 now.
Ewan Charman straight through the middle there as well. He thought, all right, well, if that door's going to open again, then fine, I'll take that. And Jensen Graham again with his forward, let's move, just saw him doing it down the straight there. He's in the middle of this pack though, so it's not like he's got control over the guys behind him. He's doing it again, he keeps getting hit in the rear through these hairpins, and he's just saying, no boys, we need to go forward here, we need to focus and get on with it. He's leaning, he sort of puts his hand up to say, come on, I'm sick of telling you now.
So you know, this is so the gap between second and third growing all the time. Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian driver, he could probably turn, if I could turn around and just give all these other drivers around me a bit of the official Glasgow kiss, which is not a kiss, it's it's just to sort of knock some sense into them, because you can see that there's the third place battle. Where are the leaders? They're not even in shot anymore. They're not even in shot. 4.5 seconds, nearly 5 seconds up the road. Connor Duncan and Timo Jungling are just driving away with this one. All the action is for third place, which is why we're watching it.
It's crazy, isn't it? The guys at the front have probably got the easiest job out there at the minute, just fighting between themselves, just trying to help each other. The third place battle is the most intense one we've had in this class at the moment, and it's just Drummond holding on.
And it's so the race leader, there he is, number 3, Connor Duncan, being pushed along by Timo Jungling. Now this is not a boring race for the two of them, because they got to concentrate. If Duncan puts a wheel wrong, Jungling will be there. But of course, if Jungling makes one move, it doesn't work off, there's no one else to sort of draw Connor Duncan into a battle. So it's going to be, he knows with 30 seconds to go, he's going to have one opportunity. But when they do start battling, Chaz, you'll be able to see very, very quickly how that gap shrinks, because here they're the leaders, and still Connor Duncan saying, think, 15 seconds to go. There's a large screen as they come onto the starting gantry. The drivers can see how much of the race there is remaining, so they know how long there is to go. Connor Duncan says here now, think, he's not defending through turn number 3. The gap is now 5 seconds, back to third place. Drummond still sits in third, Charman in fourth.
The clock has ticked down to 0 now as well, so the next lap will be the last lap of this class this weekend. And Connor Duncan a bit wide through the hairpin there, but Timo Jungling not close enough to make a move and take advantage of that. But would he want to be ahead, knowing that the slipstream is so strong down that straight coming onto the final lap?
Into the short shoot, now the Fullerton S's. The clock has struck 0. Connor Duncan, Scotland leads England through the Bobby Game corner. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go. Charman is currently 3rd, Drummond 4th, Ticehurst 5th, Ralph Jungling in 6th, then it's Thompson 7th, Graham is 8th, Aston Sharp up to 9th. Last lap, board goes out. Duncan starts to think about defending through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Will he go tight into the banking? Yes, he does. Timo Jungling swings out wide. Can he get underneath? No, he's going to stay on the outside line. Can he get it? Can he make it work? No. Duncan comes across.
Great defending that, to be fair. He hugged the inside line and Jungling had to get out of it, and he lost a little bit of momentum, so during the switchback he couldn't do it. Pushes him down the straight into the hairpin, and again another shove into the hairpin. Bit of curb there for Connor Duncan as well. Jungling really piling the pressure on now. He's trying to get into his head, isn't he, Henry?
Yep, indeed. Now there's the battle of third place, but the leaders coming in the second hairpin, and Duncan having to defend. Now Jungling hasn't quite got the momentum for a run, has he? He looks to the inside. Can he get alongside going into the Fullerton S's? Yes, he can. Duncan on the outside, side by side, wheel to wheel. Great racing. And, Connor Duncan holds it on the inside. He gives Jungling racing room, and Jungling on the outside couldn't quite get the momentum. So 1 corner to go. Now he saw a run on the last race of the final corner, so it's not over yet, but Connor Duncan looks like he's done enough. Out of the final corner. Jungling can't get alongside. He is going to try though. Ooh. Drag race, and Duncan wins by 0.02 of a second. That is as close as you want.
That's incredible stuff, and again, that run out the final corner just shows you that it's not over till it's over. Great effort from Timo Jungling all race. That was similar to what we saw in the first race of the afternoon there with Fionn McLaughlin as well, wasn't it? A really controlled performance in second, helping the lead pair get away. Timo Jungling, you see by his body language there, he's gutted. He didn't quite make that work, but brilliant stuff from Connor Duncan. The two of them very happy, and he was sort of saying, did I get it? Did you get it? And he pointed and said, you've got it, and then he starts celebrating. Beautiful to see. But I believe I've got a very happy Connor Duncan to go and interview, so I will catch you in a bit.
No problems at all. Well, of course, so that is 2 races down, and the winning margin in the first race was 500ths of a second. The winning margin in that race was 200ths of a second. Connor Duncan, Timo Jungling and Zach Drummond, so 2 Scotsmen on the podium in Cadet Honda. Drummond in cart number 8, finishing in what was a tremendous scrap for third, 6.5 seconds behind the leaders. Josh Graham in 4th position. Reg Hayward, great drive for Reg Hayward, didn't really see him much in the final, but he moved up into 5th position, gained 20 from 31st to 5th for Reg Hayward. Great drive there. Alfie Thompson in 6th position. Charman drops to 7th. There is Connor Duncan. Now he's obviously can't give his dad, his mechanic, a hug. That's his mechanic, Dave Bellchambers there. So Bellchambers, a former double junior Rotax champion, has guided this young Cadet Honda protege to Kartmasters glory. There's some sportsmanship there from Timo Jungling. Now the drivers will have to go over the weigh bridge, so they'll get weighed, and then they will be had to make sure their nose cones are still attached, that the bracket hasn't dropped, and then they'll be out for the presentation. Let's have a little look down at the rest of the order. Behind Alfie Thompson, who finished 6th, was Ewan Charman, a disappointed 7th. Ralph Jungling, 8th. Aston Sharp recovered really well, the S-plate holder. Really talented young man there, Aston Sharp. He finishes 9th. Blake Ticehurst drops to 10th at the end. Devon Nolan finishes in 11th. Jensen Graham is 12th. Tommy Harfield was 13th. Max Cuthbert 14th. Lewis Islin, well, he gets to the finish of a race at last, and it's the most important race, and it is 15th place for Lewis Islin in the Grand Prix. Gustav Usakovs, didn't see Gustav feature too much in the final. He finishes 16th for Project 1. Leon Hasty in 17th. Then Sonny Mortensen, Aston McAndrew Uren, Oliver Bocock, Owen Neve, Adam Wooden, Casey Lynch, Liam Hartley and Kaiser Ryman with a 25th place finisher. Brandon Truman, Alexander Horcutt, Henry Jocelyn dropped all the way back to 28th after that spin that we saw him have up on the banking. Callum Ghosh in 29th and Marley Pareo in 30th. Noah Barham, Jack Burrows, Kenzo Craigie were the remaining finishers. Sadly, Harrison Mackie and Jacob Gilman failed to finish. So the list of Kartmasters champions in Cadet Honda now reads Prentice, Wooder, Hudson, Kimber, Jeremy, Thompson, Behrman, McCouris, Chewton and Duncan. And the wind has picked up. There's some grey clouds in the sky, but nice warm temperatures, and we're set for a nice dry, warm, sometimes sunny afternoons worth of racing. 2 races down, 6 races to go. The Mini Max race is up next, then it'll be Mini X30 followed by Junior Max, Junior X30, Senior Max and Senior X30. That's the running order for this afternoon. And the rumble of four-stroke engines coming out onto the circuit mean that the top three have been cleared through scrutineering. The 3 of Duncan, the 25 of Jungling and the 8 of Drummond. Out onto the track, and again for the family members that are here, so you have your applause for the top 3 drivers when they come out. There's no crowd in the grandstand to congratulate them like they would do so, even though they may not be your driver, they may not be in your class, they do need your support. This is a special moment for them. So there we are. He'll put his cap and his mask on, and Chaz Draycott is down to speak with our newly crowned Cadet Honda Kartmasters GP plate winner.
Well, Connor Duncan, you must be absolutely over the moon with that. It looked like quite a fantastic race between yourself and Timo Jungling. How did you find it?
Oh, it was fantastic. Just so relieved to come out with the win. And the last lap was just so close.
Yeah, over the line. It was a tiny, tiny margin between the pair of you. That last sort of corner has such an important run coming out of it. Do you think that's going to decide a couple of the other races today?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I definitely think that a lot of people could get the run and win today. It's happened before, so it could happen again.
Well, very well done, mate. And obviously, of course, did you think that you were going to get away as much as you did from the rest of the pack in that one?
Well, we kind of had a plan to get away, so we were hoping to get that kind of gap, so really happy.
Very well done, mate. Well, congratulations, and very well done from everybody watching as well. Well done. Timo, that was a very, very close run there. Did you think you were just going to get him at the line?
Well, I thought I would get him at the line, but it turns out not to.
And were you quite happy with the fact that you both broke away from the pack so much?
Yeah, I didn't expect I would break up that much from the pack, but...
Well, it certainly worked in your favour, mate. Well done on second place here at Kartmasters. It was a fantastic performance, and we hope to see you next time round. Right then, third place, Zach Drummond. Zach, that looked like quite a fight from third place backwards. You lot were really having a lot of fun out there, weren't you?
Yeah, I didn't get that good of a start, and then all of them got up the inside in the second corner, so I just tried to fight my way back.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of argy-bargy going on out there. With those guys getting such a big gap up front, well, how does that feel from third place? Like, do you think that you might catch them in the end if you all work together?
I don't think I would have. They're so far ahead, like, I couldn't have caught them.
Yeah. Well, it was a fantastic performance all the same, mate. Nice big trophy for you as well. Very well done on third place. Cheers.
You want me to do the trophy?
Yeah, of course.
There we go. So that's the interviews are over. Apologies if you couldn't hear those in the grandstand, but they're in the spectator areas. Nigel Edwards gives the GP plate and the victory elbow, which is now a custom, the customary form of greeting. So there is your champion. Connor Duncan lifts the Kartmasters trophy, the GP plate. He also wins £250 cash, a new set of Dunlop tyres and a set of Delta Raceway gloves. Timo Jungling, £100 cash and a set of Dunlop tyres for second, and £75 cash and a set of Dunlop tyres for Zach Drummond, finishing third. So there is the top three in this year's Cadet Honda Grand Prix. Now, I know there is another Grand Prix going on, but trust me, there will be far more overtaking and action in this Grand Prix than there will be in the other one that is taking place. So that's the cadets over for Kartmasters 2020. Next up will be the start of the mini section. So here we go, and again, as with all the other classes, we have the prize draw for Minimax, and the free prize draw winner in Minimax is Pearson Bullock Carter. So Pearson Bullock Carter wins the 4 entries to the Autumn Cup and 4 practice sessions, plus a set of Mojo tyres, which is what these drivers use. Now, Minimax. I'm not going to lie, I am going to show complete the lad from my hometown of Barry in South Wales, Barry Bados on sea, where it never rains. Number 21, Harry Linden, sits on pole position. It's the biggest moment from Barry Bados on sea since they stopped filming Gavin and Stacey. This is Harry Linden comes out onto the circuit. Now, that is not to say that I'm not encouraging all the other drivers, because of course I am. Mackenzie Douglas, for instance, he's from Penarth, just up the road from Barry, which is a little bit posh than Barry, because they got glass in the windows of their houses and everything. But he's on the outside of row number 1 in the number 24 Coles Racing cart. Stephen Duncan in cart number 16, another Scotsman, will start 3rd, and Alfie Gallagher for KR Sport will start from 4th on the grid. The free prize draw winner, Pearson Bullock Carter, will go from P5 alongside Mikey Porter for the Callum Hargrave driver development team. Max Taylor and Callum Graffin are next, and then the Anglo-Canadian driver, Chloe Chong from Down Holland Racing, cart number 18, rounds up the field. Only 9 carts, but an excellent race ahead.
I walked straight back in the commentary box, and you're on about Barry Island again.
Well, and rightly so. Harry Linden's on the screen.
He is indeed, and this is going to be another brilliant race here, everybody. Like we've had from Henry, 9 carts doesn't mean that the race is going to be short of any excitement. Round the final corner they go then, Henry.
So, Linden, Douglas, all these drivers in their first Kartmasters. Who is going to win? And it's a false start. You can see the drivers waving their hands in the air. False start, so a little bit added tension in the air, but yeah, no. So these drivers, I'm looking down the list, and I don't think any of them have competed at Kartmasters before. So Minimax, we haven't had a Minimax grid at Kartmasters for some time. Minimax joined the Kartmasters fray back in 2003. Adam Christodoulou won the first Minimax GP plate. Will Stevens, ex-Formula 1 driver, he won this event in 2004. Tom Grice, who's here working with a couple of drivers, he won it in 2005. Ryan Denton was the 2006 champion. Billy Albone, who's now a team boss, he won it in 2007. Danny Harwood, whose nickname was Princess, I have to say, and he's out in Australia now. He won this race in 2008. Jack Barlow won it in 2009. George Russell won this race in 2010. Ross Gunn was the 2011 champion. Philip Rawson, who's now working as a male model, believe it or not, he won it in 2012. 2013 was Tom Gamble's turn. Sam Pooley won it in 2014. Cian Dewis, British F4 racer, won it in 2015. And then it was Dexter Patterson, junior world karting champion, won it in 2016. Jamie Day from the United Arab Emirates won it in 2017, and this is the first year we've had it since. Here we go. So this event has been won by 2 former Formula 1 drivers, and there's a lad from Barry Island on pole position. It's written in the stars. Here we go. Linden makes a good start. It's an excellent start for the number 60 cut, Stephen Duncan, to move into 2nd place. Mackenzie Douglas down to 3rd.
Yeah, very feisty start there, making sure that they all slot in single file. They don't want to lose that slipstream over the course of the weekend. We've seen in these races, Harry Linden has broken away. He's taken a couple of them with him before, but I tell you what, I don't think he's going to be doing that this time round. He's got the number 16 right behind him there, and that is, of course, Stephen Duncan just on his tail, with the 24 of Mackenzie Douglas as well. Of course, sparring partner with Harry Linden in the pre-final, wasn't he, Henry?
Yes, he did. They've been almost surgically attached, you know, and that's not saying anything about inbreeding in South Wales, but they were surgically attached throughout the pre-final, and now they are they've got an interloper between them. That is Stephen Duncan, the Scotsman, trying to make his best run of the weekend so far. They cross the line. Linden in the number 21 Dan Holland racing car, head down, going through the thing. Now the pressure is going to be on these drivers. They think there's only 9 drivers in the race, but no, this is 9 drivers. None of them have ever raced in anything as big as this before. There goes Douglas looking to the inside. but backs out of it.
Stephen Duncan opened the flap on the radiator on his right hand side going down the straight last time round, just to let a bit more air go into there.
Yeah, just to give this Mini Max Rotax engine a little bit more waft.
Yeah, definitely. It probably needs it as well. It's getting hot out there as well. It was quite cool this morning, wasn't it? But it's warming up very quickly.
Yep, and that means the grip levels will be going down, so all the rubber that's being laid down the track, and of course it's incredible how sticky the track is. We went on a track walk last night, Chaz, and you know, your trainers are sticking to the tarmac because there's so much rubber, and of course there's no suspension on these karts. You've got to be very physically fit to drive them. There's the number 54 kart on your screen. That would be the Callum Hargrave driver, Mikey Porter.
Yeah, it was literally like someone had spilt Coca-Cola on the floor, hadn't they? It was just incredibly grippy on the ground. But Harry Linden looking in control at the moment. Number 16 of Stephen Duncan right up behind him, to be honest. And I think that he's going to be hard pushed to make a move early on. We've seen a lot of patience from a lot of these drivers this weekend, haven't we, in this class?
Yeah, and what you've got to remember is that Linden has led every lap of every race so far. He hasn't had to deal with the fact of being overtaken. Now, you think, well, that's great that Linden's led every lap so far, and it's great for Harry, but how is he going to cope if Stephen Duncan or Mackenzie Douglas make a move on him? You know, it's one thing having a nice clear track in front of you and all you've got to do is worry about making sure you hit your marks, get your lines and keep everyone behind you. But when there's another kart in front of you that you've got to try and attack and move around, it's a very different mindset altogether. So Linden, he's got a couple of kart lengths lead as it comes to the Mike Wilson complex there. But Stephen Duncan, again, very good through the twisty sections, I have to say. That it looks like it's a Cosmic chassis for Duncan. He's down as a privateer driver. He's got the Vision Motorsport graphics on that kart, or is that KR Sport?
I think it's KR, isn't it?
Yeah, very similar. Vision and KR, very similar. And but he runs wide there, coming out onto the banking, and that's going to cost him a couple of kart lengths. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well, 61.68 seconds. And yeah, no, it is a Vision Motorsport graphics kit. I'm not sure if he's running with Vision or if he's just bought an ex-Vision team kart and has kept the graphics kit, but he does close back up during the twisty sections. So Linden's kart is good on the straights, and Duncan's kart better through the fiddly bits, and Mackenzie Douglas sitting and watching and waiting.
Yeah, I think if Mackenzie gets involved here and these guys start battling, Harry Linden will have quite an easy drive to the front. He's shown us just how good he is at staying at the front, even when he's under a lot of pressure. But yeah, if that battle starts behind him, he won't have to worry about it too much. Ducking his head down the straight, trying to get as much straight line speed as possible. He doesn't have the slipstream from anyone in front, of course. But look at this now, Mackenzie Douglas right behind Duncan, down the inside onto the bridge.
Makes the move, good move there. You can see Douglas, he was taking a leaf out of the cadets books by literally pushing Duncan along.
He makes the signal as well. He says, let's go forward. He knows he doesn't want Harry Linden to get away.
The standard, I've just overtaken you, cost us both a bit of time, but now I want you to follow me and push me.
Yeah.
That's the standard karting communique.
Indeed, but he's doing a fine job though. That gap isn't opening up much to Linden at the moment. And behind them as well, karts 14 and 15, Alfie Gallagher and Pearson Bullock Carter closing in a little bit. They're having their own fight though, so they may slow each other down slightly, but it's all about the top three at the moment, in all honesty.
10 minutes to go. Sorry, Chaz. Yeah. 10 minutes to go. We're on lap number 5. Linden and Douglas, as you were. Well, we've had an Englishman and a Scotsman win so far. Are we going to get a Welshman? Now, Douglas under pressure coming under the bridge, going out onto the banking. This is going to help Harry Linden, just easing away ever so slightly.
Yeah, the gap looks like it's opened up a little bit just in that first sector, doesn't it? Into the hairpin, of course, the accordion effect, bunching them all together. Some great mid-corner speed, though, there by Mackenzie Douglas. And it's now an even gap as they go towards the short chute.
Out of the second hairpin, and again, there's the really strong part. Now, both Douglas and Duncan close up on Linden through the chicane, through the hairpin section. So Linden's kart is good on the straights. The two karts chasing him are very good through these sections. The Mike Wilson complex being the predominantly twisty bit. And you can see how much closer Douglas gets as they go through that complex. But now watch Linden almost stretch it out a little bit on the straights and through the very fast corners, like the banking. Because yeah, no, Douglas is right there. Will Douglas make a move? Is somebody going to pass Harry Linden for the first time all weekend? Not on this lap, but Linden again through that long, fast left-hander on the banking. Linden has just got the legs of everybody else. Douglas sets a new fastest lap. Linden checking over his shoulder. He turns around, he signals. Now, Linden and Douglas, they've sort of started out karting together. In fact, down at Landau International Raceway, the birthplace of champions, Chaz. So they've known each other since they first basically stepped into a kart a few years ago in IKR independent kart racing. They've moved into licensed karting, Motorsport UK karting together. Now they're battling for the British Grand Prix together.
Yeah, this is a great fight indeed, isn't it? So little between them, and the pace from these guys, it may not be the biggest grid that we've got, but the pace has been brilliant, the racing's been exceptional, and it's still so close up at the front. But it's good to see Harry Linden not quite walking away with this. I mean, I'm sure he'd disagree, and so would everyone that supports him, but it's good to see that Mackenzie Douglas is really taking the fight to him here in this final. It's getting very tantalising now.
Here we go, in through turn number 4, 7.5 minutes remaining. Linden responds with a new fast lap, 61.270. Oh, Douglas gets wide coming out of turn number 4 over the grass blocks. Doesn't lose too much ground. Stephen Duncan is beginning to fade slightly in 3rd place. He's about 5 kart lengths back. Behind them, Alfie Gallagher runs 4th, 2 seconds off the lead. Then it's Pearson Bullock Carter just behind Gallagher. Then there's a good 3 kart scrap for 6th, 7th and 8th place between Callum Graffin, Mikey Porter and Chloe Chong, with Max Taylor in 9th just off the back of them. So 9 karts, there's the number 14 kart on your screens here. That's the 4th and 5th place karts. The KR Sport number 14 of Alfie Gallagher and the number 15 of Pearson Bullock Carter.
Harry Linden's definitely opened up that gap now as well. Through that final sector, he puts his head down. He wants every little bit of straight line speed, as they all do. Through the S's for the what lap is this now? Lap 9 already. This has gone by very quickly, hasn't it?
Yes, it has indeed. Linden beginning to stretch away. So Douglas a little bit shoddy on that last lap. Linden did a 101.25, new fastest lap. Douglas was 4/10 slower and Duncan was 6/10 slower. Harry Linden on lap number 9, I think, may have finally broken Douglas's challenge. For the time being, he's getting his head down. That kart is getting faster and faster. This is Harry Linden's first real season of national level kart racing, and of course with all the COVID crisis going on, there's been no national level racing. This is pretty much the first major event of the year. The British Championship hasn't even started yet, so seat time has been virtually non-existent. This is the first time that Harry has got the pressure on him of a big event. Hasn't put a wheel wrong so far.
I was going to say, you wouldn't think it, would you? He's absolutely performing his heart out at the moment. He's doing a brilliant job of it. He's opened up the lead gap now to 0.89 of a second, and he's going to be very, very pleased with that. You can see on the left-hand side on the timing tower that it is actually quite spread out as well between them, and they're all about 0.8 of a second apart, so it's who's going to break the deadlock here, although it looks like Gallagher's made a bit of a progress forward there, actually. Sorry, not Gallagher, it's behind him. It's Bullock Carter's actually made a bit more progress to the back of him.
Another new fastest lap for Harry Linden.
Flying, isn't he?
The gap is just crept over 1 second. Now, this is a long, long race for these young drivers, and of course they're slightly older than the cadet drivers, but I have to say that, you know, obviously I've been commentating on this sport for a long time, and I know a lot of drivers, that some of these drivers aren't the most familiar to me, so they don't race. They race, you know, at their club level around the place, but not at this level, and so it's going to be a bit tiring for them, these longer races, and of course the added adrenaline, because, you know, if the Kartmasters Grand Prix final, that's going to affect any young driver. You know, they're going to have more adrenaline flowing, a bit more nervous tension. They're going to use up a little bit of their strength just through excitement, I suppose. Out of turn number 3 go the leaders across the bridge. There's Gallagher chasing Bullock Carter down the hill. Linden head down. You can see drivers, they duck their heads down behind the NASA panel just to try and create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. If it gives them 1,000th of a second here and 1,000th of a second there, so be it.
Yeah.
Why is that important? Well, both races that we've seen so far this afternoon have been decided by less than 1/10 of a second.
It has been crazy across the line, and as I asked Timo before, would it actually make that much of a difference in other races? He reckons it may decide some of the races this afternoon, so we'll have to see. But Harry Linden at the moment, I don't think he needs to worry about that run down the straight as things stand, but you never know. One mistake can change all of it though, can't it?
He just has got to keep focused. A good battle there we just saw on screen. And so there's Douglas and Duncan, second and third. Gallagher and Bullock Carter, fourth and fifth. And we briefly saw the 6th, 7th and 8th place battle, which is a really good one. Callum Graffin, Mikey Porter and Chloe Chong. So there is the leaders coming off turn 4 now. 3 minutes to go. Douglas under a little bit of pressure now from Stephen Duncan. So it's, well, I say the Welsh are coming, the Celts are coming, because it's 2 Welshmen and a Scotsman at the top 3 at the moment. Can Aberdeenshire's Stephen Duncan, he's down as being on a Tony kart, but that is most definitely Cosmic Chassis.
He's closed that gap up as well, though, hasn't he? He's done a cracking job of it.
Yeah, he has. And the plain white crash helmet, Mackenzie Douglas, under pressure. Can Douglas, and of course this is great news for Harry Linden, because Douglas is now going to be focused on what's going on behind him, not what's going on in front of him. He's going to he's looking over his shoulder more and more, starting to get defensive. 2.5 minutes to go, and Douglas is starting to defend.
I think he was looking back at him and saying, do you want to go forward or do you want to overtake me? Yeah. And he was a little bit of a movement from Stephen Duncan's right hand. I don't know whether he was sort of signalling to him to say, yeah, let's go forward. What else do you want us to do? But they're having their scrap, and at the end of the day, Harry Linden now 1.8 seconds clear, and he'll be very pleased with that. Another little gesture there. Oh, there's contact with Stephen Duncan and Mackenzie Douglas. Bit of a tap. Stephen Duncan's cart hops up in the air. He checks over his shoulder to see how much time he's lost. He's not lost too much there, but it's the numbers 14 and 15. Of course, of Gallagher and Bullock Carter that are going to be closing in now. All this time, though, while they fight, Harry Linden's running away.
And of course, yeah, what happened was Douglas was defending into the first hairpin. Duncan was trying to go on the outside line, and then Douglas sort of like wandered across the track a little bit to take the racing line into that first hairpin. And Duncan was alongside him, so it was lucky that they didn't take each other out there. And lucky for Stephen Duncan that he only sort of like scrubbed a little bit of speed off. He's still there. There goes Linden. 90 seconds to go.
It's getting ever and ever more tense
here. I can almost feel the tension on the beach down at Barry Island as the Alpha Live hit 10,000 subscribers this morning watching this. I say 8,500 of them are sitting on the beach in Barry watching this.
Oh my. So Mackenzie Douglas then having to feel like he needs to defend a little bit there. He moves over slightly, but it's the guys behind he needs to worry about, though. Gallagher and Bullock Carter, they're making this a 4-way fight now, and they've got nothing to lose in this situation. They want to push forward and really go for it, get on that podium at least. And the guys ahead are now at risk, and earlier on, to be honest, Henry, I didn't think they were.
Oh, and, yeah, it's good work, like I said, from Gallagher and Bullock Carter. I mean, Douglas is, so that the podium position, the bottom 2 steps of the podium are still very much up for grabs. And of course, all Linden has got to do is sort of keep the cart together and not have any mechanical issue or any brain fade. But being from Barry, brain fade is not a problem, because they don't dish out brains very much down where I'm from, as you can tell by listening to me. Here comes Douglas, though, under the bridge. Will Duncan make his move? Duncan's going to have to make his move. He gets to the inside. He's got the inside line. Duncan or Mackenzie Douglas on the outside. Hang stuff. Good drive in there.
Wow.
Good stuff there from Mackenzie Douglas to keep Duncan at bay. But now Gallagher and Bullock Carter are there. 4-cart battle for second place. Here comes Duncan.
Great switch back there from Mackenzie Douglas, though. Gallagher went to go down the inside, made contact with Duncan, and it actually made the front end of that cart wobble around quite a lot, but he's through now, and into this comes Bullock Carter. He wants a place as well. He's thinking, oh, well, if you're putting them up for sale, I'll have it.
Yep, so Alfie Gallagher onto the podium. That's Douglas there. That was a veteran move, and again, we're talking about these drivers not having much experience. That move there, that crossover move there from Mackenzie Douglas, absolutely classic karting move. He almost gave Duncan a little bit, gave enough room coming in and just got the crossover, then was able to cut back across without hooking his rear wheel on the nose cone of the number 16 kart rather. So on to the final lap. Harry Linden leads. Here's the battle for second. Douglas on the outside. Oh, he hangs it tough on the outside. Gallagher went for it, but Douglas, he's offline coming onto the bridge, but he's just about hanging on. He's going to have to make that Tony kart very, very wide indeed, coming down the hill. Gallagher.
Duncan down the inside now.
Oh,
he chucked it on them as well.
He stuffed it at the inside. Here comes Bullock Carter, and there goes the 14 kart of Gallagher onto the grass blocks. Douglas is second. Now Pearson Bullock Carter has come from fifth. Can he make it third? Wheel to wheel with Duncan as they come into the Fullerton S's. Bullock Carter up over the curbs. Oh, they both going to get round.
Wow.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Pearson Bullock Carter. to take third place. So it's a Coles Racing 2-3. But here comes the boy from Barry. They're still battling. That is Tidy Darts Boyle. Harry Linden wins, and they are going to be partying on the streets of Barry Island tonight. Mackenzie Douglas finishes second. Oh my word, the South Wales Echo's not going to go on to do himself. The sports page is going to be full. So from the neighbouring towns in South Wales, Barry and Penarth 1-2 in the British Kart Grand Prix. Oof, dearie me, need to go and have a little lie down now. Oh, I need to go and ask Harry's dad for a lift home because we're going to the same place. Pearson Bullock Carter finishes third after a great... I mean, I was getting a bit distracted. Chaz, you were watching that last lap battle there for the last couple of corners battle for third position. That was an absolutely storming move from Pearson Bullock Carter.
Yeah, well, he put it down the inside into the chicane. And to be honest, Mackenzie Douglas, once he'd broken away, he didn't need to worry about that. Stephen Duncan was round the outside into the first part, but of course that puts him on the inside for the second bit of the chicane. You would have thought he'd have it wrapped up there, but Bullock Carter said not a chance. Hung it round the outside, plenty of lock on. The cart was sideways on the curb on the exit, but a beautiful run around the outside there, and he got the job done. But there's a camera on the straight that I need to go and stand in front of, so excellent. I'll catch you in a minute.
You go and, yes, you can go and tell Harry Linden that, yes, they've just given him the keys to the Barry Town Hall, which is not what it sounds like. It's been locked up for 20 years because everyone keeps breaking into it. But no, that is a great result. Minimax, only 9 karts, fantastic race, great battle for the podium. Harry Linden on his Kartmasters debut takes the win for Dan Holland Racing. Mackenzie Douglas from Coles Racing, so the Welsh flag flies, and I was having a little look there. I think only Jordan Chamberlain, as the only previous Welsh winner. There may have been 1 or 2 others, but certainly Harry Linden now in exalted company. Here he comes out onto the circuit. He's obviously been weighed, nose cone penalty. There's the number 15 kart, Pearson Bullock Carter in third place. So the 2 Coles Racing teammates second and third. Stephen Duncan finishes fourth, Alfie Gallagher fifth, Mikey Porter sixth, Chloe Chong in seventh, Callum Graffin in eighth, and Max Taylor finishes in ninth place. And what a great drive there. There's the one of the Coles Racing type. There's Mackenzie Douglas's dad, Andrew, and there's Pops Linden by the looks of it. So yeah, all those laps around Landau International Raceway and IKR, birthplace of champions. Keep telling you all, Landau. But Harry Linden, as they say in Landau, he said ciao for now to the rest of the field, and on his first attempt is a Kartmasters champion. And I for one can't wait to hear Chaz Draycott's interview with him, if he can say all right. So yeah, he's got to start the interview by saying, "What's occurring, Harry Linden?" So we'll wait now for the drivers to come out. The presentation is ready. So Harry Linden joins Will Stevens, George Russell on the list of Kartmasters champions in Minimax. And he wins £250 cash, a set of Mojo tyres and a set of Delta Raceway gloves. £100 cash for Mackenzie Douglas. And a set of tyres, £75 cash for Pearson Bullock Carter, and a set of tyres as well. Fantastic stuff. The wind has picked up here a little bit at PF International. Here, the 25th running of the Motorsport UK Kartmasters Grand Prix. Here come the drivers out onto the podium. There we are, number 21, Dan Holland Racing. Dan Holland, the team boss himself, former Kartmasters champion. There's the thumbs up. Oh, there's the V. Right then, Chaz, take it away. And there's going to be a very happy driver. I'm telling all of Barry Bados is watching the action, and their favourite son has just taken Kartmasters glory.
Thank you very much, Henry. He has indeed. We're just going to wait for Harry Linden to get the helmet off now, get the mask on. Of course, everyone here at PFI doing a great job at obeying all the social distancing rules, wearing masks, making sure that, of course, the COVID outbreak doesn't get the better of everybody here and the motorsport that we've been able to enjoy this afternoon. But I now join Harry Linden. Harry, you must be absolutely beaming with that. It seemed like a really, well, perfect weekend for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
And what did you make of that race then? Because in a lot of your heats you were able to break away and just run away from the entire pack, but in that one it seemed like that you might have had a bit of pressure from behind. Was it much of a sort of pressurising situation?
I mean, as soon as I broke the toe, it was a bit less pressure, to be honest.
Well, it was absolutely amazing performance. You've had a fantastic weekend, mate. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank in particular?
Yeah, my dad, my brother, Dan Holland and Ross Carter.
Very well done. Well, from everybody here, well done. Very well done. We'll join then Mackenzie Douglas, second place in that one. Mackenzie, it looked like you guys were able to just stay with Harry near the beginning of that one, but after that big battle in the mid-pack, it just quite didn't happen. Talk me through it.
Yeah, we had a all right start, losing second place at the start, but managed to get up to second, and just car died halfway through, but it's a good race. Happy with the result.
Well, considering the car died halfway through, mate, I tell you what, that was a hell of a drive. Absolutely fantastic drive, and of course you held off a lot of pressure from behind because there was a lot of argy-bargy going on with some of the boys, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was a tough race to the end, but just managed to keep it, but well done to everyone else.
Yeah, and just before obviously we let you go, mate, do you want to give a shout out to anybody while you're on stream?
Well, thank you to my dad, Coles Racing, my sister, and thank you.
Smashing. Very well done, mate. Very well done. And of course, well, where would we be without you in this one? Because that was a really, really strong fight in the middle. I bet you enjoyed that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but it was hard. At the start, we lost a bit, but we gained it, and just shows never give up.
Well, that move as well on the last lap around the outside of the chicane, me and Henry in the commentary box weren't quite thinking you were going to hold on to that, but you hung it around the outside. I bet you were you surprised that you managed that?
No, I just knew I had to send it, so that's what I did.
It's a good tactic sending it, isn't it? Do you want to give a shout out to anybody, buddy?
I want to shout out my dad for mechanicking for me and all the hard work to puts in for me, and Cold Racing, and my granddad, and the rest of the people that support me.
Brilliant. Very well done, mate. Enjoy it. Very well done. Thank you, Henry, and back to you.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Chaz. Well done to the top three drivers there. Harry Linden, Mackenzie Douglas, and Pearson Bullock Carter. And there we go with the top three there getting his pictures taken, and Dan Holland Racing and Coles Racing also celebrating as well. So they will now head back to the Parc Fermé area. Mini X30 will be up next, and that has been a tremendous set of races as well this weekend so far. I'm sure they're going to save the best till last. So, Mini X30, a class that joined Kartmasters for the first time in 2017. The inaugural GP plate winner was Gregor Dimitrov, and Dimitrov has won on his Ginetta Junior car racing debut this weekend at Donington Park. Then Josh McLean won it in 2018. Ollie Greenall won it last year. We'll see Oliver later on in the junior class. But 21 drivers set to do battle. It has been a very, very entertaining class so far, and the grid is slightly mixed up after the pre-final this morning. You're looking at the pole position holder, number 87, Vinnie Phillips for Fusion Motorsport, starting on the top spot of the grid where he hopes to finish in about 18 or 19 minutes time. Charlie Webb for Precision Racing starts on the outside of row 1 in kart number 24. Jay Holtby had a really strong run. He's being mechanicked by Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's a former Kartmasters driver. He starts third, and then Ethan Simmons on the outside of row 2. Henry Gregory and Joe Rippin on row number 3. Both drivers had a strong pre-final to get up there, while others all around them fell off. And then it is going to be Lewis Bird and Harry the Lion Hannam starting on the outside of the 4th row of the grid. Hannam finished 2nd on the road in the pre-final, but got a nose cone penalty in the number 19 Jack Dex racing kart. That's why he starts 8th. Gabriel Stilp, who was he was 2nd in both his heat races. He starts 9th alongside Leo Brown. George Robinson and Hayden Eldridge are on row 6. Rylan Eschberg, who had a charging drive but then got a penalty in the pre-final, he starts 13th alongside Cian Geraghty. And then on row 8, Ella Stevens. She had a penalty and dropped down the order after a strong run. Fusion Motorsport and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Row 9, Leo Robinson, double heat winner for Fusion Motorsport, and Thomas Carter. Freddie Allen, Wesley Swain and Jack Hobson round out the field. So we've got several potential winners starting outside of the top 10. They've got 15 minutes, I think. Looking at, did Leo Brown fail to take the start? So number 87, Vinnie Phillips, number 24, Charlie Webb, come to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Leo Brown in the background gets started from the pit lane, but it's Vinnie Phillips who leads them under the bridge. Phillips and the Fusion, the KR Sport livery kart of Jay Holtby, number 18, up into 2nd place. There's Gabriel Stilp already making a move. Very forceful there as he passes the 44 kart of Lewis Bird. Stilp in the number 10 kart, up from 9th on the grid, already into about 6th or 7th. Who turned the first hairpin? Oh, somebody goes spearing off wide and misses the corner, goes onto the back straight. That's, we'll get a number check on them, but they've missed out the circuit, so they're going to have to slow down and let the entire field go past or be faced with a 1-lap penalty. There's Stilp in the number 10 kart. The ST number 44 pushes him past. That was, it looked like one of the Tony kart there, couldn't quite see the number. There's the number 54 kart, also getting involved, of Joe Rippin. Leo Robinson trying to make ground as well. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Vinnie Phillips leading Jay Holtby. Then a gap back to Ethan Simmons. Charlie Webb is 4th. Harry Hannam in the number 19 Jack Dex kart, already up into 5th. Stilp into 6th position in the number 10 Mad Croc kart. Then it's Lewis Bird, Rylan Eschberg, Ella Stevens, Joe Rippin, Cian Geraghty, Henry Gregory. So Henry Gregory from 5th of the grid, he's dropped down to 12th. Leo Robinson is 30th. Oh, and a spin coming off the bridge. Oh, that's a driver getting off to the inside of the circuit. Couldn't quite see the number on that kart.
54, I believe it is.
It was 54, thanks, Chaz. That was Joe Rippin. Charlie Webb coming through the 2nd hairpin there. There's Gabriel Stilp following him. There's Harry Hannam in the number 19 kart. Rippin has got going again. Hayden Eldridge, I think, is the driver that missed the infield part of the circuit. Now I'm not sure if he has stayed out on the track or if he has come in. No, it's Hayden Eldridge, and he kept going, so he's now been docked a lap. So effectively he's just completed his opening lap. He's nearly a full lap behind, but it's Phillips, Holtby, Simmons and Hannam, the top 4.
Very close contended as well up front there, just behind Gabriel Stilp. It's kicking off there. That is the number 44 of Lewis Bird. He is not hanging around there. And I tell you what, if his move didn't dazzle you, the livery will do, because that was a really forceful one. But they need to make it, because there is a gap opening up in front of me, Henry.
And yes, so Stilp into 5th position. So already up from 9th, and he's got like that little gap. Chaz said he's got a bridge now. He's got the 44 of Lewis Bird, the ST Racing driver, right behind him. So Bird in that number 44 kart from Upper Sundon. Leo Robinson, meanwhile, is only 11th, and that's the MW Racing kart, number 14 of Jack Hobson. We saw him having problems in the pre-final, and once again, Hobson's choice of the kart has chosen to say nope.
Yep, indeed. Real shame for him, that, because sometimes you see it quite a lot where these guys have an issue in one of the races leading up to the final. As for the lead down the inside, well, that's how you get that done, although now the 2x2 as they go over the bridge. And it's the 1-2-3 of Ethan Simmons in the lead already.
And I was about to say that's the first time that Jay Holtby has led all weekend, but by the time I'd finished saying that sentence, he'd lost the lead, down to 2nd. And Ethan Simmons capitalising, and suddenly we've got we've got 6 or 7 cars all in the lead battle, and Gabriel Stilp has made it to the front. Now, of course, the more that these people scrap, the closer Leo Robinson in the number 37 car get. We've got Ryan Ashberg at the back of this lead group, so we've got 9 cars together. There's Ashberg. He has had problems all weekend, but he's got a very, very fast Litchfield Motorsport car in the number 73. And he's behind Charlie Webb, so Charlie Webb, who started second in that Precision Racing number 24, has slipped back a bit. There's Harry the Lion, the driver from the United Arab Emirates. He's represented the United Arab Emirates several times at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. I was with him in Oman in the Middle Eastern Karting Championship at the start in February, but before COVID crisis. And there goes Stilp up to second. Stilp, who I think viewed himself that he was of the 2 drivers, him and Robinson, that crashed in the pre-final while battling for the lead. I think Stilp felt he was the more aggrieved of the 2 parties.
Yeah, he must have been in that situation.
And he's been very, very forceful since he's got a point to prove. Leo Robinson has set the fast lap of the race. Holtby up to 3rd, and Hannum on the grass as he slips back to 4th.
Yeah, usually lions aren't used to living somewhere where there's a lot of grass if they live out in the desert, but wow, that was certainly a grass tracking moment for him there as he goes down into 4th position. But it's really elbows out stuff here. I was told yesterday that the heats and everything were tame in comparison to what we're going to get in the finals, and they weren't wrong. Definitely not wrong, because this is fantastic racing all the same. And the thing is, they do make the contact, but we're not lost anyone from this battle yet, as Gabriel Stilp, as he's just gone past us here, has gone into the lead down the inside as they come up over to the bridge.
Well, there's the move.
He's not.
There's the move again. Simmons and Stilp side by side. Oh, elbows out. I say, there's not making contact, they're just saying hello to one another.
Yeah,
that's karting.
Friendly greeting.
You know, they get so, and look at that, and then Leo Robinson has caught the back of this group, and they're 3 wide coming into the first hairpin, and there's Holtby on the outside, 2 Fusion cars behind him. Ashberg has made a couple of positions. Oh no!
Vinnie Phillips, is it?
No, it's Robinson has gone. Robinson with a broken track rod.
He made the contact, and then the cart just straight line, and that was it. He went down the inside very late. Can't quite see which number it was that he went down the inside of, but once he did that, the cart just went in a straight line, and that was it. He's going to try and get back in it and take it back, though.
I don't think the cart was doing that. Was a very strange way, unless he was understeered off. Well, no, he's got back in the race. I mean, Toby, he had done all the hard work. He had got up to the front group, and the minute he got up to the front group, trying to make moves, suddenly find himself out of the action. So there's 1 down. 1 down, and only about 10 left in it, in terms of, not the race, because we've still got 19 or 20 drivers in the race, but there's about 10 in with a shout of victory. Here's one of them. It's number 10, Gabriel Stilp, to the inside of Simmons for the race lead. And look at Lewis Bird in 3rd place. Bird in the ST Racing, number 44, positioning himself quite well on the outside. Then he's going to round the outside of Stilp. Stilp breaks early, lets him have it. 4th place is Ella Stevens in cart number 28. Vinnie Phillips is now 5th. The pole man has fallen back to 5th position. He's going to try and work himself back into contention. Hannum is 6th, Ryan Ashberg 7th, Jay Holtby 8th, Charlie Webb 9th, and the back of the lead group, Cian Geherty in cart number 22 is back of this lead group. 10 in the lead group. 11th is Gregory, 12th is Swain. Just see the number 22 cart. He's got about 10 cart lengths to make up to catch this lead pack. Behind Swain, Freddie Allen is 13th, Robinson is 14th, Leo Brown is 15th, then Thomas Carter, Joe Rippin, and I think has Leo Robinson stayed out on the track, or has he come in?
Down the inside there, sorry, Ella Stevens just got really feisty going down the inside of Gabriel Stilp there, made a little bit of contact, another greeting, and she's down the inside as well of Bird. Doesn't quite get it to stick through the first hairpin though, she's going to try and get the run up to the next one. Bird now looking down the inside of the race leader as well. Simmons is coming under attack here. And I tell you what, Gabriel Stilp's actually gone back down into 5th place now behind Vinnie Phillips.
Here comes Harry Hannum and Ryan Ashberg. Ashberg defends. Hannum has to sort of fall back into line. Now again, so Ethan Simmons, he's been up in the lead battle. So far, Lewis Bird and Ella Stevens have not led a single lap. But it doesn't matter, you only need to do the last lap. That's the only important one. That's the only one that people remember at Kartmasters. Have either of these 2 drivers timed their run to the front to perfection? Now, Ella Stevens, I know she's a protege of Alice Powell, and Alice said that she couldn't be at Kartmasters this year, so she was gutted not to be here, but she will be watching. And Stevens sticks her nose at the inside there. Unfortunately, it wasn't wanted, and Lewis Bird wiped it for her. And she had to bet on the brakes, and now she runs a little bit wide. She runs Vinnie Phillips wide as well. Or was that Phillips running her wide?
Yeah.
And Gabriel still capitalises, and here comes Lewis Bird, sailing through into the lead.
Simmons goes, not on your life, I'll have that straight back, thank you.
Yep,
Puts it in his pocket, and away he goes. But Gabriel Stilt now needs to get rid of Vinnie Phillips behind him, not literally, but he just needs to get away from him so he can focus on these two in front and fight for that lead, because at the moment all he's doing is fighting for third and holding himself back.
So 5 karts in the lead group. Rylan Ashberg, Jay Holtby, Charlie Webb and Harry Hannon have dropped back a little bit.
It's great racing all the same though, isn't it? Fantastic stuff at the front between these lot, and this battle could become even bigger if the guys behind close in here, because don't forget, just at the top of your shot there's another 5 karts that could very quickly be in touch with this as they change lead again, do they? Not quite this time, but I think they're realising they need to work together here. Henry, what do you reckon?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, they haven't been working together all weekend. I'm not quite sure they're going to start doing it now when the pressure is on, although you can see them looking over their shoulders. Nope, here comes Bird with help from Gabriel Still. They go through first and second. Simmons down to third, and possibly going to lose third place to Vinnie Phillips, although Phillips is on the outside now for the run to the second hairpin. Simmons back up the inside into Stilp. It's corner by corner. It's not lap by lap. Oh, Stilp on the grass. He gets back on. He's lost second place. Is he going to lose third place to Phillips? The answer is yes. Ella Stevens is now going to get a run on Stilp coming out of the Fullerton S's, and Ella Stevens into fourth place. Oh, they were so close there. Literally, there was millimetres between the 2 rear tyres there of Stevens and Stilp. That could have been very, very unfortunate, but the skill levels of these drivers are second to none. And that battling, look at that. I said there was a 5-kart breakaway, but no. Holtby in 6th, Ashberg in 7th, Webb in 8th, Hannam in 9th, and Geraghty in 10th have rejoined this lead group. It's being led by that bright blue and yellow ST Racing kart of Upper Sundon's Lewis Bird. I won't pretend to know where Upper Sundon is, but I imagine it's quite close to Middle Sundon and Lower Sundon.
Yes, I hope it would be.
And hopefully nowhere near all asunder, because Lewis Bird doesn't want to be there. He wants to be in control of things at the front.
He does indeed. Simmons has got Vinnie Phillips right behind him now. Vinnie's just closing in corner by corner. That gap is disappearing. I think coming through this final complex, he might get it back. Through the right-hander they go then, chucking it in. Long right-hander for them now. You can see Vinnie takes a bit of a late apex there to get the run out of that corner. We've seen a few guys trying that. Simmons right on the back of Bird now. Through the final corner they go, stuck to the back of him as they come down the straight past the commentary box. Simmons goes for the lead.
Yep, Simmons, he certainly wants to make... One thing I've noticed about Ethan Simmons, and Vinnie Phillips was trying to make a move there as well, and Vinnie Phillips almost got very off track going under the bridge there, and that would have been a big one. But he managed to come back on just in front of Ella Stevens in 4th place. Stilp is still 5th, Holtby in the number 18 kart is 6th, then a slight gap back to Ashberg in 7th, Hannam in 8th, Webb in 9th, and Geraghty in 10th. So as I say that, Hannam I think has taken over 7th position now. So Simmons, one thing I've noticed about Simmons, the minute he gets past, he will go straight back in on you to make the move. He doesn't like sitting behind people. He likes to, when he gets to somebody, he doesn't mess about and tries to get in on them straight away.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take anything lying down, does he? If someone makes a move, he is not going to watch you drive away into the sunset. And at the moment, he's not letting that happen either when Lewis Bird gets past him. Lewis now right on the back of him again. Through turns 1 and 2, through the right, through the left, under the bridge, into shot then. And these pair, I think if they work together, I say, they're not going to work together. I keep saying that if they do, but we know they're not going to. Because look at the feistiness behind them as well. They don't want to go near that, but at the same time, they probably will end up there. Ella Stevens giving a teammate another push down the hill there, into the first hairpin. And there's a move going on there. Gabriel Stilp just losing out to the number 18. That's Jay Holtby.
Yeah, Stilp was a little bit wide going into that first hairpin, and Holtby capitalised on it. But up at the front, Simmons and Bird trying to get away. 2 minutes to go in Mini X30. There's Vinnie Phillips in the 87 being pushed along by his Fusion teammate Ella Stevens. Holtby right behind them. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go.
Stuck together there, the 2 Fusion karts, aren't they? Ella Stevens is really trying to push Vinnie Phillips into that top few, but it's just not working at the moment. They run quite wide out the final corner. There's 4 more in the background as well trying to hold on to this. But I think Lewis Bird now is just trying to push Simmons through as well. to open up the gap.
Yeah, we start lap number 14 with 3.1 seconds separating the top 10. Now, Bird, I mean, this is the most cooperation we've seen from any two drivers. Bird following Simmons in this one as they come into the first hairpin.
Oh, we had someone running wide. I think Gabriel Stilpit was
Yeah,
very wide.
Yes.
He's lost a couple of places. He's now in the middle of the pack behind that, just behind the number 73 car of Ryan Eckberg.
Well, so Stilp no longer a factor. Down to 5 for the battle of the lead. And you can see Phillips, Stevens and Holtby closing in on the top 2. Simmons and Bird. And Vinnie Phillips is now Simmons starts to defend. 40 seconds to go. Simmons defending and Bird saying, no, don't defend. I'm not going to pass you just yet. And then I think now he's going to have his hand forced because Vinnie Phillips is up into 3rd place and he's looking at the Bird in front of him and he's thinking, that Bird looks ripe for a plucking. Out of turn number 4, Jay Holtby sets a fast lap of the race. Kart number 18, Jay Holtby, really good performance from Holtby. He's played himself into contention. So, 5 karts, Simmons, Bird, Phillips, Stevens and Holtby. 5 karts, 5 different lines into the second hairpin. There goes Ella Stevens. So the young lady who, again, bringing up Landau International Raceway, the birthplace of champions again, but she did start her karting career down at Landau as a bambino when she was just 6 years old.
Keep your eye as well on Holtby because he's now up into 4th.
Yep.
And I tell you one thing, Holtby is not going to hang around on this final lap. He's into the battle and he just thinks, right, let's just get on with the job then. They come out of the final corner onto the straight. This will be the last lap. Last lap board is out. Let's see what Holtby can do. Keep an eye on him, but at the moment, leading this one is Simmons with Bird right behind. And Ella Stevens has done a great job down the inside.
There goes Ella. Ella up to the inside. P2 for Ella Stevens for Fusion Motorsport. Down the hill we go. Simmons looking over his shoulder. He spent more time looking over behind him than he has in front of him. And now Simmons having to defend into the first hairpin. Stevens, Bird, and then it's Holtby in 4th. Phillips is down to 5th. Onto the brakes, early on the brakes into hairpin number 2.
Holtby, what a move. Sorry there to cut over you, Henry, but Holtby got on the brakes early and knew that Bird was going to run wide. He chucked it up the inside and got 3rd place. Nice and easy, but breaking away now. Simmons looks like he's got this wrapped up.
Because Ella Stevens has had to defend from Jay Holtby and Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird at the inside of Holtby. Oh, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there into the Mike Wilson complex. But Ethan Simmons for Coles Racing is going to take the win in Mini X30 and Ella Stevens on the podium. First time we've had a young lady on the podium since 2011 in Kartmasters, and it's Ella Stevens for Fusion Motorsport, 2nd in Mini X30. That's for Ethan Simmons. What a win, and Chaz, that was a fantastic final.
That was amazing stuff. Really strong fight there from everybody near the front. Lewis Bird and of course Holtby having a little bit of contact there, but Lewis Bird being the main beneficiary of that. Ella Stevens, great drive through as well. Looked like Vinnie Phillips was going to be the sort of flag bearer for Fusion in that race, but Ella Stevens went straight past him and straight into that battle. But Ethan Simmons, what can you say? He controlled that once he got to the front, even with the pressure of Lewis Bird. Maybe a little bit of working together, but yeah, he still had to get the job done, and that's exactly what he did. And I'm going to head down now and go and interview the guys.
And look at that on your screens. The top 9 drivers separated by less than 2.5 seconds at the end of that one. Ethan Simmons wins the driver, kart number 1, 2, 3 from Reading for Coles Racing. Ella Stevens for Fusion Motorsport. She's from Gloucestershire, but she's honorary Welsh because that's where she did most of her racing when she was very young. And she takes home a great 2nd place finish. And for Fusion Motorsport, you had Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips, who came into this race having been, the leading Fusion drivers through the heats, the pre-finals. But then, when it mattered most, it was young Ella Stevens who came out on top in that inter-team battle. And Lewis Bird in kart 44, he withstood a last corner charge from Jay Holtby to complete the podium for ST Racing in kart 44. Holtby finishes 4th. Vinnie Phillips, the pole man, comes home in 5th position. Harry the Lion Hannum comes home in 6th position. It's been a good trip over to the UK for Harry, and I hope that he obviously gets back to Dubai, his home base, safely when he can. Gabriel Stilp, disappointment for Gabriel Stilp in 7th position for the Mad Croc team. He certainly had a kart fast enough to win. It just wasn't meant to be on the day. Cian Garrity for Jack Dex Racing finishes in 8th position. Rylan Eschberg, 9th for Litchfield Motorsport. And Charlie Webb from the outside of the front row, he finishes down in 10th place ahead of Henry Gregory, Wesley Swain, Leo Brown, George Robinson, Freddie Allen, Thomas Carter, Joseph Rippin, and the last finisher after that incident was Leo Robinson, who came into today having won both heat races. But as Ben Barnicoat said in his interview, it's all about this race that matters. The heats, pre-finals, how well you do in them means nothing. It's all about this one. And when the big one came around, it was Ethan Simmons who got everything together and put in a champion's performance. So Ethan, he joins Georgie Dimitrov, Josh McLean and Oliver Greenall as Mini X30 Kartmasters Grand Prix Plate champions. The Mini X30 free prize draw winner, who wins a set of Mojo tyres and 4 entries and practice sessions the Autumn Cup here at PF International. The Mini X30 prize winner was Leo Brown, who finished 13th in that race. So while we wait for the drivers, you can see there at the bottom of your screen, you can see the gentleman in the grey shirts. That is the technical commissioner and the rest of the scrutineering team. They are checking the top 3 karts. The drivers have been weighed. They've checked the nose cones on the 3 karts. And of course, if there's a dropped nose cone, that's a time penalty. And it has been done before. The top 3 drivers that have finished on track haven't necessarily been the top 3 drivers that finish in the race when all the results are completed. And looks like there could potentially, now off camera I can see there's some movement going on, and I wonder if one of the top 3 drivers has got a nose cone penalty, and that will be, of course, it's non-appealable, because if your nose cone bracket is broken, it's broken, and there's not a great deal that you can do about it. And I have to say, well, I'm not going to say anything actually, because I'll wait till the karts come out. But I mean, I've got another angle there, and it shows that we may have a change in the top 3. Ethan Simmons is there. He's waiting to come out. But behind him, there is a little bit of a discussion going on. So there'll be a slight delay, ladies and gentlemen, while the top 3 come out. So this is obviously, like in any form of motorsport, there are post-race scrutineering checks. There'll be several more scrutineering checks that happens after the podium presentation, but the immediate ones that they do is that obviously every driver and the kart has got to weigh a certain amount, and then you've got to check your nose cones. So the initial checks are the nose cone penalties and the driver's weight. We'll see who comes out now. There, wait to see. Ethan Simmons is there. You'll notice a gap between Ethan Simmons and then that blue and yellow ST Racing kart of Lewis Bird. That is where Ella Stevens was. They have moved Ella Stevens' kart out of the way. Jay Holtby, you can see in the green and white Tony kart race suit, you can see him just sitting on top of his kart. He crossed the line in 4th place. Now, what is the problem? No, Ella Stevens is brought out, so there was obviously no penalty. That was just they was just messing with me. So here they come out onto the circuit. Ethan Simmons, Ella Stevens, and Lewis Bird, the top 3. They'll come into position. Chaz Draycott will be waiting to speak to the winners. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, into position. Mini X30 Kartmasters champion for 2020, Ethan Simmons, for Coles Racing. Second place, Ella Stevens for Fusion Motorsport. And third place, Lewis Bird for ST Racing. So, Chaz Draycott, the floor is yours to speak to our top three. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you very much. Well, a fantastic race from these guys and a lot of battling at the front. Ethan Simmons then wins the GP plate here at PFI, and we will have a quick word with him now. Ethan, well done, mate. First of all, that was a fantastic race. Just talk me through the battle with, of course, Mr. Bird over there. Through the first few laps, you guys were swapping places a lot.
Yeah, it was a hard race. It was hard to manage. Everyone at Coles did a great job. Yeah, it was a really good race. I had a lot of competition around me. I just had to keep cool, keep calm, and it ended up winning. So yeah, it was an amazing result. I'd just like to say a massive thank you to everyone at Coles and Aventus Power. Thank you.
Well, did you think that you were going to have it quite that easy after the battle sort of stopped? I mean, there was so many people queuing up behind you. Did you think it was just going to be the two of you fighting for the lead?
I knew that coming with about 30 seconds left, I knew that there was a long train. I just had to, I knew that loads of people were behind me. I just had to keep cool, and then I didn't think it would be as easy, and I knew that it was definitely a challenge in the end, so yeah.
Well, very well done, mate. You, of course, have now the GP plate here from PFI, so well done from all of us. Thank you. Second place finisher, Ella Stevens, though. Ella, very well done. That was a really good fight, and of course you had your teammate in there with you as well, Vinnie Phillips, and between the two of you it seemed quite feisty at points.
Yeah, that was a very good race, especially with a teammate. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to be nice to them or whatever, but it ended up going well. I'm not sure about him, but hopefully it did well for him as well.
Yeah, it was just full on between all of you, and of course Mr. Bird over there as well, waiting for an interview. He had quite a lot of battling as well. But once you got into that group, you just went through it. Was it just about keeping you calm?
Yeah, you had to keep very concentrated so that you didn't lose any more places, and yeah.
We did very well. Do you want to give anybody a thanks on the stream?
My mum and dad, my brother who was my mechanic, and basically Fusion Motorsport as well.
Well done, very well done in second place, that was great. And Lewis Bird then, we'll have a quick chat with him then, see what he thought of that one. You were getting knocked around all over the place in that one, but it must have been fun.
Yeah, we're just trying to get to the front really, because we started 7th, did have a good heats and pre-final, but just had to come through it.
Well, partway through the race, Henry and I were talking about whether you, of course, were going to work together with Mr. Simmons. Was it a case that you wanted to try and break away between the pair of you?
Yeah, I kind of tried to break away a little bit, but then it got to a point where they were right behind us and it weren't working, so I kind of went for the move, but then he got it back after.
Yeah, it seemed like whenever either of you made a move on one another, you'd make the move back straight away. You must be very determined to make those moves.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get that first place, but it didn't happen, so yeah.
Well, still third place, so you must be happy with that, mate. Is there anybody you'd like to thank on the stream?
Yeah, just thanks to my dad and John for doing his best that he can this weekend.
Well done, mate. Very well done. Back to you then, Henry, in the box.
Well, thank you very much, and have to say that obviously the interviews they're going out on the stream, that the family members and drivers out on the banking can't hear that, but I have to say that I picked up one thing there that Ella Stevens said. She said, I had a teammate with me, but I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be nice to him or not. But it worked out for me okay in the end, and I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but maybe it worked out okay for him in the end. Talking about her battle with Vinnie Phillips. I said, this is the Kartmasters Grand Prix final. Teammate or not, nice doesn't pay the bills. And she comes home on the podium. Ethan Simmons, your Mini X30 Grand Prix champion for 2020. So that is 5 of the 8 classes decided. Next up will be Junior Rotax. So, Junior Rotax, the prize winner in Junior Rotax, the free prize draw winner is Ronnie Mansfield. Ronnie Mansfield wins Autumn Cup entries and practice sessions for free, plus a set of Mojo tyres. So well done to Ronnie. Now, Junior Max. This has been part of Kartmasters since 2001. Ewan Allers Hankey was the inaugural champion. David Bellchambers won it in 2002, and Bellchambers' mechanic Connor Duncan to Kartmasters glory here today. Callum McLeod in 2003. Colin Brown runner in 2004, Adam Christodoulou in 2005, Mitchell Bayer Goldman was the winner in 2006, Andrew Tooley, Lee Napolitano, Ash Hand, Sean Babington, Jack Barlow, Toby Sowery, Josh Price, Dave Wooder, Tom Gamble, Miles Apps, Bradley Barrett, Lewis Gilbert and William Ellswood, who we're going to see later on in the senior final. They have been previous Kartmasters GP plate champions. But the grid led by number 51, Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing. Looking at him there on the screen. Walker for Strawberry Racing will start this one from pole position. Daniel Armstrong for Dan Holland Racing will start second. Third will be Will Egby for Project One. And fourth, Matty Hingley for Ultimate R. Fifth place will be Kanato Lee for Fusion Motorsport, and Tristan Rennie will start sixth in the number 74 kart. Sam Gornall and Jamie Perrelly will go on row number 4, Harrison Collings and Luis Gardner on row 5.
Behind them we have Ryan Willis and Kieran Kay, followed by Matthew Higgins. Watch out for him in this one. He's been very quick all weekend for Dan Holland Racing. Douglas Bolger alongside him with Edison Purcell and Archie Kitching behind them. Then we have Harry Reynolds and Ben Folland on row 9. Callum Voisin and Ted Bradbury in the 53 Sam Pollitt Racing Kart round out your top 20.
Leon Henderson and Gabe Fairbrother are on row 11. Neo Clark and William Walker start on row 12. Ollie Goodyear and free prize draw winner Ronnie Mansfield on row 13. There's Josh Wilby, Oliver Duffel, Nathan Smith, Jack Sherwood, Finley Harrison, Lee Taylor. And sadly, we've got no Nicole Sutherland. She has not raced today. Down to 32 drivers. And one thing to say that we have to notice for Matthew Higgins and Douglas Bolger, they both had time penalties for contact, or is it nose cones? I'm not quite sure which one it was. It was nose cone penalties in the pre-final. Got to keep your nose clean, and they start from the 7th row. So watch the 75 kart and the 39. But Aaron Walker, the only driver here doing double duty this weekend, he starts from pole position. Ben Barnacote, the only driver to ever win 2 classes at Kartmasters on the same day. Aaron Walker goes to try and do that this year. Will he succeed? Out of the Mike Wilson complex. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of row 1. Wow. Daniel Armstrong got away there like a cat with a firework in its bum. Around the outside he went to take the race lead.
That was amazing from Armstrong, just launched it and got such a great launch into turn 1. But now, of course, he has Aaron Walker all over the back of him. As Henry has said, keep your eye on Aaron Walker this afternoon, because straight after this race, he's going to be getting in another Strawberry Racing kart in the X30s, isn't he?
Yep, he is. It's going to be a hard afternoon's work for him, but it has been done before. Will Egby there in 4th place, and Walker defending 2nd place from Matty Hingley. Hingley, who got involved in a couple of scrapes in the pre-final. He's very, very quick as well. Younger brother of Ben Hingley, a former Kartstars Mini-Max champion, as I remember correctly. He won that with Sam Pollitt Racing a few years back. Going back nearly 10 years now. There's Douglas Bolger in the number 39 kart trying to make ground in the early going. There goes Matthew Higgins across the front of your screen briefly as well. Higgins already has gained, I think he's gained a couple of positions up from the 7th row of the grid. But it's his teammate, Daniel Armstrong, who's leading in there side by side for second. Matty Hingley elbowing Aaron Walker out of the way, and that tactic working now. Walker's under pressure from Will Egby, and Egby makes the move for 3rd place, coming off turn number 4.
Yeah, Walker gets forced out onto the grass there, and he's down to 4th, maybe even 5th position now. He's going to be wide out the first hairpin, 3 wide on the exit. He makes it work, though, down the inside. Wow, that was amazing stuff. I really don't know how he recovered that and carried the momentum there, Henry, but he certainly had one over on Will Egby there.
Kanato Lee running off, but he kept it pinned is the answer. He was on the grass. We thought, no, I'm going to just keep it planted and hope for the best, and it worked out for him. Now we saw Canartno Lee running a little bit wide there. Luis Gardner, kart number 32, Sam Pollock racing. Gardner fastest in qualifying yesterday. Has had a terrible luck and didn't even start his first heat race. So he is fast and he's up into the top 10 already. And we're looking a little bit further back. Higgins is up to 11. Bolger is 13th. And I'm looking down at some of the other contenders that have had penalties. And, well, all the main runners are now in about the top 12. Long way to go. Oh, not so with the Project 1 car. Egby getting shuffled very wide there. Number 77, he drops down to 6th position.
Daniel Armstrong, though, doing the job at the front at the moment. Matty Hingley just behind him. But keep an eye on Aaron Walker. He's going to try and make as many inroads as he can. Harrison Collins then 5th position. Just behind him, Sam Gornall at the moment in the number 14 car. The top 5, a little bit of a spread, but I keep saying this, we see a little bit of an open gap between these guys at the start of these races. Still 12 and a bit minutes to go, and that's going to close up, and we're going to see a real scrap at the front.
There's Lewis Gardner on your screens now. The Sam Pollock racing number 32 coming through the Mike Wilson complex. He has got the Project 1 kart of Will Egby just in front of him, so Gardner is up into 7th place, and Matty Hingley there really having a go at Daniel Armstrong. I mean, there's slipstreaming and drafting, and then there's bump drafting, and Matty Hingley was certainly sort of, if he had a shovel, he would just literally be scooping Daniel Armstrong along if he could, coming down the straight there through turn number 4. Walker in 3rd, and a gap back to Collins in 4th. Gornall with that sort of emerald green crash helmet in 5th position. Egby is 6th, Gardner 7th, Jamie Perrelly is in 8th, then it's Matthew Higgins up to 9th. Kieran Kay is 10th, Tristan Rennie, Douglas Bolger and Ryan Willis are next, and there's Hingley making the move for the lead, and Armstrong having to defend from 2nd place as Aaron Walker tries to make his presence felt, but Walker looks to the inside. Walker at the Bobby Game corner, that's a risky move and he makes it stick, and Harrison Collins capitalises, and suddenly Armstrong in the space of half a lap goes from 1st to 4th.
Aaron Walker there, really strong move down the inside, and he needs to make those moves this afternoon if he wants to go after winning 2 GP plates in one afternoon, and I think that may be the move that changes things. All the way back down the inside, Collins, beautifully done, chucks it back down the inside. Actually, no, it was Armstrong making it back through. Number 5 back up into 2nd place.
That is Collins, sorry.
Oh, it is, apologies.
No, it is Collins. I was going to say he's come from the 5th row of the grid, so from 9th to 2nd, now he's defending. Or he could just be having a dive at the inside. You're not quite sure. He was on the inside line. It's like that's going to be a really big lunge. Or he's defending very, very, very.
It was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there, wasn't it? Me getting my numbers mixed up, and then Harrison Collins absolutely going for it. But Aaron Walker, though, just ahead of those guys, he's going to have to focus as best he can, because that battle behind, while it will be very tantalising, and they'll try and work together to close in on him, I think he needs to just keep eyes forward now and not worry too much about defending. But it's easy for me to say from up here, isn't it?
Well, it's always easier just to stand, always easier to look down and see what's going on, but there's certainly nothing easy about what's happening on the circuit at the moment. Under the bridge and out onto the banking we go. There's Sam Gornall in 4th place, so in 5th place rather, so it's Hingley, Walker, Collins, Armstrong,
Walker's
Gornall.
got it, I think.
Oh, there you go, there's a great move. Mirror signal manoeuvre, right and down into the lead. Hingley caught a little bit by surprise there.
Yeah, he just ran a little bit wide through the left-hander onto the bridge, straight-lined it and just chucked it up the inside. Hingley now down to 3rd place, now down to 4th place. A bit of contact. He's even going to be into 6th, maybe 7th place there. He's into, actually he's made it back up to 4th. He got a good run out of the corner. He received a little bit of contact there, I believe from Egby just behind him. But that was getting very bunched up, and they managed to somehow sort it all out there.
There's the number 75 kart, Matthew Higgins, behind Hingley and Gornall. Higgins, who started 13th. Douglas Bolger, who started 14th. He's only made it up to 11th. But Higgins, the young man from Trefagloes in North Wales, is now into the top 6. Still nearly 9 minutes to go. There goes Gornall at the inside of Hingley, runs it very wide of the bankings, and that opens the door for Higgins, and he gets 2 for the price of 1, does he? Gornall's going to try and come back at him, but no, Higgins makes the move. Matthew Higgins up into 4th place.
I did say keep an eye on him, and I'll tell you what, it's not often that I'm right, but in this case I was right. Number 14 there, Sam Gornall going all over the grass on the exit of the first hairpin, and that was a very bumpy ride indeed, and he's going to lose another place now. The number 39 just going alongside him, the Fusion car is pushing him right to the inside. Side by side through left, right, he's over the grass.
Way.
Wow, how they all avoided him there, I don't know.
No, there's something has come off Gornall's cart there. Canato, Lee and Gornall came together through the Fullerton S's, and Gornall bounced over the grass, and I saw something come off the back of the cart. The technical people will be looking at that. Hopefully it was nothing performance related. It might just have been, a spare mask or something like that. Who knows? He's got drivers we've got to keep there. But there's Lewis Gardner. Now Lewis Gardner has slipped back to 9th position. Ben Folland in cart number 21 has just got the technical flag.
He got a 5-second penalty as well not long ago, I'm afraid. So not Ben Folland afternoon. Certainly is. Bingo indeed. But at the moment though, Mr. Walker at the front has got the two teammates chasing him down now, Harrison Collins and Daniel Armstrong. And I think, out of all people that have worked together in this scenario, they've even got their teammate as well, the number 75 of Matthew Higgins. So all three of these Dan Holland racing carts are surely going to go after Walker now as their main target.
Oh yes, as I said earlier, strawberries and cream are on the menu for the Dan Holland racing trio, with the strawberry racing driver with the cream racing engines. That's the name of the engine company that produced the engines for the strawberry drivers. Strawberries and cream. But literally, looks like Harrison Collins has got his spoon out and is ready to slurp him up, and he takes the race lead. Now, will Armstrong try and muscle his way through and try and work with his teammate? Oh, Aaron Walker there, understeering, going onto the bridge. Oh, and he's got a penalty. Aaron Walker has got a 5-second penalty. That, it must be for some sort of contact, and that is going to make things very interesting, because Walker is now going to, he's not going to win this race by 5 seconds. We've had trouble getting a winner by more than 5 cart lengths so far today. Whoa. Let alone 5 seconds. So what Walker's going to do, he's going to try. Now, if he finds out about that, I'm not sure if there's going to be there's 6.25 minutes to go, whether he'll get a signal from his mechanic and the grandstand that he's got a penalty. He'll try and back up the drivers behind him, and when they get in a battle, then he's going to have to try and pull away and hope that they carry on battling. But at the moment, Aaron Walker would drop down to about 11th or 12th place, because you can still see a lot of the front runners still quite closely matched together, side by side. There goes Higgins past Armstrong for 3rd place, but 2nd on the road. Now this is going to get interesting, Chaz, because we're going to try and see what you see on the track isn't necessarily the race order, with Walker in the number 51 car holding that 5-second penalty. So it's now in effect the race order is Collins, Higgins, Hingley and Armstrong side by side, and then Egby.
Yeah, it's a 1-2-3 for Dan Holland Racing, effectively. Those guys will be very pleased with that. Well, Aaron Walker, I'd really like to know a little bit more about why he got that penalty. Didn't see anything completely untoward. Maybe there was a bit of a tap earlier on in the race when they were getting a bit feisty. But it's a real shame that, because that's pretty much taken away his chances. Oh, that's Egby there making a little bit of contact with Hingley. Hingley dives back down the inside.
He returns the favour.
He does, yeah. He says, you want to give me some of that here? Have it back.
There we go. That's a score draw. 1-1.
Down the straight they go. Hingley says, use your head. He's tapping his helmet and pointing forward then. Just behind him, he's got Daniel Armstrong in the number 12. His teammate at Dan Holland Racing. There's Egby. Oh, sorry, it's Matthew Higgins I was looking at. Apologies. It's Kieran Kay behind him.
Well, Matty Hingley just made a great move there.
He did.
On Kieran Kay. Kieran Kay in the number 73 KR Sport cart. Again, Kieran Kay is keeping his powder dry, minding his own business. Less than 5 minutes to go.
I've just seen 3 of the Coles carts as well coming together. They were just all pushing each other down the straight. Right together into the hairpin. They've actually pushed each other a bit harder than intended into the number 74 there of Tristan Rennie. He really was the victim in that there. They all bunched up a little bit, the 3 Coles carts, and just shoved him like a train out of the way.
Yes, and through the Mike Wilson complex, there's Lewis Gardner on your screen. Gardner, the Sam Pollitt racing driver. He is there he's dropped back to 11th place now. There's Hingley crossing the line in 5th. Kay is 6th. Dougie Bolger is 7th. Then it's Egby in 8th. He's beginning to fade back now in the Project 1 racing car. 9th is Kanato Lee. And then Jamie Perrelly for the Project 1 team in cart number 40 is 10th. Matthew Higgins sets the fastest lap of the... Matthew Higgins set the fast lap of the race. Now being, what was that told?
I've just been told there. I just had Luke's wonderful voice in my ear saying that the contact there between Higgins and Walker. Walker's penalty was for a start line infringement.
So moving out of the tram lines before the lights changed. That is why He has been penalised. Well, he's now moving up onto the back of Harrison Collins. So Harrison Collins still leads. 3 minutes to go. Aaron Walker in second place. Well, Collins isn't going to know that Walker's got a penalty. Higgins is third. Great drive from Matthew Higgins. He's third on the road, second in the race. Armstrong, fourth of the road, third in the race. Then it's Hingley, Kay, Canato Lee, Lewis Gardner, Jamie Perrody, Will Egby, Harry Reynolds for Coles Racing. Well, that's 3 Welshmen in the top
Walker.
10.
Walker for the lead, down the inside.
He's going to... Well, I'm not sure how Aaron Walker will know if he's got a time penalty or not. Now, if he's taking the lead, he's going to defend. That's going to bunch everybody up. So Walker is... without realising it, he's going to sort of count himself out of a decent result at the moment, because he's going to start backing up the drivers, or they're all going to close in. Oh dear.
I was going to say he can count himself out if he's running that wide through that hairpin every lap from now, because that was very, very wide. The 3 teammates making contact through left, right. They need to all work together here, boys. Don't bang into each other.
And this battle is bringing Matty Hingley and Kieran Kay in the number 73 kart right into play. So Walker leads, but Harrison Collins effectively leads in the number 5 kart. Walker checks over his shoulder.
Can I just say as well, can you imagine if these guys fight hard enough for Walker to gain that time back? Because they're still fighting. Look into the left-hander.
Oh my word, Dan Holland's going to be having kittens out on the banking there.
You're not joking either.
Well, actually, I don't know, he's probably thinking, no, in the driver's budget, is damage included in that, or do they have to pay for it? No, he wouldn't dare think it. But, well, Dan Holland Racing, they've already won the Minimax Grand Prix. This is Junior Max, and it's looking pretty good, although here comes the number 11 kart, that red and white Ultimate R racing machine of Matty Hingley, and behind him that pink and purple KR Sport machine of Kieran Kay. They're not out of this yet either. Aaron Walker effectively, with his time penalty, is 15.
Ouch.
There goes Hingley, passing Higgins.
Just shows you the gap that he needs to open up, doesn't it? All the way down to 15th now for Walker. It'll still be a good achievement for him to win on the road, of course, but it's such a shame that just a little bit of a mistake like that can change everything for him. Hingley, though, now up into effectively 3rd place behind these Dan Holland karts, but having one either side of you must be quite a daunting prospect, knowing that you've got to try and make a move without losing a place to the other one.
Yep, and as they come down the hill towards the first hairpin, Canato Lee in kart number 19, who runs 8th at the moment. He sets the fast lap of the race. So behind this group, there's the 2 Fusion Motorsport teammates, Douglas Bolger and Canato Lee, 7th and 8th. Then it's Gardner in 9th, Jamie Perrody in 10th. But the time is ticking down, and the 3 Dan Holland karts lead this race. You have to discount the number 51 kart, who's been given a 5-second penalty for moving out of the start line formation.
And they close back in on him a little bit as well now. He's not actually opening up that gap, is he?
No, and well, because of course Harrison Collins and Daniel Armstrong, they don't know about the penalty. They're going for the race win, and that's good teamwork there. Armstrong literally pushing his teammate along. He got so close that Harrison Collins could probably turn around and pick his nose from him. They were that close.
Put your hand out the back of the cart and try it. Aaron Walker, though, he's just... It's such a frustrating scenario for him. Some of the penalties do get called out on the digital sort of last lap board that they have above the grid, but I didn't see his come up, so I'm not sure, like you say, whether he has got that. He's a bit wide again through that hairpin. He's not made many friends with that apex this weekend by the look of it. But through the final couple of corners, though, it is looking like Harrison Collins at the moment that's going to be declared the winner here, Henry.
Yep, 3 corners to go. Into the Mike Wilson, through the Bobby Ginn corner, now into the Mike Wilson complex. Aaron Walker has got this one on the road, but it's Harrison Collins. Look for the number 12 car to try and make a move. Kieran Kay's been given a technical flag. Oh, out of 6th position. Walker gets sideways. They cross the line. Oh, he's patting the kart, but it doesn't matter. Harrison Collins, who crossed the line in 2nd. He is your Kartmasters champion. 2nd for Daniel Armstrong. Matty Hingley will finish on the podium with Higgins, a great drive from 4th place. Now, we're going to see where the signal is given to Aaron Walker. He obviously didn't know about the penalty. There it goes, thumbs up from Harrison Collins. Harrison Collins is about to realise that he has just won the Kartmasters Grand Prix 2020. I know the screen says Aaron Walker, well, he won it on the road, but with a 5-second penalty, I'm going to look down now. Well, that would put Walker in 7th place. 5 seconds down, so Collins, Armstrong and Hingley the top 3. Higgins is 4th. Bolger, a great recovery drive for him in 5th position. Lee, Egby, Lewis Gardner and Sam Gornall are next. Ryan Willis and Harry Reynolds, the top 12. With Archie Kitchen, Leon Henderson and William Walker in 15th. And such a shame, Chaz, I know you've got to get down to speak to the top 3. Such a shame for Aaron Walker. At the moment, he thinks the double is on, and of course, he's got to go and get in the next race as well.
Yeah.
So he's going to come in thinking he's the champion, be told he's been given a penalty. There he is. There's Kieran Kay walking over. He got a technical flag. I wonder if we're going to capture the moment where he gets told that he got given a penalty and the reactions. And these drivers between 13 and 17 years old, and this is the British Grand Prix, and the elation and heartbreak of karting is about to be shown to you all. There's Walker.
I was going to say, I wouldn't like to be the guy that has to tell Aaron Walker that he's got that penalty.
Yep, and he's got his helmet on. The karts have all been lined up. One of the track officials here at Trent Valley Kart Club. There's Matty Hingley coming across. Sporting handshakes between everybody. And we'll see, there's a handshake with Aaron Walker. As a driver, it's hard to imagine he's going to be told that he's been given a penalty and then get into, I mean, it came up on the screen, it came up on all the timing screens that was what the situation was. It's for a start line infringement. And there is Harrison Collins. Harrison Collins has just been told, I think, that he is the Kartmasters champion. There it is. Aaron Walker walks off, exit stage right. He's got to go and get in his Junior X30 and try and do it all again. How, as a young man, 13, 14, 15 years old, how does he get his head around that? How does he refocus himself to go again? The highs and lows, and now he's got to focus on another British Grand Prix event. And there is Walker in the green and white race suit walking across the screen. He's going to go and get that confirmed with the officials. A shake with Oliver Duffel, and we'll see now the officials, sadly. And there is Matthew Higgins, so he will move up to 4th place. Matty Hingley gets onto the podium in 3rd. Harrison Collins and Daniel Armstrong. Now you can see Matty Hingley moving his kart round, and they will sadly remove the number 51 kart. Well, Aaron Walker removes it himself out of the picture. And there we go, caught on the stream there. That's Harrison Collins, that moment that he was told, ran over to his mechanic. So, wow. Again, we mentioned the emotions of this. This is high-level racing. There are 10,000 people up to this watching this. I think yesterday the viewing figures something like 12,500 watched the stream. So there's no other junior sport in the world that gets this amount of global media attention. You see some young kids in the Olympics and things like that, but apart from that, kart racing, you don't see the Junior Football World Championship or the Junior Baseball World Championship. Sometimes you see little league, mini league baseball on TV, but there is no other junior sport in the world that has this global media coverage, and that is an awful lot of pressure to put on these young men and women. Well, no, these young athletes. And Walker now has to refocus and go in the next race. Collins, Armstrong and Hingley, the top 3, move into the podium position. A round of applause for the top 3, please, from the parents and families here at the circuit. Thank you for your support. It's a really important day for these 3 young men. It's a different type of podium. It's a different type of Kartmasters this year, but for these drivers it means just the same. And pretty shortly, Chaz Draycott will be down there to interview the top 3. There is your 2020 Junior Rotax Kartmasters champion, Harrison Collins.
Well, Harris, that was a really good fight in that race, and of course getting told the moment, obviously not winning it on the road, but not the most usual circumstances, but you must be very pleased. How did you feel when you got told?
Yeah, I was actually over the moon. Obviously, I came in, I didn't know straight away, and then someone told me. I'm absolutely over the moon. I just say thank you to my dad so much. Honestly, I'm so happy.
Well, it looked like a really good race with, of course, your teammates as well at Dan Holland Racing. It looked like maybe the three of you were going to get another 1, 2, 3, but still a really good scrap with them. How is it like when you fight your teammates like that?
Oh, it's great, you know, because there's that bit more trust. You know, you can work with them. But then again, you're only teammates, aren't you? Anyone can do what they want, essentially, when we're out there.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that. It's been a great introduction for me to watch this sort of stuff because it's completely elbows out no matter if you're in the same livery, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Well, very well done. Absolutely fantastic job. Deserve it, mate. You really do. Well, we go to his teammate as well, Daniel Armstrong. You were right in the middle of all of that, weren't you? That was a great one.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. Being in the car, and I'm sure probably out of it as well.
Oh yeah, it was a hell of a race to watch for us as well. I did notice as well, obviously the penalties didn't come up on the screen above the start-finish line, so you didn't know about Aaron's penalty towards the end, but obviously being told that you've gone from what was third to second, you must be over the moon.
Yeah, it's very good. They didn't pop up on the Digi flag, so I didn't actually see. I just got told when I went in the grid, so it was good to find that out.
Do you think if you would have been told during the race and you would have found out that it would have changed your approach to that, or was it just straight on with it and eyes forward?
It was just trying to go for it, really. So yeah, just see how you went, because they're all that close that any one of us could have been on the top step. So.
Well, it was fantastic to watch. Do you want to give a thank you to anybody on stream?
Thanks to my dad for mechanicking me, Dan Holland Racing and Time Racing Engines.
Brilliant stuff. Well, very well done, mate. Very well done. Second place finisher, Daniel Armstrong there. We will now head over to someone that's been a real joy to watch this weekend, and third place in the end, Matty Hingley. That was, well, I mean, with these boys, again, you had a really good scrap, didn't you?
Yeah, it was all right. We got the lead quite early on, and we've been struggling a little bit on pace all day just to get that edge. And in the final, I felt like I had a bit more, but it just wasn't quite enough, really.
Yeah, I've noticed as the weekend goes on, it gets a little bit more elbows out, doesn't it? I mean, a lot of the moves going into the first couple of corners were quite rough out there, weren't they?
Yeah, they were quite rough, and you've got to really just to get yourself in a good position. But unfortunately, it just cost me a bit today. You know, people trying to go in on me and then me going back in on them. So, you know, well done to Harry and well done to Dan. But yeah.
Well, you must be still happy with third place. So it's a good thing to come away with, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I really wanted to win, but your third's all right, yeah.
Smashing. Well, do you want to give a thank you to anybody?
Just massive thank you to everyone at Ultimate R, you know, my brother, Ben, my dad, my mum, for everyone for supporting me.
Well done, mate. Very well done. Thank you very much then. And the guys will now get presented with their trophies.
So just to remind you all what the drivers win, in addition to the GP plate for Harrison Collins, he wins £250 in cash, a set of Mojo tyres and a set of Delta Racewear gloves. Second place for Daniel Armstrong is £100 in cash and a set of Mojo tyres. Third place, £75 for Matty Hingley and a set of Mojo tyres for him. So that's the prize fund in each class. And there is a couple of celebrations again. Everyone's wearing masks, and so that's allowed. And the top three in Junior Rotax at the 2020 Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix: Harrison Collins, Daniel Armstrong, and Matty Hingley, ladies and gentlemen. So we've now got 3 races to go. The first of these is Junior X30, and we've had 5 races, 5 very entertaining and dramatic races, all in their own way so far. But the Junior X30 race has been spectacular so far, and this is coming up next. So Junior X30, we've had the prize draw, the free prize draw in Junior X30, And your Junior X30 prize draw winner is Lewis Mackey. And Lewis wins the 4 entries and 4 practice sessions free to the Autumn Cup here at PF International. And the Kart Sim Pro UK software package, which you've seen advertised on this channel. Now, before we get underway here, one of the drivers in Junior X30, number 37, Luke Watts. A couple of weeks ago, Luke Watts had his karting van stolen with all his karting equipment in it. It's a white Mercedes Sprinter with a black bonnet, and the registration number is LW11TTS. LW11TTS. Karting community is a small one, and so people can keep their eyes out for that. Now, Junior X30 made its Kartmasters debut in 2014. Josh Smith was the winner. Tom Wood won it in 2015. Callum Bradshaw was the winner in 2016. Harry Thompson won it in 2017. Clayton Ravenscroft won it in 2018. And Oliver Gray won it last year. And last year's race was an absolute barn burner. The grid very quickly, as they're already on their rolling lap. Alicia Barrett will be on pole position alongside Luke Watts for the front row of this race. Lewis Mackey, the prize winner, and Darrell Taylor are on row 2. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Oliver Stewart on row 3. Brandon Carr and Sam Shaw, row 4. Jessica Edgar and Aaron Walker. Now, Aaron Walker in kart number 9. Look for him. If ever there's someone that needed some redemption in this race, it's that. And there is one of the Spirit of Senna karts off the track. It's the number 46 of Ben Watts that is off at the side of the circuit. There's lots of drivers out of place here. Watch for Rashan Chigarimbo in the number 92 kart. Watch for Oliver Greenall in the number 64. Watch for Theo McCurris in the number 74. They're all starting outside the top 20, but they've got race-winning pace. 15 minutes to decide. Junior X30 Kartmasters 2020. We are go, and it's a good start from the pole to Alicia Barrett. She gets the whole shot through the first set of corners out onto the banking, and it looks as though everybody else is round there smoothly. At the back of the grid, there are going to be several drivers on. Somebody has gone off, and no, there's more. There's 2 others went off in sympathy behind them, and there's that's the number 86 was Thomas Yeomans was the first to find the grass.
I'll have a look through at the numbers then at who comes through then at the back, and I'll find out who was involved in that one.
No problems. I don't think Archie Walker had the was there for the start, the Argenti Motorsport number 91. He had off in the crash in the Prix final, so I'm not sure if he's there. Now there goes Rashan Chigarimbo on the outside. We're going to look for Freddie Spindler with the number 60 kart as well, a potential winner, fast in qualifying. He started all the way back in 18th. Alicia Barrett leads. That's Lewis Mackey in second place.
It was Finlay McKee was one of the karts involved in the shenanigans at the beginning there. As they come through then, Alicia Barrett's transponder apparently wasn't working, but it's actually put her into, there you go, Luke Watts as well, 37 and 33, so they will take a little bit of time to update on the timing screen on the left-hand side, everybody, but trust us, they are still there. And at the moment, down the inside goes Luke Watts, though. He's not wasting any time in getting his elbows out here, but the top sort of 20 almost, all in one big scrap here.
Oh yes, and in third place, well, I mean, I'm not quite sure what was going on there, but in third place, Lewis Mackey for Litchfield Motorsport. Well, I mean, he was hugging a white line like a roadie at backstage at a music festival. Coming into the second corner there, the second hairpin. He doesn't want to be doing that too soon because there's a long way to go. And oh, there's a spin. That is the number 81 kart of Mitchell Gibbons for Dan Holland Racing. So one of last year's leading championship contenders, Cadet Honda, gets it all crossed up there. There's the number 71 kart of Harvey Ryby for Piers Sexton Racing. Going through your screen, Darrell Taylor in the number 14. There's the number 51 now of Aaron Walker. And Walker is going to be on a mission. You can only imagine, Chaz, what is going through his head now. He's out there again, and he's got to get his head down. He's going to try and salvage one win.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, it's almost written a story for us, hasn't it? The redemption that he needs from this. Number 13 then, just going down the inside of 268. That's Harry Burgoyne Jr. losing out. But yeah, the front few guys now. Number 9, Aaron Walker, is going to be chasing after Alicia Barrett and Luke Watts. I was interviewing Alicia the other day, and she was saying that she was quite confident going into the pre-final this morning. So I imagine after that performance, she'll be even more confident for this final now. But she's not got it all her own way. Luke Watts is doing a brilliant job here. His bright yellow lid that he's got, very striking as well, as he leads across the line then.
So into the Bruno Ferrari S as we go. Watts leads, Barrett second, a little bit of a gap opening up to Walker in third. Taylor in fourth, the MLC Motorsport team. And Aaron Walker, well, I mean, we used to have in Formula Kartmasters, the championship that is no more, we used to have an award called Man on a Mission, and that is Aaron Walker at the moment. There goes Alicia Barrett, a woman on a mission. She takes the race lead from Luke Watts, and Walker, though, and Taylor on their way to the party, and yeah, Barrett sort of gives that signal. Come on, let's work together. Harry Burgoyne Jr. for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, just coming out of cadets. Oh, Darrell Taylor gets a 5-second penalty. That may be a start line infringement. And well spotted, Rashan Chigarimbo.
19 places gained.
Up into 14th.
Wow.
He's on the podium chain. He's on the podium train. Choo-choo. Here comes Rashan Chigarimbo up into the top 12 now.
Talk about man on a mission. I tell you what, that's the very definition right there. 24 places gained. He's up to, 23 as the Alicia Barrett and, of course, Luke Watts' transponders update on there. He's going to be up 22 places into the top 10.
Well, don't count him out yet. I say he retired from the lead of the pre-final.
He's absolutely flying.
Oliver Greenall, another one of those drivers at the back of the grid. He puts in the fastest lap of the race, 59.07. So while we're not... Obviously, all these contenders at the front are legitimate potential race winners now, with the exception of Darrell Taylor, who runs in 4th place, but who has a time penalty. Behind them is Harry Burgoyne Jr., Lewis Mackey, Charlie Rippin for the MLC team. He is up into 7th place.
Oh,
Oliver Stewart's 8th.
Big
Oh
accident.
my word, that's right. There's the spirit of Seneca. Marcus Littlewood is involved in there. The 47 is gone as well.
That's Jessica Edgar. I was just about to mention that she was in a really good fight with Thea Makouris, and it was in that fight somebody got turned around in front of them, and then they were stopped in the middle, and 3 more carts piled in there as well. One mounted, one another as well. But fortunately, they got away with it. There's a few carts coming down here with a bit of damage, but not too much. Just looks like the front left wing maybe on one of them just bent up a little bit, but wow.
Theo Makouris was one of the drivers, and Theo Makouris was one of those drivers that was caught up in that, and the 2018 Cadet Honda GP plate holder, his chances have gone. He's crossed the line back in 28th position. Harry Cottrell, I think, was caught up in that as well. Marcus Littlewood down in 25th now, but Oliver Greenall's up into 21st. Freddie Spindlow's up to 13th. Sam Shaw is 9th. Brandon Carr 8th. And Rashan Chigarimbo in 11th place. We're looking at Theo Makouris getting a technical flag, so he has got damage. You were right, Chaz. There is Rashan Chigarimbo on your screens, and he's not out of this one yet. In fact, with Darrell Taylor's penalty, Chigarimbo would be in the top 10.
Aaron Walker now on the back of Alicia Barrett. Luke Watts down to 3rd place after that one, and Aaron Walker's down the inside going over the bridge. There he goes. I just saw it in person before the shot then, and he's actually made that move. Luke Watts down to 4th, now maybe down to 5th position as well. He's coming under pressure from a lot of these guys behind him, but Aaron Walker, well, is it going to be the redemption that we keep saying that he needs, or is Alicia Barrett going to take the GP plate here? Because these two, well, they've been battling all weekend long, but they have got the attentions of Darrell Taylor right behind them as well, and then Luke Watts, so they can't rest yet.
So, Walker from, where did he start? 10th on the grid, up into the red mist has well and truly descended on Walker, and yeah, he is absolutely determined. Every single one of these drivers is determined, but he's got determination with added determination at the moment. 8 minutes to go, a long way, and Walker under the bridge there. Barrett looks to the inside, and Taylor tries to go through as well. Darrell Taylor, I'm not sure if he knows. There's Walker, the crossover move. Barrett briefly led again, but now it's Walker. They're all tripping over each other, and look at the amount of drivers that are within striking distance. And just behind the first group, the driver with the bright yellow top to his crash helmet. Oh, that's Luke Watts going around the outside. But Rashan Chigarimbo in cart number 92 is about to catch the lead group, and he started from the car park. He was so far back.
And Lewis Mackey's just had 2 of them off there at the hairpin as well. And number 13, he's gone down the inside of Luke Watts. And I believe Daryl Taylor as well. But yes, like you say, Rashan Chigarimbo is flying. There he's down the inside making another position. So he is right with them now. At the start of that last lap, he was in P11, but he is going to be well within, as you called it, striking distance.
That is that was the number 221 kart, the MLC kart of Charlie Rippin, being put to the sword, as it were. And there's Sam Shaw. So Sam Shaw, the driver that started the pre-final from pole position, then got involved in an accident, fought back into the top 10, started from 8th position. The premium karting number 16 kart, that sort of light blue and white machine, he's now up into 4th place. So Sam Shaw could win this. Looking back, Spindlow is 12th. He's making progress. He's up 6 positions.
Chigarimbo's now in 6th place here as they come into the hairpin. It's all bunching up a little bit in front of him. Oh, he's just been launched in the air. He lands it.
Oh, no!
He's actually, the kart's going really slowly, though. Is that the end of it? It's wobbling. Yeah, he had a wheel bang there, and the whole thing went off the ground. There was contact as well as another kart stopped at the side.
Oh, that's Burgoyne Jr. I think. And there's Rashan Chigarimbo. He had just caught the lead group, and then, well,
he took the opportunity. In all fairness, there was 2 of them made contact, ran wide. He got a cut back down the inside, but just as his rear wheel hit the front wheel of Burgoyne Jr., he bounced up in the air. It was very high off the ground, and unfortunately, that is the end of that kart and the end of Chigarimbo's day.
Well, just moments before that, you were thinking the sky's the limit, and then he was in the sky, and then he was out of the race. Oh, so
he looks devastated, doesn't he?
Absolutely. From 33rd on the grid, and he had just got into the top 6 within 9 laps. But I have to say, there is a young man with a bright future in front of him. He may not think it now, but and it was Harry Burgoyne Jr. who was the. Harry Burgoyne Jr. was the other kart that he got involved in. It was Burgoyne Jr. and Sam Shaw that were together. Shaw has dropped back a little bit. I'm trying to see where Sam Shaw is. No, Sam Shaw survived it, but Chigarimbo was trying to go up the inside of the pair of them, and rear wheel to rear wheel collision out of the race. Alicia Barrett leads. There is the number 13 kart of Lewis Mackey in 2nd. Walker is 3rd. Shaw is 4th. Well, when Sam Shaw was crashing in, here comes Mackey. Oh, what a move! Oh, the leaders are side by side under the bridge. They somehow save it. That was almost a monster of an accident.
Yeah, Mackey put it down the inside. I don't think that Barrett saw him there, but I'll tell you one person that's benefited from that. Look at your race leader now. Aaron Walker back to the front in that one.
Aaron Walker again. I mean, we've talked about Code Brown moments. That was double brown for going in there, because these Junior X30 karts, they're doing over 70 miles an hour under that bridge. Well, touching 70 miles an hour under that bridge. It's
not for the faint of heart.
No, and suddenly you're faced, with looking at there's a protective barriers there, but it is a concrete wall.
Yeah, it is a large bridge, isn't it? It's a very sturdy structure.
But they all live to tell the tale, and even though we've had contenders drop out, now we've got a situation where it is Walker, Mackey, Barrett.
Spindlow's in there as well.
Yeah, and Freddie Spindlow in the number 60 kart. He's timing his recovery run well. There's Shaw at the inside of Mackey, wheel to wheel for 2nd place. They're going to come off the bridge almost 3 wide.
Doesn't look like Spindlow can do anything from there. Mackey's going to go to the front. Shaw is pushing, and they all go down the inside of Walker. Spindler goes through there as well. And now Walker is side by side with Barrett. Barrett slots in. What can she do here? Goes wide round the outside. Can she make that work on the exit? Not quite. Walker holds on to 5th, but coming into this now behind them is number 71, Harvey Ryby as well.
Yeah, the Pierce Saxon Racing team also in there. It looks like Oliver Stewart, the number 17 kart for the Jade Racing team. Luke Watts is 8th. That is Charlie Rippin 9th. Harvey Charter 10th. Brandon Carr 11th. Oliver Greenall up 19 places to 12th. Ashton Hodgson is 13th. Ellingham is 14th. Agambar is 15th. Then Oscar Joyce, Sam Lewis, Dane Tucker, Reese Newburn and Mitchell Gibbons, your top 20 at the moment. We've only got 26 karts left in the race. Marcus Littlewood has retired. Daryl Taylor is obviously not featuring. He's had a penalty. And there's another move. Here comes fast Freddie Spindlow. Up in the 3rd position. Off the bridge we go. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. So it's Mackey.
Shaw just going to go down the straight into the hairpin. Aaron Walker trying to hang it around the outside. Look at all these lot in this battle for the lead now. Walker's really getting his elbows out. He wants at least one GP plate. He got denied of one earlier from his own doing, but now he's up to third place. Alicia Barrett's got a great battle behind her. That's the 229 kart of Harvey Charter. He's in there as well, the side-by-side in the background as well. I think that's Luke Watts coming back through. Luke did drop off this lead for you a little bit ago, but now he's actually back in it again, trying to push to the front.
And there's the 71 kart of Ryby, followed by the 17 at Red and White Birrell ART kart of Stewart. Oliver Stewart, I tell you who has put himself, Sam Shaw has absolutely done a great job of putting himself in a prime position as we get down towards the very business end of this race. Mackie defends. Here comes Walker at the inside. Shaw going round the outside. Can he make the move? Stick onto the bridge. He's hanging it tough. He's got the inside line, but it's going to cost him momentum coming out of the corner. Spindlow to the inside of Shaw. They're 3 wide for second. Coming into the first hairpin. Mackie defends. And Walker's going to get the crossover. Oh, contact Mackie on the grass. Walker takes the lead.
And down the inside as well there, sorry to cut over you, Henry, but Freddie Spindlow right on the inside, very opportunistic, and all that, after all that, Shaw has now lost out massively.
Oh, yep, Shaw's lost out big time. Alicia Barrett comes through. They've got just over a minute to go. They're trying to fit 3 karts at a time through the Fullerton S's. That's not going to work. Here comes Stewart in the number 17 kart, and Mackie on the outside. Mackie was the one forced wide there. Lewis Mackie started this lap in the lead, and that's his Litchfield Motorsport teammate Harvey Charter, who started this lap in 6th place, coming across the line. So 50 seconds to go, and look who's leading. Aaron Walker leads, Freddie Spindlow second, Oliver Greenall up into 3rd place. Greenall had that accident earlier on, and he is...
It was Luke Watts, his transponder and his and Alicia's. They keep sort of delaying when they cross the line. They had a bit of an issue with them at the beginning, but yeah, Greenall is up to 5th place, 26 places gained from the very back of the grid. So what a performance for him. It'd be great to get him on the podium and have a word with him, but easier said than done, as we say. Aaron Walker, though, right at the front now. Spindlow's doing a great job. So in 3rd place is the number 37 of Luke Watts.
Yep, with Barrett in 4th place, 5th for Greenall. And then it is Stewart, Charter, Mackie, Ryby, Rippin, Shaw back in 11th, Brandon Carr 12th, then the number 21 car of Ashton Hodgson. The clock has struck 0.
One more lap
Walker,
after
this is deja vu. Walker checks over his shoulder. He is going to try anything he can. Hang on, this Spindlow's caught him. Great slipstream from Spindlow. Spindlow trying to get round the inside on the banking, but Walker is defending. Here comes Luke Watts in 3rd position. Walker comes between 4. They're side by side between Barrett and Greenall for 4th place. They've slowed each other down. It's a straight fight between Walker. Round the outside goes fast Freddie Spindlow, and he gets squeezed wide. Here comes Luke Watts. A couple of weeks ago, Luke Watts was absolutely devastated. He thought his karting was over when all his equipment was stolen. Now he's fighting for the British Grand Prix victory.
It'd be a great story, wouldn't it? But so it would as well, with Aaron Walker in the lead. I think he's got a bit of a gap here, you know, Henry. I think he might have this done, but you never know.
Here we go. Well, Aaron Walker, I think he's got it because Spindlow's defending 2nd place. Well, and Watts up the inside, side by side to the Mike Wilson complex, and here comes Oliver Greenall. Watts gets squeezed, wheel to the final corner for 3rd place, but Aaron Walker, once again, he's won twice on the road. He's going to get to keep this one, though. Aaron Walker.
What a story.
And there's a problem. That's Lewis Mackie out of the race there on the last lap. But yeah, Chaz, what a story indeed.
Aaron Walker will be absolutely devastated with that first one, but what a way to bounce back from that. An amazing performance in that Junior X30 race. He will be over the moon there. And, well, I will ask him the question. It does beg the question, though. How would he have felt if he would have got both? Because on the road he's done it, but of course with that penalty, I'm afraid he's not going to go in with both GP plates. But not to put a downer on it, amazing drive, and I will go and have a quick word with them all now.
No problem at all. Well, looking at that, thanks Chaz, and Aaron Walker, only Ben Barnacote has ever won 2 Kartmasters classes in the same day, and Aaron Walker has just done that, but Aaron Walker, he will take home 1 crown, the one being taken away with a start line infringement. So the results, Aaron Walker from 10th on the grid wins a thrilling Junior X30 race from Freddie Spindlow. Freddie Spindlow started 18th and finished 2nd, and Oliver Greenall What a recovery drive from Oliver Greenall from 31st to 3rd. Fantastic race there. Luke Watts finishes 4th. Alicia Barrett comes home in 5th. There's Aaron Walker. Now, we saw Aaron last time being told that he hadn't won there. Now, let's see. He's looking rather nervously around. He's, yep, okay, there's the thumbs up from our Strawberry Racing mechanic. Alicia Barrett finishes 5th. Oliver Stewart finishes 6th. Harvey Charter takes home 7th. Sam Shaw comes home in 8th position. Charlie Rippin finishes 9th. Lucas Ellingham rounds out the top 10. Brandon Carr in 11th place. Josh Agambar 12th. Harvey Ryby drops to 13th. Sam Lewis 14th. Harry Cottrell 15th. And Dane Tucker, Jude Fernehow, Rhys Newburn, Hayden Chance. And the top 20 rounded out by Mitchell Gibbons, Ashton Hodgson, Jessica Edgar, Michael Rapsey, Finley McKee, Lewis Mackey finished 25th there after a last and there with the chain off the cart. That is Rashan Chigarimbo. He had gone from 33rd to 6th inside the first 10 laps and was on his way to the front when he was clipped from behind it with another cart and the chain came off. You can see it hanging down there. That, again, we saw the highs and lows of karting in the Parc Fermé area at the end of the last race with Harrison Collins and Aaron Walker. That is utter dejection, but that young man there has got a bright future in front of him. He joined Fusion at this event last year, and he'll be pretty inconsolable for the time being. But that, unfortunately, is karting for you. And we'll now wait for the top 3 to be cleared from the weighbridge and to make sure that the nose cone penalties, the nose cones haven't dropped rather. Next up will be senior Rotax, so 2 races to go. That will be coming up shortly after the podium ceremony for the Junior X30 race. What a fantastic scrap that was. It's always, you know, it's been a wild race when none of the top 3 finishers, well, 2 of the top 3 finishers started outside the top 15. In fact, Aaron Walker from 10th to 1st, Spindlow from 18th to 2nd, Greenall from 31st to 3rd. Luke Watts 4th, Alicia Barrett 5th. And both those drivers, they're having a good reason to be, well, on one hand disappointed, but the other hand very pleased indeed of how things have gone for them in Kartmasters 2020. And there we go. And there's a sight that everyone was keeping their fingers crossed. Aaron Walker getting released from scrutineering, driving out to take his place behind the number 1 podium on the circuit. The number 60 kart of Freddie Spindlow in 2nd, and the number 64, no, it's not Oliver Greenall, must have been had a nose cone penalty. It's Luke Watts in kart number 37 who takes the 3rd and final podium finish. So Greenall, in a race like that, when you gain 30 positions, you do have to sometimes wonder, how is the nose cone bracket on that kart? But Walker puts his victory mask on, and so a penalty obviously for Oliver Greenall, and that undoes his work from 31st to 3rd. So Luke Watts, I'll remind you, the registration number of his van, it's a Mercedes Sprinter van, LW11TT. So here we go, Chaz Draycott down to speak to a very happy and relieved Aaron Walker.
Aaron, well, great to see you here, mate. I mean, half an hour ago I probably wouldn't have wanted to ask you how you were feeling, but now I imagine you're absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. It was a really good result, but kind of makes up for the Rotax, but not all the way.
Well, at least, you know, on the road you did it in both performances, though. I mean, I know you may not take both plates with you, but it's still in your head knowing that you've got that performance in you. That must be a right confidence booster.
Yeah, it is a confidence booster. I know I was good enough to win both of them, and I did. says it all really.
Well, very well done, mate. Do you want to give anyone a thanks on the stream?
Yeah, I'd love to thank Strawberry Racing, my dad, Alex Ferris, and just Prix Motors and anyone that helped me.
That was fantastic to watch, Aaron. Very well done. Very well done, mate. Well, second place, Fast Freddy Spindler, as we called him on the stream. That was feisty.
Yeah, it was a difficult race. We started P20, 18, and then yeah, just coming up through the field. It was tricky but enjoyable.
Well, you had a bit of a battle as well with your teammate Alicia Barrett in that one as well. And when you're in a battle with your team like that, do you take it as a bit of a different approach, or do you just still go completely balls to the wall, as they say?
You just try not to crash at all costs. It's the only thing.
Yeah, I suppose number one rule in motorsport is don't hit your teammate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it was great to watch either way. Second place, you must still be happy with that, though. I mean, Aaron was very, very quick towards the end of the race. Once that gap opened up, he got away, but you must be really pleased with your performance.
Yeah, really pleased, but on the last lap we were on his tail and we could have got there, but I'll take second any day.
Very well done. Well, anyone you want to thank on the stream, mate?
Chaos Sport for all the help, everyone in the team, and my mum and my dad.
Fantastic, well said. Well, great to see you, very well done, and enjoy your second place, mate. Right then, someone who didn't think he was probably going to end up on the grid with us this afternoon after they finished that race. Luke Watts. Luke, I've been watching your weekend. You've been very exciting to watch out there. You must have thought you just had a sniff at that win, though.
Yeah, I did until I had a little coincidence down in the bottom corner.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of shenanigans in that final section all weekend, and coming to PFI, I think going into the finals, you must know that that may be a little bit inevitable. So is it just a case of trying to stay out of that as best you can?
Yeah, try to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, it's not easy though, is it, with a field as competitive as this?
Yeah.
Well, third place though, you must still be happy to end up on the podium with it though. It was a very tough race, and at the end of the day, you've shown that you've got the pace, haven't you?
Yeah, quite surprised actually to make it up here after that. I didn't think I was going to make it back down here.
Well, it must be a nice surprise all the same, mate. Well, anyone you want to thank on stream?
Kato Motorsport, James Mechanic, Alice and my dad.
Very well said, mate. Well, well done. Very well done, and we'll see you again soon. Well, there you go then. Your top three finishes in that series there. That was an absolutely amazing event, and now they'll be presented with the trophies.
Yes, there is the GP plate for Aaron Walker, and a healthy round of applause from the families and other fellow drivers on the spectator banking. Great result for Aaron. Freddie Spindlow takes P2. Now the prizes for X30 Junior, £250 cash for the race winner, £200 John Mills kart shop voucher, Delta Racewear gloves, as well as the GP plates that they can use anywhere in the country for the next 12 months. £100 cash prizes and £100 John Mills voucher in X30 for second place driver Freddie Spindlow, and £75 in cash and a £50 John Mills voucher for third place Luke Watts. So that's the junior section of Kartmasters 2020 over. We have just 2 races to go. Senior Rotax will be up next, and the senior Rotax drivers are waiting down on the dummy grid. Now, as in all classes, there is a free prize draw for the senior Rotax class. The free prize draw, the winner gets the 4 entries to the Autumn Cup, plus 4 practice sessions and a set of Mojo tyres. And the free prize draw winner in senior Rotax is Kaylee Cole. So Kaylee Cole wins the free prize draw in senior Rotax, and that race is up next. So there is a look at your senior Rotax pole sitter Morgan Porter, one of several former champions in this race. Now, Kartmasters champions of years gone by in senior Rotax. Well, for the first 4 years, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, Mike Simpson was the Kartmasters champion, and until last year, Simpson was the most successful Kartmasters driver of all time. In 2004, Stephen Lane won the GP plate. In 2005, it was David Bellchambers in senior Rotax. Then it was John Boyd in 2006, Mike Simpson again in 2007. 2008 was Chris Locke. 2009 winner was Luke Varley. Then Jack Holdsworth, who went on to race in IndyCars. Ed Brand won it in 2011. Ash Hand was a repeat winner in 2012 and 2013. Jack Bartholomew won it in 2014. Ben Barnicoat in 2015. In 2016 and 2017, the race wasn't held. In 2018, it was Joe Turney. And in 2019, Ben Barnicoat again. So he was last year's winner. This year, we have 33 drivers led by number 46, Morgan Porter for Argenti Motorsports. He was a former Kartmasters champion in Junior OK. He leads the field out. Reese Hunter starts alongside him on row number 1. The defending championship, the defending British champion, Guy Cunnington, starts on the inside of row number 2, the number 1 plate car. Kai Hunter, Reese's younger brother, on P4. Nelson King, and last year's Junior Rotax GP plate winner, he starts 6th for KR Sport. Really impressive performance from Will Ellsworth so far. James Lowther in Kart 9 starts 7th with James Lingard in P8. Alex Pendlebury and Teddy Clinton round out the top 10. George Holbrook and Charlie Turner are on row 6. Oliver Greetham and Oliver Meadows on row 7. Ben Casely and Tom Edmonds row 8. Former Cadet Honda GP plate winner Luke Wooder starts on the inside of row 9 alongside Jamie Rogers, with George Smith and Lewis Smith on row 10. Jake Douglas and Mashi's Hamera on row 11. Spencer Shinner and Nathan Chafer row 12. Former English Junior Rotax champion Tom Adams starts the inside of row 13 alongside Brandon Nagelvort, followed by James Winter, Lewis Fleet, free prize winner Kaylee Cole, Chaz Heighton on row 15, then Nathan Glenn, Madison Foley and Oscar Hoole rounding out the 33 kart grid. Here we go, lights are out, we're off and racing. Porter gets a good start on the outside of row number 1. Reese Hunter tries to hang with him but has to fall back in a second. They're all under the Litchfield Bridge cleanly on the opening lap. Out onto the banking through turn number 3 and across the bridge they go. So far everyone has behaved. Oh no, there's a bit of a problem there. There's one car trying to mount another one. Things getting frisky at the back of the field there. That looked like it was one of the Liam Wright racing carts. Very distinctive bright livery carts there. The Smith brothers, George and Lewis Smith. It was one of them getting a little bit, like I said, getting a bit frisky, but Morgan Porter has the lead, but he's having to defend already.
Kai Hunter, sorry to cut over you, Henry, he's just done a really good move into the left-right section there, just on Guy Cunnington, who's now dropped down into 4th place, and these Dan Holland Racing drivers are looking very feisty at the front of this pack, aren't they?
Oh yes, the 3 white comes to the Mike Wilson complex.
All over the shop though, trying to sort it all out through there. The top 2 breaking away.
Oh, Guy Cunnington's got a problem. Sorry, Chaz, sorry. Guy Cunnington, the number 1 plate, he was slow on the main straight there, looking down, trying to fiddle with the engine. Maybe something has come loose. He's going to try and work it back. Let's have a look. But certainly Guy Cunnington in trouble there. We'll watch as they come off the bridge. Sorry, Chaz.
No, it's all right. It's a big part of the race, this, with Guy now. Of course, he wears that number 1 with pride. And I think, I'm keeping a very good eye on him out the window. Yeah, he's jumping in the cart as he leaves the corner. It's just got no punch out of the corners. Watch him as he comes around the hairpin here. Puts his foot down, nothing happens. Everyone leaves him like he's just not got an engine in that thing.
Oh, dear.
He gets up to speed eventually, but just it's got no acceleration.
Well, I do wonder what could be the problem. Yeah, he's got Charlie Turner now about to pass him. Here's the battle up at the front, though. Porter in second. Porter in the second place, trying to stay ahead of Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter, though, meanwhile, look at that gap. Reese Hunter has got a huge lead. Well, Morgan Porter.
Big contact, sorry, between the number 97 there. That was Kai Hunter. He hit the right rear wheel of the second place driver there, and he went right up in the air, did a massive wheelie down the straight, came back to earth, and he's gone straight on at the first corner over the grass, and he's back on. Not quite sure if he's still at full racing speed, but that cart took a proper whack.
And I was going to say Morgan Porter is, and that looks like
Kai Hunter. He's
yeah,
going slow.
Kai Hunter out of the race. And I'm looking down to see, well, Lewis Smith, he retired on the opening lap. and there is one of the James Lowther possibly, or one of the Chaos broadcast number 14 running wide.
Just pulled over as well.
And Cunnington's out of the race. So already we've got some of the main contenders falling by the wayside. And I was going to say Morgan Porter is busy giving Rhys Hunter the race win on a plate, because Rhys Hunter completes lap number 3 with a 2-second lead.
Wow, he's absolutely flying at the moment. He's won both heats as well so far. Well, obviously yesterday.
Oh, and there's Guy Cunnington coming back to the pits to retire. Strawberry Racing have just won the Junior X30 race with Aaron Walker. They're not going to win the Senior Rotax race with Guy Cunnington, although Alex Pendlebury for Strawberry Racing is still there in 4th place. But the lead pack, I mean, there's a great battle going on there. They're 4 wide coming out of the first hip. I think that was the number 59 Carter.
Oh, the Carter around. He's around and there's contact. That was the number 88 there. That's Oliver Meadows. I think he got a little bit of help, and then some of the guys behind that were trying to avoid him. That looks like number 14 of Will Ellswood. He's getting a bit of a hand being pushed back as well. In there with him is that the number 53 of Ben Casely.
I think there was 2 teammates involved in that as well. Yeah, 2 of the Chaos broadcasts. Well, I saw Charlie Turner was involved in that incident as well. So the contenders are falling by the way. So there is the very, very attractive graphic kit of George Smith, the driver from Bury St Edmunds, that Italian livery graphic kit, and a very Italian name that is George Smith. Really popular in Rimini, I'm told.
Love it, absolutely love it.
Now, 57.80, new fast lap for Morgan Porter. The gap between himself and the leader is coming down. So Porter, now this is one of the things in karting, it's a long race, and maybe Morgan Porter knew that his kart wasn't set up for the first couple of laps. The tyre pressure would take a little while to come in. That's why he was defending so vociferously on the opening laps. Now the kart that Argenti Motorsport number 46 is hitting a sweet spot. A 57.8. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than the race leader last time around.
Yeah, he's absolutely on the pace now. He's really got it dialed in, and by the look of it, Rhys Hunter isn't going to have this all his own way if Morgan Porter continues to do that. So we'll have a look at the gap. It was 1.52 seconds last time around, 1.13 this time. It's another fastest lap of the race for Morgan Porter.
Well, I said earlier that Morgan Porter was busy handing Rhys Hunter the race win on a plate. Maybe Morgan Porter wasn't. He was thinking to himself, no, I've got you exactly where I want you. I've kept everyone else behind me, and 1 or 2 of them, we've lost Kai Hunter, we've lost Ben Casely, we've lost Will Ellswood, we've lost Guy Cunnington, so we've lost 4 potential podium contenders. We've still got plenty left. Nelson King runs in 3rd place, but the top 2 are now clear, and this is got 9.5 minutes of well, I say slowly, catchy monkey. These guys are doing 70 miles an hour.
It is indeed. We've got a car over. That's the number 44 of Nathan Chafer. He's rolled it at the head.
And there's a cart on its head there. That's Nathan Chafer. Oh, sorry, Chaz. Oh dear, my word. Chafer holding his shoulder. That's CRG. And right now
I'm just going to keep an eye on the digi flag, and he is lay on the grass on the outside. The cart is still there, and I believe the number 19 of Madison Foley did actually stop there to just make sure he was okay. I think it was Madison Foley. It might have been Tom Adams actually. It was either the 17 or the 19.
Yeah, I think it was the 17 car. So well done, yeah, well spotted there. It was Tom Adams there. James Lingard sets a fast lap of the race, and now 8 minutes and 45 seconds ago, the Battenberg flag comes out. That is the black and yellow quarter flags. That is effectively a pace car situation. So the race leader, Rhys Hunter's 1.5 second lead comes down to absolutely nothing. We're going to see what happens. The medics are with Nathan Chafer. He got up out of the cart holding his shoulder, and then he decided, no, I've had enough of this standing up, I want to lay down for a bit. So we're going to see what the race officials say. So the drivers have to slow down. So Rhys Hunter assumes the role of the pace car at the moment.
It is just out of our shot here in the in our sort of eye line where the pillar is here in front of us. So I didn't notice the cart at first, but I leant forward to just look a bit further up the hill, and then I just saw it there. I didn't even see the contact occur, so not quite sure who he's got tangled in with there to put it upside down like that, but it must have been a heck of a bang, because it was quite far off on it's sort of part way around the corner. Usually you see them come together on the exit when it bunches up, but he's about halfway round, just after halfway round the corner there, isn't he? So he must have had a fair old whack.
Yeah, so the race clock is still ticking. Now, you can see that one of the medic teams, he's got So Chafer's got his helmet off, and he's sitting up now. So whether the race officials want to keep the race running under this.
The front of the cart has all sort of moved to one side, obviously because of where it's landed. He is up and walking away now, fortunately. That's good to see.
Yeah. So, but obviously, I think what happens in a situation like that, where Chafer would have been on the outside, a cart went up the inside of him and just tipped him over. And of course, if you're turning left and you get tipped over, then the first part of your body that hits the tarmac would be your right shoulder, which is the bit of his body that he's holding. So we've got 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Now, obviously, the officials have said that we're going to carry on with the race. We're not going to put the red flag out, and Chafer is walking across the track at turn number 1 now with the paramedics, so he's okay. That's great news for Nathan's family. I know there's a lot of Nathan's family that are watching the live stream, so he's a bit bruised and battered, but he does look okay. We've got 6, there he goes walking off the screen there, Nathan Chafer, the only CRG in the race, and unfortunately it ended up as a GRC at the end of it. But now,
wow. Well, this has meant though that we've now got less time for these guys to get the job done, so the pressure's really on here.
But the order is Reese Hunter, Morgan Porter, Nelson King, Alex Pendlebury, James Lowther, the top 5, James Lingard 6, George Holbrook 7, Teddy Clinton 8, Oliver Greetham 9th, and Luke Woodham rounding out the top 10. Morgan Porter did have quite a lot of work to do. He had over a second to make up on Reese Hunter. He's now got nothing. Here we go.
I think they've still got the flag out actually on the gantry in front. No, there we go. Green flag is
out. Here we go. Hunter leads. King having to defend it. Porter already looking for a way round. Morgan Porter under the bridge. And Hunter having to defend. Porter going around the outside on the banking. No, then he tries to cut across to the inside, but Hunter places the cart well to defend. Hunter, 5th in last year's British Championship. He's represented Team UK in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, I think, on 3 or 4 occasions. He's certainly been to Portimao in Portugal, Paraiba in Brazil, Sarno in Italy, the last 3 years to represent the British Championship. But Porter's on the inside now.
Oh.
Porter, former Kartmaster champion in junior. Okay, he's lost second place though to Nelson King.
Yeah, Nelson just saw the opportunity there. There was a little bit of contact between Reese Hunter and Morgan Porter. There's a cart off there in the left-right. Just managed to collect it all together. But yeah, Nelson King saw the opportunity, and now it's a 1-2 for the Dan Holland racing team. And we've got another couple of carts as well within that top 10. So plenty to do. Morgan Porter right on the back of King now as they go through turns 1 and 2. Oh, we've got number 17. There's a wheel off the entire cart there. That's Tom Adams.
And that's a clean break. Now that could be, you saw Adams stopping. Maybe that's a damage related to that Chafer incident. But Morgan Porter, meanwhile, is losing ground. He's losing positions. He's down to 4th place. So Tom Adams with 3 wheels on the wagon, not going any further at all. But up at the front, it's Hunter and King now, 1-2. 3rd is Pendlebury. Then it's Morgan Porter in that number 46, that white and black number 46. Massi Shamera gets a 5-second penalty for his start line. Here we go. We've got 4 minutes remaining. Hunter, King, Pendlebury, Strawberry Racing have lost 1 bullet in their gun with Guy Cunnington retiring. So it's now all on Alex Pendlebury to uphold green and white honours. There's Oliver Greetham in the S8 Racing and number 59, very brightly liveried cart there, the Fullerton chassis.
You see Reese Hunter just looking over his shoulder a little bit there down the straight. He's got his teammate behind him, which should give him a bit of confidence, but at the same time, they're coming under attack as well. Down the inside goes Pendlebury. What a great move, but he didn't get it to stick, though. He was quite wise to it there, wasn't he, with Nelson King? And as they go through turn 4, Morgan Porter is stuck on the back of this. He's in the box seat now, I think, because he's going to get a lot of slipstream. It's down the inside goes Pendlebury, and there you go.
2 wheels on the grass, 2 wheels in the air.
I said Morgan Porter was in the box seat. Look at him now, 2nd place in a blink of an eye.
And moving into the lead picture, the number 9 cart rather of James Lowther, the Coles Racing, the back of this group, that red, white and blue machine. So King down to 4th place, Pendlebury 3rd, Porter to 2nd. So this is where we were at the restart. In terms of the top 2, Reese Hunter has managed to survive so far. Now Porter, we've seen Hunter getting a little bit defensive, so Hunter has been sort of blocking when he has to. say blocking, defending when he has to. He's not been weaving around dangerously, but he has been defending, like we can see there, going onto the banking. And Porter getting shuffled wide again by Pendlebury, and Porter's going to get freight train to the back. Pendlebury to second.
Morgan's held on there. He's actually gone to the front in that one.
He's gone because Reese Hunter ran wide coming through turn 4.
Oh, and now Pendlebury's on the grass on the outside. They're almost 3 wide here. Reese Hunter's around the outside with his teammate trying to push him as well. Second place, though, goes to the number 9 then, James Lowther.
So Lowther, the driver from Bishop Auckland, takes second place. So now Porter has the lead. And I didn't see what happened. I know there was a lot of pressure going on. There was side by side between Porter and Pendlebury for second going onto the bridge. And I'm not sure if any contact was made, but Hunter certainly ran wide coming off the bridge, and that is what caught Hunter out. And now Reese Hunter finds himself all the way back in, all the way back in 4th place. 90 seconds to go. Morgan Porter has the lead back of the race for the first time really since halfway around the opening lap.
He's trying to open up that gap though, but it's easier said than done, isn't it? James Lowther trying to go with him. Oh, James Lowther, I should say. Sorry, I did call him Lowther earlier, and one of his mates actually messaged me on Instagram saying, "Hi, you called him Lowther." But 4th place at the moment though, Nelson King. Just keeping an eye on it. Oh, Pendlebury into Lowther, they're side by side.
And that's going to open the door for Nelson King in the number 95, who casually looks across and says, "I've cleared you, I'm going to take the racing line." But I say Lowther had just pulled himself into contention. Just the right time. Hunter in 5th place, under pressure in the number 33. That's a privateer entry, so James Lingard, great entry, great for the family-run team. He's not with a team. He's obviously got a Tony Kart. He's got the Cream Racing engine, so he's got a good motor on that wagon. But he's a privateer driver, and he's up into the top 5. Another driver. There comes Lowther up the inside of Pendlebury. 30 seconds to go.
He's getting very feisty at the front, but that actual gap though, Morgan Porter is getting bigger at this point, and I think he may hold on to it if these guys keep battling. You can see there King just saying, think about it, move forward, let's try and catch up with him because we don't want him to get away. He's shown that he's got really great pace, and then just looking there for the number 5, he's in 5th position then, Reese Hunter. And I think he won both the heats, but it's not his own way here, is it?
Yeah, I think Reese Hunter knows that his chances are gone. He's got Oliver, he's got Lingard, and he's got George Holbrook in the number 60 cart, and Oliver Greetham breathing down his neck. And he knows that chances are over, so he's just going to try and hang on and defend for everything he's worth, because nobody remembers who comes second, let alone who comes 6th or 7th. Morgan Porter, meanwhile, looking to try and add a second Kartmasters title as he starts the final lap. So it's Porter by 9/10 of a second from Nelson King. Morgan Porter, who obviously the kart wasn't on song at the start of this race. He had to fight to keep it in 2nd place. He got a lot of the hard work done for him when the Battenberg flags came out, but even then he was forced back to 4th place, and he's now got the race lead from Nelson King, James Lowther and Alex Pendlebury around the first hairpin. Behind them, there's a Reese Hunter. All heck is breaking loose. Somebody's got an exhaust that's come off the cart, you can hear. But number 46, Argenti Motorsport, look like, with the Kart Republic chassis, they could be about to take their biggest win on British soil so far. Here we go, Chaz. Morgan Porter, what a drive for the driver of kart number 46. He punches the air.
That, brilliant. Great celebration there. You could see him gesticulating to the grandstand. Absolutely loved it. Nelson King comes home 2nd. James Lowther in 3rd place. Alex Pendlebury, well, he was right in the thick of it, wasn't he? And he gets 4th place from that one. Wow, that was that's the number 11 kart, isn't it?
That's Mashi Samira going across the line, looking very important.
Yeah, he did get the technical flag actually at the end of that. I'm not surprised with how that sounded.
Now, just looking at the screen there, Morgan Porter, he looked down at his nose cone there on the thing as he came off the bridge there, just to see if to check the bracket was still in place, and then he had a bit of a fist pump, so I think he knows now he's okay. That's a great result there. So Morgan Porter from Ockham, that's where the Tyrrell Formula 1 team used to be based, in Ockham. Morgan Porter has sealed his 2nd Kartmasters title. I think he won the Junior OK title back in 2016, I believe. Was it 2016 or 2017? Looking down the race results there. Porter, King 2nd, James Lowther 3rd, Pendlebury 4th, Reese Hunter. Oh, disappointment for the Hunter brothers. Kai Hunter retiring from the race, and Reese Hunter finishing only 5th. James Lingard was 6th. 7th for George Holbrook. 8th for Teddy Clinton. 9th, Oliver Greetham. And 10th for Charlie Turner. 11th, former champion Luke Wooder. 12th for Tom Edmonds. Jamie Rogers was 13th. Oliver Meadows 14th. And Ben Casely recovered well from a spin earlier to finish 15th. Jake Douglas was 16th, Chaz Heighton 17th, then James Winter, Kaylee Cole and Spencer Shinner rounded out the top 20. Madison Foley, Matthew Shamera, Oscar Houle, Brandon Nagelvort and Louis Fleet were the only other finishers. We lost George Smith, Tom Adams, Nathan Glenn, Nathan Chafer we saw, hope he's okay. Will Ellswood, last year's junior GP plate winner, failed to finish. Kai Hunter, sadly, Guy Cunnington and Lewis Smith. So it was a very exciting race again, although that sort of it would be interesting to see what would have happened. Reese Hunter having that 1.5 second lead before the Battenberg flags came out. Morgan Porter, though, was closing him down, so obviously Morgan's kart was set up so the tyre pressures wouldn't be on for the first couple of laps, and that's why he was defending so much at the start. And then the kart sort of came on song and he was closing in. And looking down there, so Morgan Porter, there's James Lowther's Coles Racing kart being pushed into line. And the third place kart, Lowther in the third place kart. The second place kart, here comes Nelson King. He takes his place now. The technical officials in the grey shirts there, they will be checking the nose cone brackets on the top 3. They will have checked the start line officials. There's Richard Lock from the British Karting Championship there. He's the safety officer here this weekend, because of course Trent Valley Kart Club have had to implement a whole new set of rules and regulations because of the COVID crisis. And that's why you see the drivers, whenever they've got their crash helmets off, they have to have their masks on. Now Nelson King is going to have to put his crash helmet back on to drive out onto the circuit for the podium. And looking down there, so Morgan Porter just waiting. Chaz Draycott will be interviewing the top 3 down on the circuit very shortly when they come out. But of course, we've just got to go through this procedure to make sure that the officials are all happy with the top 3. And of course, all the karts, the top 3 karts will then go back into Parc Fermé at the end of the trophies presentation, because there are other technical checks that have to take place. And now they're all being given the signal to fire up the engines and come out where the podium and Chaz Draycott awaits. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, here in the paddock, the drivers' families and mechanics that have been allowed to attend, show your support for the top 3 when they come out. They're doing it in front of an empty grandstand. And oh, what is that at the back there? That is Nelson King sitting on the wall, looking rather forlorn. I think that Nelson King may have had a nose cone penalty, because it's Alex Pendlebury in kart number 29 who is lined up in 3rd place. James Lowther. Oh, and that's, well, we've had one driver and Aaron Walker have a win taken away from him here, but it is Pendlebury coming out in 3rd place. So Nelson King not going to claim 2nd place. Here they come though, your winner Morgan Porter, 2nd place James Lowther, and 3rd place number 29 Alex Pendlebury. So what drama there in the Parc Fermé area. Must be a dropped nose cone, sadly, for Nelson King. But Morgan Porter, he will take off the crash helmet, put on the mask and the sponsors cap if they're one, but there he is. And Chaz Draycott is about to speak to our top three.
Indeed, thank you very much, Henry. Well, Morgan, you had quite a lead at the end, but that didn't tell the full story of the race, did it?
Certainly not. Well, at the start, first lap obviously a bit of heavy defending because it's always needed at the start, but it got a bit hairy going around the bank corner with Reese. It was a bit of a dirty play, but at the end of the day I still managed to come back. But then the Battenberg went out. I started to reel him in more and more and more. I thought I was going to get it, and then I was like, Battenberg's come in, done the job for me. Reese started to get a bit heavy on the defending. Pushed me back a little bit, but I was still strong. Still managed to clean him up like just the pieces wherever like someone got a bit scrappy. I was just there to pick it up. Managed to get a little bit of a gap and then finish the story.
Well, it was a fantastic race to watch, and you were just so persistent all throughout. What's it like trying to keep you cool in that situation?
To us, it's hard, really hard. These guys gave me a proper run for my money. As you can tell, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm sweating out there. It's a really hard race, but yeah, just over the moon to win. These boys definitely gave me a good run.
They certainly did. And just while we've got you, do you want to give anyone a thanks?
I would love to give my mum and dad like a big thanks because yeah, they give me support all the way through. Big shout out to Argenti. Like couldn't be here without them. They literally done me so good all weekend. Like the whole team's just won together, and I'm really grateful for that. And then Dino Chisia for the car is absolutely wonderful.
It certainly looks it, mate. Very well done. Very well done. Thank you. Well, second place then, Mr. Lowther. Good to see you, mate. I imagine you're pretty pleased with that because it was very elbows out for a lot of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough race. Everyone's trying to battle and make the paces up. Got a bit lucky in the middle of the race, but it's all right.
And to come away with second, then you must be very pleased because I tell you what, as our eventual winner was saying, a lot of you lot were giving each other a good run for your money at the front.
Yeah, it was a very hard race. It's like we've been struggling all week and finally got to the front and then finished second, so it's all right.
Smashing well. While we've got you, do you want to give a thanks to anybody on the stream?
Big thanks to Coles Racing, Steve Ogden, my mum, my dad, family, and hello to my girlfriend and her family watching.
Brilliant. Well said, mate. Well, great to see you. Very well done. Thank you. And then, last but not least, from our top three finishers, Mr. Pendlebury with us here. That was a strong performance from you. A lot of very quick guys at the front, and some of the battling in the beginning was ferocious, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty bad to be honest. The car's not been the best all weekend. It's quite up and down, so I was quite happy. Like it was decent for the final. Probably could have won. A little mistakes here and there, getting this about and stuff. It's quite scrappy after the second half, especially. It was a decent result from where we started, to be fair.
Yeah, we saw there was a few moments coming out of the hairpins where he ended up on the grass doing a bit of rally cross down there. I imagine, does that sort of knock your confidence in the race, or does it spur you on to go a little bit harder and try and get the positions back?
Yeah, definitely. You got to try and get to the front, aren't you? That's the way, isn't it?
Definitely. Well, it was great to watch either way. Very exciting racing. You must be happy with third. And do you want to give a thanks to anybody?
Yeah, just want to thank Strawberry Racing, Dave Tooley for the mechanicking, and my dad, obviously, of course.
Well said. Well, great to see you. Very well done, mate, and we'll see you again soon. Okay, the drivers will now be presented with their trophies. And the top three then. Morgan now will have his picture taken as well, and the presentation. There you go, he wins the GP plate. Fantastic stuff.
Well, thank you very much, Chaz. And there is Morgan Porter taking his trophy. Now, Morgan Porter wins £250 in cash, a set of Mojo tyres and a set of Delta Racewear gloves, as well as the GP plate. James Lowther takes home £100 in cash and a set of Mojo tyres. And third place, Alex Pendlebury takes £75 in cash and a set of tyres as well. And congratulations to the free prize draw winner, Kaylee Cole, as well. She wins a set of Mojo tyres and 4 entry fees and practice sessions free for the PF International Autumn Cup later this year. So there you are. So Morgan Porter can now wear that GP plate in senior Rotax anywhere in the country for the next 12 months. Now I'm looking at some of the comments coming in now that the moderators have banned the children from there, and realising why haven't we got gearbox carts here at Kartmasters? Well, the answer is that the local villages around this sunny part of rural Lincolnshire they don't like the noise, and of course the gearbox carts are a little bit noisier. Trent Valley Kart Club have always got a member of the paddock out on the road outside the circuit with a noise meter to make sure that Mr. and Mrs. Marple living down the road don't get upset on a Sunday afternoon. Otherwise, we would have gearbox racing here, but we don't. It's ironic though, because they're allowed at Fullback just down the road. But hey ho, that's local karting NIMBYism for you. One race to go, ladies and gentlemen, in Kartmasters 2020. And it's time for me to take my tablets and have a sit down before this one, because it's Senior X30 up next. Here we go then. Have we saved the best till last? Senior X30 became part of Kartmasters in 2014. Mark Litchfield won the inaugural Kartmasters title. He's now a team owner, a 4-time Kartmasters champion, and now a bald man, as I can see there in the paddock. Ben Barnicoat won it in 2015. 2016 was Danny Curl, that man there in kart number 1, looking at on your screen. 2017, Ben Barnicoat again. 2018, Ben Barnicoat, and last year, Ben Barnicoat. So 3 in a row for Barnicoat. He's not here this time.
Oh, I didn't need any more proof that I'm getting old, running up and down them stairs. One more race to go, though, and I tell you what, we've had a lot of exciting racing today. This one is just going to, I think it's going to put it even more in just a relative term of how exciting Senior X30 can be.
Yes, indeed. Danny Curl, a double Kartmasters champion in kart number 1, the defending British champion in Senior X30, has the pole position. Caden McQueen in kart number 242 will start alongside. Then it's Oliver Hodgson, a 3 times Kartmasters winner and a junior Rotax world champion in kart in 2013. He starts third in kart number 3. Gus Lawrence in kart 4 starts 4. Then it is Jordan Brown, Nutley and Joseph Taylor on row 3. Connor Jupp, the former Kartmasters champion, and Derek Morgan on row 4. Brad Pennell and Cole Kilner, row 5. Harry Platten, who won the second heat yesterday, he starts on row 6 alongside David Sutton. Lucas Vorse and Reggie Dewey on row 7. Ewan Wilson and Matt Armstrong, row 8. Then Finley Bunce, Aaron Mills, Ben Hodge, Piers Henderson, and the rest. Looking down at the back of the field, Blake Anglis is down in 27th, Alessandro Serenetti 28th. They both have very quick karts indeed. Look for them to come towards the front, but can anyone beat Danny Curl, the 2017 CIK FIA World Champion, looking to add a 3rd Kartmasters crown to his trophy cabinet for the final time in Kartmasters 2020. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And Caden McQueen gets a great start. He had to get a great start. He's got to try and pin Curl down, because if Curl gets any free air at the front of the field, he will mirror signal maneuver and go. So McQueen knows he's got to try and get ahead and hope that they can get caught into a battle. That's what McQueen's going to hope. He's going to hope that Gus Lawrence in 3rd place, and Lawrence is already looking. You won't see many drivers following Danny Curl, because every single time that Danny Curl has got the lead and that the drivers have tried to follow him, he's just been able to clear off. So all the drivers are going to try and draw him into a battle. So Gus Lawrence isn't going to hang about. He's going to be trying to look up the inside if he can. McQueen did a great job in the second heat yesterday of leading most of the way, but Danny Curl was able to pass him, but then they both got caught up, battling each other on the last corner, and Harry Platten took the win. Here we go, through the Mike Wilson complex for the first time, Chaz Draycott, and it's Caden McQueen in the lead.
Yep, Caden and Danny were very feisty with each other yesterday. Caden and Danny were actually the 2 leading this second heat, and then Danny tried to put a move on him, and it was actually Harry Platten, as we've said, silver platter for him when he took that heat win. But Dan Curl again, earlier on today, made it look very easy at the front. He's pushing Caden McQueen, quite a hard push as well down the back straight there as well. He's got to be mindful of that bracket, of course, but that was one of the hardest hits we've seen down there today. Just behind him is the number 4 of Gus Lawrence, though. He wants in there as well, and same with Oliver Hodgson. Those 2, of course, swapping round in the first lap. A little bit of shenanigans a bit further down. That was the 21 of Joseph Taylor and Jordan Brown Nutley in the 17. They were just swapping places coming out of the hairpin. And
here comes Curl to the inside, going into the body gain corner. Great move there. McQueen wasn't defending, because that's not a traditional overtaking place, at least in the early stages of a race. When you get down to the business end, you can see all sorts going on down at that corner, but certainly Curl now McQueen, Lawrence, Hodgson, and that's Connor Jupp in kart number 35. Jupp coming back into karting after a 3 or 4 year layoff. He's done a great job there, but McQueen and Gus Lawrence look, and Hodgson certainly look racy. Now these drivers now in second, so they've got to be careful. If they start battling, Danny Curl will check out.
He will indeed. He's got that ticket booked already, hasn't he? He wants to do it. Oliver Hodgson down the inside of Gus Lawrence into the hairpin and through with him. Or does he get through? They're still side by side on the exit. That was the number 35 of Connor Jupp. He goes down the inside there as well. And now it is the number 7 making his way through. Derek Morgan in this one as well. And the amount of position changing just in one hairpin is ridiculous around here. It's fantastic.
Del Boy Morgan on the Gillard privateer driver. He's known throughout the paddock as Del Boy. It's on the back of his race suit. And looking there, so Connor Jupp now. I pride myself on being a bit of a statistician when it comes to Kartmasters. I don't think we've ever had a bigger gap. Connor Jupp took his only Kartmasters win a decade ago. I'm not sure we've had a decade between someone's first Kartmasters win and their second Kartmasters win. And Connor Jupp has put himself in a position, he's fourth at the moment, but look at that, the top two are clear. McQueen and Curl trying to work together maybe, and work together. Oh, there's a move there, Joseph Taylor in the number 21 Argenti Motorsport kart, sending one up the inside of, I think that may have been one of the PF International karts. There's that Bradley Pennell.
It was Gus Lawrence that lost out there in the number 4.
Oh, Gus Lawrence has lost out, yes.
He's lost out to his teammate as well, the number 22, Brad Pennell. Brad Pennell, I should say, if I get it right.
There's Pennell in the number 22 kart now ahead of his teammate Gus Lawrence, but Jordan Brown-Nutley is in that group as well, kart number 17. But here we go. Let's have a look. Curl and McQueen trying to pull away. And already the Chaz Draycott fan club have found the stream, Chaz.
Yes, Michael Ellett there commentated on a lot of his sim racing. He's a big fan, but someone who will be a big fan of Danny Curl's rear bumper right now is Caden McQueen. He's shoving him down the straight.
Well, he's getting well acquainted with Danny. He's getting well. That sounds a bit wrong. He's
Don't
getting
say it.
I'm going to say he's getting well acquainted with Danny Curl's rear end. There we go. I've said it. I can't unsay it. No, 10 minutes plus 45 seconds to go, and McQueen and Curl lead by, and there's Rory Cuff. So 58.120. Rory Cuff. He's coming back to karting after a 5 or 6 year layoff in the number 41, the traditional number 41. His dad Dave Cuff used that back in the early 80s when Dave was a really top line British kart racer. He was a thing of animation. What are we saying there, Chaz?
Well, I was just going to say Rory Cuff as well, last year in the Mini Challenge UK as well in the JCW class, and he was a very quick racer in that, so interesting to see him back in trying his hand in karting as well. But look at these two at the front at the moment, Danny Curl and Caden McQueen. Just formation. Why not? It's 66 there. That is Reggie Dewey.
Oh, Reggie Dewey, Mr. Excitement, and that he's created his wrong bit of excitement. He looks pretty upset by that as well. Somebody has assaulted the side of his go-kart.
Yeah, the side panel of that thing was bumped right in. He's absolutely fuming. You can just see him out the window here. Getting out of that, he's just all over the place. That's the 142 as well of Ben Hodge. He's out of the race as well.
That's the comp kart driver Ben Hodge for the Mark Litchfield Racing team. I'm not quite sure if there was that was a connected incident. I'm not sure. I know that the different parts of the track, but here we go. Curl and McQueen just point towards saying, "I know what I'm doing. It's okay. I've got his number." And and Danny Curl's going, "Yeah, that number's number 1, son."
Yeah,
because I've won an awful lot. Yeah, don't you forget it.
He certainly is. And they're doing a great job of working together at the minute, but the guys behind have still got the pace on them as well. Of course, Hodgson, Jupp and Morgan all together there. Then there's quite a gap back to the car in 6th position. That is number 4, Gus Lawrence. He wants to try and head that off, but it's not easy to do that with guys this quick at the front. But Caden McQueen then has now taken the lead of this one.
But yes, he has. So there we go. McQueen makes the move through turn number 4. So it's McQueen, Curl, Hodgson in kart number 3. Then it's the 35 of Jupp, the 7 of Morgan. This is a great effort from Derek Morgan. This is proof. Now Derek Morgan runs it's a family-run team. It's only him and his family around it. There's no big awning, anything like that. He runs out the back of a van. Old school karting, and it shows that you can still. The only driver on the Tim Gillard's built chassis. He's always used the Gillard chassis as Derek Morgan. He stayed loyal to the brand. There's only one of them here, and shows that you don't have to be in a massive team. If you work hard, you can drive well, and you use the best of your equipment that you've got. You can compete at top level British karting, even as a family outfit, just as a hobby, without wanting to try and get up into further echelons of motorsport.
Whoa, Dan Curl, sorry, massive moment there. He got a lot of the curb as he went through the S's. The kart was pretty much off the ground. It was almost on one wheel, I think, and he just put loads of opposite lock on, saved it. That was another one of your Code Brown moments there. I tell you, that was very scary for him, but he keeps it together, shows his true class in saving it, and already he's starting to close that gap against Caden McQueen. So spurred on, maybe?
Yeah, just a little bit. And when he checked over his shoulder as well, just to see who was behind him. Now we'll see Oliver Hodgson closing in. Curl has sort of stayed behind McQueen for a lap and a half, 2 laps. When he notices Oliver Hodgson getting within lunge range, I think you'll see Danny Curl go for a move. Curl doesn't want to get drawn into a scrap.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you get in a scrap, you all start losing time. It's not just one of you.
And Hodgson is going to be in the slipstream now as they come onto this straight now. We're going to complete lap number 8. We've got 7.25 minutes to go. Hodgson is there. He's broken away from Jupp in 4th. Morgan in 5th. Lawrence is in 6th. Then Brown Nutley 7th. Taylor in 8th. Platten up to 9th. Good drive from Harry Platten. Cole Kilner runs 10th. Then it's David Sutton 11th. Lucas Force, Ewan Wilson, Finley Bunce and Alessandro Serenetti up from 28th on the grid to 15th place. Driver number 4, Gus Lawrence, sets a new fastest lap. Plenty of time to go. Curl hasn't made the move yet. McQueen's not defending, even though McQueen is just in his first season of senior racing, and he's got all the experience behind him. He's got the 2017 World Karting Champion Danny Curl literally tickling the hairs on the back of his neck at the moment as they come into Bobby Game corner. Now the Mike Wilson complex.
Well, before it was Caden McQueen getting acquainted with the back of Danny Curl's kart. Now the roles are definitely reversed here. But Caden McQueen's been brilliant this weekend. I've spoken to a lot of people that were saying that Danny Curl's just going to walk away with it. There's people in the chat as well that have said Danny Curl's favourite down the inside. He goes and takes the race lead again. But we're seeing a good fight for it, though. It's not just Danny driving off, and Caden McQueen has been that driver that's always been there with him all weekend, and he's showing that now in the final when it really matters.
I mean, you look at Hodgson in 3rd. Say Jupp was a cadet in 2010. He's come back there. Then you've got Derek Morgan, and you've got Gus Lawrence, who's been a senior driver for a good 3 or 4, maybe 5 seasons. McQueen is the young gun in this. He's not been phased one bit. He's the only driver in this race on a Mad Croc kart. No, there's a couple of Mad Croc karts, but he's the only front runner on a Mad Croc chassis. And again, Danny Curl's the only front runner on a Birrell ART chassis. Then you've got the comp kart of Hodgson, the fluoro chassis, and then a good mixture up at the front. So, Curl, McQueen, Hodgson, Jupp, Morgan, Lawrence.
Top 6 very close together then through the S's.
You could throw a piece of toilet paper over all 6 of them.
Not the beginning of lockdown, you couldn't. Danny Curl, though, still leading the race with McQueen right behind him. Hodgson, he's going to be watching this and just assessing what these guys are doing, because they're not fighting too hard at the moment. They're only making the moves when it goes down the straight and it gets a little bit easier. They don't want to lose too much time together. So Hodgson's going to be waiting for that opportunity. As this race wears down now, we're into the last 5 minutes. It's down the inside. Caden McQueen again. But see what I mean? Neither of them have actually lost any time to Oliver Hodgson there. And I think over the course of the race, they've managed that really well so far. So Hodgson, as I was going to say, when this race gets closer to the end and they get a little bit more tension between them, a little bit more desperate to make the move, Hodgson will be in the box seat if he stays where he is.
You mean a little bit more nuts at the end of this race? Because at the moment, I mean, the racing has been absolutely fantastic. They're not battling with each other like we've seen in the junior classes. You know, Curl's made a move on McQueen. McQueen didn't try and block. McQueen has made a move on Curl. Curl didn't try to block. All this stuff has gone on, and now the racing has been absolutely superb. Harry Platten has got a 5-second penalty. He's not featuring in this lead group at the moment, but he's not far off. He is down in 9th position. There's a move back in the pack there. That is Gus Lawrence passing Derek Morgan for 5th place. So the number 4 kart, Gus Lawrence, the PF International driver, moving into the top 5. It's McQueen, Curl, Hodgson, Jupp. Great racing. This is absolute class. Here comes Curl to the inside of the second hairpin. He makes the move. McQueen tries to tuck back in, takes 2nd place. And McQueen's going to come back at Curl there now. I don't think Danny Curl expected that. That's Caden McQueen thinking, I know that I was just a cadet when you were winning world championships, but I don't care. I'm here now and you've got to deal with it. The Mad Croc sharpening its teeth as we've got 3.5 minutes to go.
Oh, we've got a cart off as well out of our window over there. Just trying to see who that is. I think it's a single-digit number anyway.
And it's, Jordan Brown Nutley now joins the fun. In the back of this league group, 7 karts. Separated by 9/10 of a second as we start lap number 13. This is the final race of Kartmasters 2020. Caden McQueen in kart 242. leads the way.
Oh, apparently we've got the reports.
Oh, and he's gone wide. Sorry, Chaz. He's gone wide. They're coming off the first hairpin. Curl leads Hodgson second. Then it's Jupp third. Oh, Caden McQueen, Lawrence fourth. McQueen in fifth now. 2.5 minutes to go. Sorry, Chaz.
Just looking out the window, it's starting to spit rain.
Oh,
the rain is starting to come down a little bit here. I just had Luke in my ear just saying there are reports of spitting, and I've just looked out the window against the trees. You can see it coming down only a tiny bit. We're literally talking the most minimalistic rain I've ever seen. But even still, if that gets heavier, with just a couple of minutes left, this track can develop very quickly, can't it?
Oh, this is going to thing. And now Curl and Hodgson. Well, it's been all weekend. We've been waiting for this battle to unfold, and it's taken them 2 full days to find each other. And like 2 old dance partners, are they going to do the foxtrot, the waltz? Let's hope it's not any breakdancing. Let's put it that way.
Well,
Curl leads, second Hodgson, third is Jupp, fourth Lawrence, and fifth is now Caden McQueen.
Well, he wants fourth, but Hodgson goes to the lead. There's contact with Danny Curl, and he's around.
Oh, and he contact with Connor Jupp. He's faced the wrong way, and there's going to be carts coming straight at him. They've got to move. He's got his hands in the air. Oh, the number 41 of Cuff almost collects him. Who's emerged in front? Who's emerged? It's Hodgson. Oliver Hodgson had made the move. It was Jupp and Curl, wheel to wheel. Oh, Danny Curl. The bid for 4 titles is over. 90 seconds to go. Hodgson with the biggest lead we've seen all race in this class. McQueen second. Brown Nutley third. Jupp, is that in 4th place? Yes, it is. Then a gap back to, and of course, every other drivers had to take evasive action and they slowed down. It's Lawrence in 5th, Platten with a time penalty in 6th, Morgan 7th, Taylor 8th, David Sutton 9th, Cole Kilner in 10th, then Lucas Vorst is next.
We've got another car off on the hill on the opposite side of the circuit as well.
That's a Litchfield Motorsport car. That could be Alex Spinks. It is. Alex Spinks has gone out. Tyler Reid has also retired. So, Caden McQueen has now got 43 seconds to close, and he's already closing in on Hodgson. Hodgson hasn't led all weekend until now. That's because he hasn't had the pace to lead all weekend. Caden McQueen is virtually the only other driver apart from Danny Curl that has led. And look at McQueen. Well, there's a phrase, never smile at a crocodile. The mad croc is grinning at the moment because he's closing in with 20 seconds to go.
Caden McQueen right on the back of him now through the S's. He's not going for it yet because he knows that he could get caught out with the slipstream. Look for a move down into turn 5, into the hairpin. He's got to be wise though, because if he does that, he might get caught out into turn 6. I reckon down the short chute is where we're going to see this then. They go down towards turn 5, he moves out, but Hodgson defends very hard there. Runs a little bit wide on the exit. Behind as well, Jupp wants to get past.
Jordan Brown Nutley's tyre smoke from the number 17 car as he was on the anchors there. Jupp is there in 4th place, so anyone of 4. Pick a winner. The clock strikes 0.
Here we go then. Hodgson leads them down the short chute. It doesn't happen, so I'll eat my own words. Looks like Hodgson though, unless we see something very dramatic now from Caden McQueen, I think he might have it wrapped up. He looks down the inside though, he's not going to get it done. Maybe a bit of contact.
We've still got plenty of time left. There's the clock has struck 0. Next time around, they're going to get the last lap board. 1 lap of Kartmasters, 20 to go. Hodgson and McQueen head to head. Here comes Caden McQueen up on the curb, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Has to hold back. He hasn't lost too much ground. Through the banking, Hodgson's going to have to defend. Chaz Draycott.
He is indeed. He's got a lot of work cut out for him now. Caden McQueen is looking feisty. But like you were saying, he hasn't led all weekend, and now he's got the chance to take this win over the whole weekend. It's amazing stuff. Caden McQueen takes a wide line on the way in, manages to get side by side. He's on the outside now into turn 6. Dives out really wide on the exit, on the entrance to the corner. Does it again. Takes a nice little cutback. Look at Hodgson defending now. Is McQueen going to make it through into the final complex for the last time here, Henry?
He's going to get a good run coming out of the Fullerton S's. Hodgson defends the inside line. Outside line for Caden McQueen into Bobby Game corner. Now he's going to try and cut underneath him. Caden McQueen to the inside. Side by side, wheel to wheel. Hodgson and McQueen. They battle through the Mike Wilson complex, and here comes Connor Jupp. Jupp in the 35. McQueen's gone. It's going to be Oliver Hodgson or Connor Jupp. A drag race to the line.
It's Hodgson. Hodgson just makes it. Just makes it over Connor Jupp. He was that close.
Oh, and well, Oliver Hodgson, that is Kartmasters title, and officially number 4 for driver number 3. The first year for several years that he's not been part of the PF International team. And what a race. Connor Jupp, I mean, him and... Hodgson and McQueen were wheel to wheel, side by side through the Mike Wilson complex. McQueen just got squeezed wide on the double apex left-hander of the complex. Connor Jupp saw an opportunity and made the move, and there was 3 wide there because Jordan Brown-Nutley was coming across the line. What a way to finish Kartmasters 2020. Gus Lawrence finishes in 4th. Caden McQueen finishes in 5th place. Well, I've got to say, I mean, this is, you know, obviously a credit to all the winners in all the classes, and we've seen some fantastic things. There's no such thing as a commentator's driver of the day, Chaz Draycott, but if I had to vote for anyone as the driver of the weekend, Caden McQueen would get it for me, just for the way he has handled himself in his first year as a senior driver against these, I mean, they are karting legends in the UK. I mean, Oliver Hodgson was winning the Junior Rotax World title at, in New Orleans in 2013 before Caden McQueen had even started karting.
It's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, I agree. Caden McQueen, if not Aaron Walker, because of the performances that he put in his classes today, nearly, well, he won both of them on the road there. You can see that's the number 35, Connor Jupp.
Connor Jupp has hit, the wagon has stopped rolling, but now he finished second. He's going to have to get that cart back to the pad to Parc Ferme. Yeah, he's right up on the banking, so he's got that. Oh, I don't know what the rules are about getting the cart back to Parc Ferme for the weight inspection and the technical checks. There is Danny Curl, and Curl there, you know, a shrug of the shoulders with his mechanic. It just wasn't meant to be. I mean, he had driven a fantastic race, but unofficially, Oliver Hodgson, Connor Jupp, and Jordan Brown-Nutley, the top 3. 4th was Gus Lawrence. Caden McQueen is 5th. Derek Morgan 6th. Harry Platten 7th. Cole Kilner coming home in 8th. Then Joseph Taylor 9th. And David Sutton rounds out the top 10. 11th for Lucas Vors. 12th, Alessandro Serenetti. Ewan Wilson was 13th. Thomas Fleming 14th. Rory Cuff finishes 15th. Blake Anglis comes home in 16th. Matt Armstrong, who was the free prize draw winner in Senior X30, he finishes 17th. 18th for Finley Bunce, 19th for Brad Pennell. Caleb Marshall rounds out the top 20, ahead of Tom Nippers, Casper Scusa, Chris Bingham, Aaron Mills, Archie Tillett and Rufus Hunt. And sadly, Jensen Brown didn't start after his accident yesterday. Thomas Day retired, so did Ben Hodge, so did Reggie Dewey. Piers Henderson went out, so did Tyler Reid, Alex Spinks and sadly Danny Curl. Now we have to wait. What are the rulings on the drivers coming through the weighbridge? Now Connor Jupp's cart is being wheeled down towards things, so he's got to get that cart back to the weighbridge. Okay, put it back into it, Connor, and he's got to go over the weighbridge, get his nose cone penalty. Get his nose cone checked to make sure he hasn't got a penalty, and then go there. Or is he just going to park up and get his nose cone bracket checked at the P2 area? Because that does have to be checked. I mean, we'll have to see what the technical team need to come out and check that beforehand. We've got Hodgson's cart in the thing, and we'll just wait to see what the Hodgson and Broad and Brown Nutley. I hope that nobody has got a nose cone penalty after a race like that. And so Connor Jupp has moved his cart from the top of the circuit down to there. Now the cart stopped. I'm not quite sure what the mechanical problem was. And I'm not one to make the rules, but I mean, surely that one of the technical scrutineering team would have to check his nose cone bracket first, just to make sure that he hasn't got a penalty. There's Oliver Hodgson with his helmet on there, being congratulated by one of the other drivers. And he's chatting with Danny Curl through the fence there. Danny Curl's on the other side of the fence. I think just saying, well, you know, I mean, it was one of those races. I mean, Hodgson had made the move, and then it was, I think it was Connor Jupp trying to make it two passes in one corner. And there's Connor's mechanic there discussing with it. And Danny Curl knows this. I mean, Danny Curl has been in karting a long time, and he knows that, yeah, you have some great days and you have some not so great days. Let's have a look to see what happens as we wait there. Again, we'll ask the parents, the family members and the mechanics that are here in attendance out on the banking to applaud the drivers when they do come out. So, Hodgson has gone through the weigh section. Obviously, no issues with to go out there. And Jordan Brown-Nutley, the number 17, Tony Strawberry Racing driver, to finish third. So here comes Hodgson, that MLR, the Mark Litchfield Racing machine. Now, is that the first Kartmasters GP plate title for the comp kart chassis? I wonder. I think it might be, you know. So Connor Jupp, well, obviously, so this will be a provisional podium because Connor Jupp hasn't been through the weigh bridge and he hasn't, I mean, the nose cone penalty is pretty easily to spot visually. But here comes your race winner, your Kartmasters 2020 champion, Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson has won 3 GP plates in the past, but never in Senior X30. He's now won 4 GP plates and moves into a tie for third on the all-time Kartmasters Roll of Honour with Gary Catt and Mark Litchfield. They're going to elbow shake there with Jupp, and who finished second, and Jordan Brown-Nutley, who finished third, and Chaz Draycott is now waiting to speak to our 2020 Senior X30 Kartmasters champion, once he's put his mask on, obviously.
Yes, indeed, Henry. Yes, indeed. Well, yeah, it'll be fine. It's brand new, I think. You'll be over the moon. That was not an easy race and not an easy weekend for you, was it?
If I'm being honest, when we were doing our testing, I was really happy. Thought it was in a really good place. We went to the qualifying and was a bit unexpected, and we just kept chipping away at it. Because under it all, I knew the comp kart, what we had there was a really, really strong basis. I weren't that happy with my tyres, if I'm honest, but thought as they wear, they'll come better and better, and they did. I think the final really was just a case of timing the opportunity. On the last laps, not gonna lie, it wasn't a pretty or a technically good bit of driving, but just determination. I'd get over the line first. And I'd like to say a massive thank you to the comp kart, the brand, JP Racing in the US, because it weren't for them, I wouldn't have even been on the grid for this event. And there's a massive effort from the boys in the UK, KKC and Mark Litchfield Racing, to put it all together in this country. And yeah, absolute pleasure. I've wanted to win this race in Senior X30 over the past few years, and yeah, I'm proud to have got it done.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing performance. And just going back to the start of the weekend, I mean, seeing the pace from the likes of Danny Curl and Caden McQueen, like you say, you were happy with your pace early on, but seeing them be so quick in the first 2 heats as well must have been a bit of a strange scenario for you.
Yeah, I think to begin with, yeah, it's a struggle. I had a rear tyre basically that in circumference was bigger than the other. So basically every time we come in, the tyre was hot, we pumped the other one up, trying to get them to the same circumference, and that every time they were hot, they got closer. Then in the final, we seemingly had a kart that was good again. So,
well, it certainly unlocked a lot of pace, and it was an amazing effort. Any more thanks that you want to give on that one?
Yes, big thank you to Grice Engine as well for supporting us during this event. Obviously, clearly a very good power package bolted on the side of that, powering us to the victory.
Well, very well done. You've got the GP play, mate. Very, very well done from everyone watching as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Second place then. Getting to the grid by a different means on this occasion, though, Mr. Jupp. It's well, it's been a difficult afternoon, hasn't it? That was a ferocious fight.
Absolutely. Qualifying, we was in the top 10, which we knew would be easily good enough come the finals. He had a good couple of heats, which went off 7 for the pre-final and finished there. And we knew coming into this race that anything can happen. If you're inside the top 15, you've always got a chance. Fusion have done an excellent job this weekend, putting this sort of kart and this sort of pace beneath me. Aventus Power as well, making the engine last just as long as it needs to. But brilliant weekend for all involved. Unlucky at the line, but Oliver drove a great race, and it's nice to be back on the podium in a big meeting like this.
And just talk to me as well, there was obviously contact at turn 6, right near the end of the race, Danny Curl losing out in that one. Whereabouts were you when that was going on? Because I won't lie to you, I closed my eyes in the commentary box.
Yeah, so Oliver went up the inside into the second hairpin. I tried to go with him. Danny got on the curbs on the exit, and just as he come back onto the track, I was there. I was on that line, and he tried to come back onto the track, and it's a racing incident. These sort of things happen in these races. I do feel for Danny. He's been right up the front all weekend, but no, glad I came out of it and had a decent finish.
Well, very well done, mate. It was great to watch, very exciting racing, and of course with the engine season just at the end, like you say, it lasted just as long as it needed to there. Any thanks that you want to give before we let you go?
Absolutely. I'd just like to say thanks to Mum and Dad. I've been out of the sport for a while, and coming back into it, they've been a great help. My girlfriend supporting me. She's just over there all the way through the weekend. And today's in the Hart family at home. It's been a brilliant weekend. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done, mate. Very well done. Great to watch. And last but not least, Mr. Brown Nutley as well. Well, talk to me about that one, because for a lot of that, you were sort of watching the guys fight in front of you, but to get to third in the end when it all kicked off, you must have been very happy for the opportunity.
Yeah, I got shuffled back a bit at the start, so I had to work my way back through. But managed to get there in the end, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, I don't advise eating the masks, by the way. But yeah, that was it was just a case about picking your battles, wasn't it, in that one? Because there were so many guys that would try and stay in formation in the top sort of 10 or 15, like you say. But then once one person makes a move in this sort of thing, you lose so many. But you just seem to always be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of contact out there, but it's going to happen in a race like this. So.
Yeah, it was very feisty. Well, very well done, mate. Do you want to give a thanks to anybody?
Yeah, massive thank you to Strawberry Racing and Grass Engines.
Smash them. Good to speak to you. Very well done. And that, of course, will round out the weekend, essentially. So we're going to get the guys their trophies now with our Nige, as he's known. There he is. And we'll get a big cheer from everybody in the background, please.
So there you have it. It's just the win for Oliver Hodgson. And just looking at the list of prizes for the class, Oliver Hodgson wins £250 in cash, a £200 voucher from John Mills Kart Shop, and for second place driver Connor Jupp. Now, for those wondering, that Connor Jupp, obviously his kart will go back through the weigh scales, back into technical scrutineering. So there was obviously no visual nose cone bracket, so he was able to keep second place, but that's a provisional result. He will go back to technical scrutineering now at the end. The seized engine, he couldn't get the kart down there. He couldn't get the kart back up to the podium, so he parked it, and he will go back through technical scrutineering now, along with the other top three. £100 in cash for Connor. He can buy a new earring with that. That's a bit of bling there in his lug hole. And £100 John Mills kart shop voucher for him. Third place driver Jordan Brown Nutley, £75 cash prize and a £50 John Mills kart voucher. And the Senior X30 free prize draw winner, winning 4 entries and practices to the Autumn Cup. That was Matty Armstrong. And so the prize ceremony going on in the grid. There is a view of the setting sun over PF International, and Chaz Draycott is making his way back up to the commentary box now, and when Chaz arrives we will say our so longs and farewells. But there is the view of the panorama room, which has been empty this weekend. The viewing galleries have all been empty, sadly. It's been a very different Kartmasters off track, but a tremendous amount of work has gone on, both from Trent Valley Kart Club and Motorsport UK, to make sure that this event could go ahead even without spectators. And one thing I have to say, though, because Chaz Draycott huffs and puffs his way back to the commentary box for the last time, Chaz, one thing I have to say, though, that prize ceremony format, if there's going to be one thing that is carried over from this whole COVID crisis, that is a much better way of dishing out the prizes than waiting for 3/4 of an hour at the end of the race when everyone's tuned out of the live stream and and people want to go home and doing it around the podium. That's a very good thing to say. So, well, you know, there we go, Chaz. You've been blooded in Kartmasters terms. What have you thought about this the first weekend?
It's frantic, it's furious, it's non-stop, and all the way through it's very exciting. Very, very exciting. And of course, having the opportunity to commentate with you today as well, Henry. Thank you very much for that. It's been brilliant to do. I've met a hell of a lot of great characters as well, the drivers, the teams, the mechanics behind it all, and of course Alpha Live for the stream as well. They've all been very helpful in giving us what we need to do this. And, well, PFI, it's a hell of a place. Hell of a place. It's absolutely amazing. I've heard so many things. I know a lot of guys that have done karting for years. I'd never been before this weekend, and let me tell you, it's not going to be the last time I come here. What a place, and what an event as well. And of course, great job from yourself as well this weekend, Henry. It's been great to listen to.
And likewise. So, ladies and gentlemen, the sun sets over Paul Fletcher International Raceway at the end of the 25th running of Kartmasters. It just leaves me to say a huge thank you to the marshals and the medical staff here at Trent Valley Kart Club, the best in the business, all the circuit staff here, to the circuit staff here, Paul Barnacote Services at Paul Fletcher International, for making sure that the venue is safe and suitable to run this event. A big thank you to Alpha Live and all the sponsors, Delta Raceway, Kart Sim, and all the people that have given us interviews, the likes of Ollie Rowland, Ben Barnacote, George Russell, who have taken their time out of their schedules to speak to us this weekend and send messages to the live stream. A huge thank you to the 242 drivers, their families, and their teams and mechanics for coming here, for maintaining all the social distancing, for wearing their mask and respecting the current situation that we're all in. And to those family members and spectators who obviously couldn't make it, we hope you've enjoyed the pictures courtesy of Alpha Live. It's been a quarter of a century of Kartmasters. Look at what we've achieved so far. What will the next 25 years bring? Join us again for Kartmasters 2021. Before then, we'll have Alpha Live. We'll be there covering karting and a lot more throughout the next weeks and months. Thank you very much for joining us. Wherever you are in the world, enjoy your karting, but above all else, stay safe. We'll see you soon.